What do I love about rap? Me.
Make your back spin, the phone bust back wind.
What do I love about rap? Me. You know, you really had to be saying something and say it well when I first came in the game. Now they say anything, so I can tell that these kids don't have a lot of schooling, man. They sound like idiots.
I'm nice. I don't care what they say, long they go, yo, John P, go in. I can live with that. Better rapper, better clapper, the clever bastard. Metal master, devil laughter, cheddar after the gold, and after that the platinum. No, after you sold, and after that I clap them. Yo, make your back spin, the phone bust back when used to backspin for cold crush. I'm so tough, some dumb guy gonna die for show enough, plus the kung fu fly. I'm up the spar, I'm up the par. I fuck up your jaw like fuck you, Paul. Big. The veteran ninja, Michael Dudikoff, the American ninja. Insane with the best flow, holler. Private planes with craft flow, dollar. You hear Sean work a beat. I'm the truth, and Duke is just a circus.
Dead or alive, y'all niggas can't fuck with P. Bernadette in the lead, who the fuck you be? Frontin' on P, you get your head busted quick. Many niggas claim loyal, but they all full of shit. Gorilla the beat, D-Set P, ringing bells in the street. Plus the greens, y'all niggas can't fuck with P. Imperious Rex, Sean is the best. Punch in your chest, put you to rest, bitch.
4/5 in your face, and your faculty of fuck boys forfeit in your face. Shitting, mortician sipping on grapes. Prepaid, brain meditated, murder the ape. Eating your kin folks, aka the ape in the window. A trafficking thing, don't you? A Budweiser African king poster. I'm doing my damn thing. That niggas claim king and they doing the damn thing. That's my word to my moms. I never heard one of your songs. Fuck out of here. And I don't dislike you. I dislike the dude who said I dislike you. Long kiss, long fist, bitch goodbye. Can't fuck with P, new fish to fry.
Dead or alive, y'all niggas can't fuck with P. Bernadette in the lead, who the fuck you be? Frontin' on P, you get your head busted quick. Many niggas claim loyal, but they all full of shit. Gorilla the beat, D-Set P, ringing bells in the streets. Plus the greens, y'all niggas can't fuck with P. Imperious Rex, Sean is the best. Punch in your chest, put you to rest, bitch.
If I slap a nigga, you can hear that shit across the street. Word is mouth. I got kicked out of school for that. The principal suspended me, like, what was that? Like, I got arrested for noise pollution. So, I smacked Earth with fire niggas with them up.
So did that first person just not want to deal with it? Oh, but here's the answer. Benton do better. No, I'm doing better, and I'm doing bad. Think about that shit. It's this pandemic. I'm not living this way. And it's a spiritual dystopia, which is what I was trying to talk about. That's what I started. I pressed record an hour and 10 minutes ago to talk about this main page of Drudge today. Well, it's only one page. Talk about Drudge. I tried to read the article, but these are always bullshit articles. It makes for a good headline. Oh, is it gone now? No, here it is. Here's the headline. Well, this is the Drudge headline. I don't know what the actual headline is. We're living... It says Smashing Pumpkins Corrigan. We're living in a spiritual dystopia. Yeah, it says here, Smashing Pumpkins Billy Corrigan has a lot to say about Spotify, Courtney Love, and our, quote, dystopia. But see, there's no reason to put the word dystopia in quotation marks. Have you ever noticed this, that journalism does this now? Because they didn't put a quote around where it says he has a lot to say about, they didn't put a quotation mark around Spotify. They didn't put a quotation mark around Courtney Love, but they put a quotation mark around dystopia. Now, you could argue that that's implying that that's his opinion, but am I not smart enough to realize that that might be his opinion? That the first two things are that Spotify and Courtney Love are factual nouns, and that dystopia is his opinion. But it makes it look like it may not be true when you put the quotes around it. See, I don't think that's grammatically correct. I don't think that's supposed to be that way. And when you take one word like that and put it in quotation marks, it makes it look ridiculous. In my opinion. Yeah, I agree, Billy. It is a spiritual dystopia. But guess what? Here's about 10% of why I'm so upset these days. Where is the spiritual dystopia coming from? Oh, we're creating the spiritual dystopia and we're living in it. But this ain't hell. Sure, it's not. So in hell, it's not enough to be existing in a spiritual dystopia. Oh no, you are creating the spiritual dystopia. I'm creating the spiritual dystopia. Okay. Now, this is why, by the way, Big Booty Bandit said, have you read any Krishnamurti? J. Krishnamurti? I said, yeah, First and Last Freedom. That's one of the best books there is. That's what he talks about in there. Why? He basically says, if you realize that there's a spiritual dystopia, the only answer to that is to find out why are you creating a spiritual dystopia, because you can't really do anything about any of the rest of it. I don't have no power. The only power I have is for me to stop creating the spiritual dystopia. So whatever we're living in, I'm creating a tiny little bit of this spiritual dystopia. I am. So why am I doing that? I don't fucking know. I guess because this is hell. Is that what I did to deserve to live this incarnation in hell? Is that what I did? Is that what I'm being punished for? Is that I'm prone to creating spiritual dystopias, and now I'm in a place with a whole bunch of other motherfuckers who also are prone to creating spiritual dystopias? I mean, is that what we have in common? I'm glad we're talking about, what is this and what is reality? And it's wonderful. I don't want to be a person if I'm not interested in those kind of ideas. Like, that's fascinating. And I'm not smart enough, so I need to hear what y'all think about it. That's how I learn, which, by the way, again, it's sort of an advantage to not be able to figure this stuff out for myself. I'm not concerned. Me personally, it's like, okay, what is reality? But it seems to me I'm pretty sure that I can more or less make the case that we are creating the reality. Yeah, we can talk about what is it, but my thing is, why is it? Why are we creating a spiritual dystopia and living in a spiritual dystopia? Why are we doing this? Is it because we have to figure out not to create it? I'm just spitballing. Is this whole life a test that we need to figure out to just don't make a dystopia? That all of us collectively, our creative force, we've allowed our creative force to be subverted into creating a spiritual dystopia, a nightmare dystopia, and that all this life is us learning if you don't want to have a spiritual dystopia, if you don't want to live in a spiritual dystopia, the only way that you can achieve that is to just stop creating a spiritual dystopia. But it's so subtle. It's so subtle. It's like it's so obvious and subtle that we don't see it. He owns a professional wrestling league, as far as I can tell. Now he used to. And then that one of my favorite comedians, that Patrice O'Neal, he for a short time he wrote for WWE. Fucking, it's insane. I couldn't even fuel the truck earlier. I was ranting and raving so much, I kept pressing the wrong buttons on the screen. I just kept having to start over. Then I thought I lost my wallet, which I don't never go anywhere without my wallet. Another thing about homelessness, you're gonna train yourself not to lose your shit, partner. I promise you, that's a complete unmitigated disaster if you're homeless and you lose your fucking IDs. That's a dystopia, by the way. You think you're going to just be homeless and not have no documents. I know people that's just they're actually trying to get their documents, and more or less it's impossible. I mean, for them. And then here's another thing I thought about being homeless. So when we take most of them get arrested, the homeless people. So when they go to jail, whether or not they have an ID, the authorities know who in the fuck they are. So why are we letting them out of jail without a fucking ID? Can we not just have a machine at the fucking jail, and then as part of them being processed out of there, print them up a fucking ID? Wouldn't that make this life, wouldn't things be easier? Now, some people say, oh, who's going to pay for it? Motherfucker, the government's about to pay for the needle. The government's finna pay for the serum to go in your arm. I'm pretty sure we can spend 10 G's on a machine, and then, I don't know, what's it cost to press a button and print an ID once you have the machine? It can't be very much. It's like, who's going to pay for it? I don't fucking know. Add it onto their fines. Presumably they're being fined. Add $20 to their fine. Who cares? Print them out an ID. But this is hell, and it's a nightmare dystopia. Why are we creating a nightmare dystopia? That's what I'm trying to figure out. And at this time, I more or less just believe that that's what this life. Now, obviously, it's a spiritual war, but in the context of the spiritual war, it seems to me like, you know, the main lesson I'm supposed to learn is, hey, dummy, you're creating a nightmare dystopia at a spiritual level. Why don't you just knock it the fuck off? And then that's the whole test. So like now, can I just die and go somewhere else, please? But I'm not going to kill myself. Pretty please with sugar on top. Can I just go to whatever the next test is? If that is the test, and I finally, how many times have I come back here? How many times has my spirit been in this level of hell? Maybe this is the actual test, and I've figured it out. Okay, I think we're brainwashed to think, oh, you figured out that it's a nightmare dystopia. Now it's your job to go fix it. There ain't no fixing a spiritual dystopia. You can't fix a nightmare dystopia. It's not possible. You're not going to overthrow the government. You're not going to reform the system. The only thing that can be done is get the people. By the way, you can't convince masses of people that, hey, we're actually all making this thing, and if we just knock it the fuck off, it'll just go away. You're not going to be able to convince people of that. That's it. I figured it out. I'm pretty sure that's the test. That's the main test anyway. And can I pretty please with sugar on top just get the fuck out of here? Thank you, creator. So I think I think I'm going through all the stages of grief with this pandemic. So maybe that's the last. Maybe I'm now accepting it. That I'm just, of course, I'm going to die. Which again, I've always understood my mortality. At least I figured that part out pretty early on. In my mind, everybody in my family lives a really long time, and so I guess in my mind it was this concept of, okay, I'm going to just keep living, you know, and to be like an old person. Well, I'm already an old person, but to be elderly, unless you know something happened to me. But now, okay, so when I'm talking about the stages of grief, am I actually accepting now that I will die soon, and that's okay? And actually, I'm pretty sure I prefer it, but I'm not going to kill myself. I just won't kill myself. I just won't. Maybe when the government man comes, I force their hand and they blow my fucking brains out. God, I hope they don't have some less than lethal. You know, that's a nightmare. What if they got some less than lethal and they fucking overcome me? And I don't have no desire to go live off the land. That's what the people are delusional and they're in denial. What got the big boss, because he's more or less suspended me. He's real. I can tell he's real good at dealing with people. They more or less suspended me without suspending me. But then this is truck driving, brother. I was at the yard. They didn't tell me to hit the fucking bricks and call us next week. No, I'm still on the fucking load. And so I still went, after I talked to him, I went and picked up a load. And then now, I'm going to sit a whole day, which is fine. Actually, 2 whole days. Even better for me, free apartment and don't have to work those 2 days. Love it. I'm going to go pick up, so I'm going to deliver this load and then I'm going to pick up another load and we'll go back to Dallas. So it's like, yeah, you're suspended, but we need you to keep working for a few days. I mean, for real. Truck driving's out of its fucking mind, man. This shit's bananas. How have they not? It's not like I don't go in and talk to them, intoxicated some of the time. They have to know I'm drinking. How could they not? I mean, is this just common that truckers drink? I don't fucking know. But again, if you think I'm getting behind the wheel of this thing, anything above a 0.0, I mean, I don't know what to tell you. That could easily result in me going to jail. I'm not going to fucking jail. Oh, by the way, you think it's going to be mask optional in a fucking jail? I will have to cover my face if they send me to jail. They'll come in and beat me up if I don't. Or probably the other prisoners will beat me up because they think they're going to die. Most of them. What the fuck? I can't. I've never been incarcerated. I'm not going to be incarcerated. I spent a weekend in jail in Fayetteville, Arkansas, and I was so homeless, it actually improved my standard of living. No shit. It was actually better than what I was contending with before they arrested. Managed to get out of that with my lawyer skills and not having to have anything on my record. I don't think I even had to pay a fine. I don't think I did, which that seems bizarre because I technically pled guilty to disorderly conduct. But then they agreed to squash it, as long as I didn't get in trouble, which of course no problem. It don't show up on the background checks. Oh yeah, I paid for a fucking background check. I guess that was my fine, pay for the background check. Look, I'm not really a drinker overall. Like, yeah, I'm pretty much embroiled in alcoholism at this point. It's really not my thing overall. My job's over here in a few days and I mosey on back to Dallas. Yes, I don't know what I'm going to do. Maybe just fucking binge it out for a few weeks and then just, because this is the hardest I've ever gone with drinking. I mean, ever. I've binge drunk, pretty much my whole life here and there, but I've never gone on a bender like this. I was off for 2 days in a motel because they had to restripe the parking lot. I had to get my car out of there. I just drank the whole fucking time. I've never done that, like pass out and then wake up and then just start. Never. But this ain't me. So I'm gonna, and in the past, I've never had a problem quitting. Although, God, alcohol's horrible as far as the cravings, man. Awful cravings, but they go away. I refuse to live in denial and in delusion. I'm not going to do it. So if I'm engaged in alcoholism, I'm not going to be in denial about the fact, and like my trucking company, if I actually had a skilled job like an airline pilot or whatever, or a doctor, I could just tell them, hey, I'm having problems with alcoholism, and they would send me somewhere and get me rehabilitated and then let me come back. For real. This is just, you're just on your fucking own. Nightmare. I mean, what is it? If you see me on the fucking live stream comments, at this point, I wish he'd just ban me, because I'm going to go on there. And I wanted to quit a month ago, kind of giving me what I want. So I say that's what I mean when I say I've never suffered a negative consequence. So like with that lady on the phone, we want to talk about the soul tokens, the consent. If I let her treat me like a piece of garbage, then I'm consenting to being treated like a piece of garbage. Why don't people see that? And I think the boss is just kind of acting more or less like he's confused about it. But see, that's the problem, is the Jehovah's Witnesses brainwashed me. So these people think I'm a nice guy. It's like, no, I'm a fucking asshole. My dad's a fucking asshole. His dad was a fucking asshole. I come from a long line of fucking assholes on my dad's side. So of course I'm a fucking asshole. Why wouldn't I be? But you know what? Oh, I love this. I got homeless stories for days, Jack. When I was homeless, Greyhound, they didn't have their shit together. And I was going to the West Coast. No, I was going from the West Coast back to Arkansas, and we all got to Phoenix. I don't know what the fuck happened, but I guess some people before us had gotten stranded there, or some buses. I don't know what happened. When our bus showed up, all these people just got on the bus, and the bus left. Believe me, I'm OCD enough. I don't ever miss, like, if you tell me, okay, be here at such and such time to get on your bus, I'm 100% compliant with that. There's no version of me just not getting on a bus. So me and like 15 people end up stranded there with no bus. I finally find the manager. Oh, by the way, when I went to talk to the lady at the counter, she just kept telling, more or less said it was my fault, and basically said, we're not going to do anything for you. And I said, listen, I'm not leaving this counter until y'all resolve this. The bitch clocked out and went on her break. She just left. And meanwhile, I stayed calm during all this. I wasn't ranting and raving, but I took charge of the situation. I said, okay, well, I'm not living. What am I just going to live in fucking Phoenix now? I got to get out of here. And I didn't have any money. God, it was probably all I could do to scrape up the money for the fucking Greyhound. I finally go and find the guy in charge. And he's just more or less telling me he can't do it. He just basically said it wasn't his responsibility. I said, listen, man. I said, why am I doing your job? I said, I'm doing your job, partner. I said, why am I doing your job? I don't work for Greyhound. I said, listen, man, here's what's going to happen. I said, you see them people over there that are all pissed off and got no recourse and don't know what to fucking do? Here's what I'm going to do is I'm going to go organize them, and we're going to physically prevent any bus from coming in and out of this motherfucker. I said, we're going to physically barricade your terminal. And guess what happened? They put our ass on a bus and shipped us off to El Paso. You goddamn right they did. Yeah, sometimes the only tool for a job is a fucking asshole. If I wasn't a fucking asshole, I wouldn't be able to talk to that guy that way. I just told him, I said, man, listen. I said, it's got to be your responsibility, because as far as I can tell, you're the highest ranking person on this property at the time. So yes, not only is it your job, why am I doing your job, partner? And I said, listen, I said, you see them people over there? And we was fighting amongst ourselves. Even after I resolved the situation, this black lady just about tried to fist fight me, because I guess I said the wrong thing to her. That's how worked up people get about this stuff. By the way, pre-pandemic. But I pointed at him. I said, you see them people over there? I said, you're either going to put us on a bus, or I'm going to go talk to them, and we're going to physically barricade your terminal, and a bus will not come in and a bus will not go out. Period. And I said, I got the people. I said, we can do it. And believe me, it just hasn't occurred to them that that's an option. Okay. We will do this. They called somebody who wasn't even working. They called a driver in, just found a bus, sent us to El Paso. But we'd have been there 2 days. I think I was there 12 hours, even just resolving that. You see what I'm saying? This is what I'm talking about. So yeah, I am a fucking jerk, but sometimes that's the only thing that's going to get a particular situation resolved, is somebody's going to have to be an asshole. Well, I'm your Huckleberry, Jack. I'm good at it and I like it. So let's get it on. So like with this pandemic, part of me likes it that I get to rant and rave at the fucking fuel pumps. Part of me likes it that I get to go in there and lecture the lady behind the counter. Now, people can say, oh, you shouldn't do that. How do you know I shouldn't do that? I got people talking to me about, well, people are just going along with all this weird shit and nobody's saying anything about it. I am. Now, I don't want credit for that, but don't tell me I shouldn't. Oh, did that lady deserve for me to talk to her that way? Kinda, because she's creating a spiritual dystopia. So, yes, she kind of does deserve it in a way. Now, I'm not trying to put her down. I'm trying to express, and I told her, and I know she's probably a mom. This lady's working these truck stops. Most of them probably got kids. I said, and listen, I said, you think y'all are gonna cover up these kids' faces? You think you're a Christian and there's a judgment. I said, listen, and I'm in Texas. Most of these people think they're Christians. I said, the Bible says anybody mistreats a little one. I think kind of refers to like a spiritual purity almost in a way, because the Bible talks about those poor in spirit and all this. I don't think it strictly means children, but I said the Bible said anybody fucks with them gonna get a rock tied around their neck and tossed in the sea. And no, they said no, that's not. Sorry, I misspoke. They said if we put a rock around their neck and throw them in the sea, that's better than what I'm finna do to them. God talking. That's God talking. Now, I'm not saying believe the Bible. I'm not saying I'm not a Christian. I'm not saying anything other than I'm taking the rules of these motherfuckers' game and pointing out that they're probably not allowed to cover up a child's face. It's probably against the motherfucking rules, most likely. Now, I understand that the Bible didn't, the specific instance of covering up your kid's face and teaching them to put chemicals on their skin to kill some tiny part of what they are. It's got to be. How is that not against the rule? It seems to me like the Bible's pretty clear. Let's find it. And I guess it's always been like this. I think more or less this pandemic is really just it's showing us what we are. I think. Now I understand that I've been preaching on people are in denial and they're delusional, but that's how free will works. They have every right to create a false reality and then inhabit the false reality. Just like I have every right to tell them, hey, you're delusional. They're about to put a needle in your arm. It's going to change your DNA. So what are you going to be after? By the way, it's 2 shots. And then they're already talking about boosters. So that's probably 4 right there. Just COVID. And I said, oh, that's just COVID-19. And furthermore, we already know this is not just, pandemic over and now there's no more pandemics. I said, no, this is the way of the world now. That's what I told the big boss. And then he's suggesting that, people like me and you, it's not going to kill us. And then, we can just go live in the woods or whatever. I don't want to go live in the woods other than just camping out next to the Walmart. I don't want to be in the fucking backwoods. It doesn't appeal to me. I ain't I'm not into the wild. I don't want to go to Alaska. And see, I haven't even been to Vermont. Am I ever going to make it to Vermont? See, in my mind, I've been to all 48. No, I never made it to Vermont. Well, probably never going to go because COVID. Probably never going to go. I just assumed truck driving at some point would just send me to Vermont, right? Or I could just ask, like, hey, I've been to 47 out of 48. Can y'all please send me to Vermont? And they would. Never got around to it. So yeah, I'm probably never going to go. But I was never one of these people, I got to go to all 50. I mean, no offense, Hawaii and Alaska, but I don't give a flying fuck about Hawaii and Alaska. I just don't care. Fuck them. I'm a CONUS motherfucker. Yeah, that's how I roll, Jack. Anyway, I'm sorry. Look, it's almost hair of the dog time. I barely got this turmeric in me. Oh, I'm getting messages from my company. Happy Thanksgiving. See, at this point, I can't even wish her a happy Thanksgiving. Genuine about it. I want to just type, well, it's a fucking nightmare dystopia, but yeah, okay. Happy Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving in the nightmare dystopia. This is pirate radio for the zombie apocalypse. And these motherfuckers are zombies. They probably just want to make sure I'm still alive. Did I tell you what I did? I pulled over. There was a traffic backup coming into Houston. So I was about 20 miles shy of the truck stop. And I just happened to luckily be able to take the exit. And there just happened to be a place to park. I just pulled over on the fucking side of the road and just got fucking hammered and watched the live stream. Side of the road next to a damn car dealership. heckling the salesman out the window. What is this, man? Basically, everything that happens from now on is just going to piss me the fuck off. I believe in the transcendent potential of the human. I'm very optimistic. I'm pessimistic when you lump those motherfuckers together. There's basically no hope for humanity spiritually. And I'm not talking about religion. I'm only referring to the fact that we are all collectively creating a spiritual dystopia. It's what we're doing. So if you say, that's the main thing that's happening here is the humans collectively are using their God-given, if God's a thing, their God-given free will and creative ability to create a nightmare dystopia at a spiritual level, and they're living in it. See, we're garbage. I mean, that's what we're trash because we act this way. And I reached a point where I just realized I'm a bad person just because of the meditation. And, dude, when you're at the grocery store and the lady sitting there cross-legged serene, That meditation ain't that. Meditation, it's brutal. I made myself meditate at least once a day. I probably average closer to 3 times a day for 90 days. I just made myself do it because I can make myself do shit. And it's brutal, especially if you're a bad person, because you can't meditate that much and be a bad person and not realize you're a fucking bad person. I'm not calling you a bad person. Sorry. I'm Southerners, for some reason, they can't tell a story without talking to you as if you're the one doing it. I don't know why. That's how we are. Will I ever break myself of that habit? But these motherfuckers, man, at a certain point, it was just like, oh, I'm based only on what I've done. I'm an actual bad person, but I believed I was a good person. Oh, well, of course I'm a good person. Now I know there's bad people in the world, but I just took it for granted that, oh, well, I'm a good person. No, you're not, buddy. No, I wasn't. Sorry. I mean, you guys might be the salt of the earth for all I know. I mean, somehow you put up with me here and there, but solely based on what society is, we collectively, now again, don't misunderstand me, big believer in the transcendent potential of the individual, which, by the way, what were we talking about on the last episode with Mussolini and the state? He's saying, no, he's more or less saying, okay, well, it used to be about individualism, but that shit's out the window now. He said, it's collectivism now, Jack. The transcendent, that's overcoming, that is the process whereby the person overcomes the present limitation. If we consider the fact that we've consented to having our whether we know it or not, we've consented to having, collectively, we've consented to having our creative force and free will subverted, such that we are all in some small way, even if we think we're good people, and even if, well, I'm not out here hurting anybody. Well, yeah, you are actually, because you're creating a nightmare dystopia that we all live in. So yeah. Now here's the problem: is we're all doing it. Where they say, if you live in a glass house, don't cast stones. And then the Bible talks about, if I take the large piece of wood out of my eye, then maybe I'll be able to see clearly enough to remind you to get the speck out of your eye. So basically, what it's saying is, don't worry about them other motherfuckers. Fix me. I got to fix me, because I can't fix y'all. And even if I try really fucking hard, it's going to be pretty fucking difficult to fix me. So, but yeah, that's what I'm saying is I believe in the transcendent potential of the human individually, but collectively, there's no fucking hope. So yeah, we are bad. We are bad. See, I've been saying this. See, I didn't even know what I meant. I've been saying on this podcast, just making fun of the fact that, oh, well, the system tells us we're racist and we're bad, No, we are bad. We're trash. We're garbage. That's what we are. We have the ability, but collectively, I don't mean you're trash. I'm saying us. When you put us all together, we're trash. Take out the trash. Now, I ain't gonna do nothing to nobody, because then I'll end up in the prison with a piece of cloth on my face. Now, I might look, I'm not violent, but I might enjoy being able to go mano gladiator style, and just more or less have no choice but to, whoop some motherfucker's ass in a prison. And I'm still, physically able to do it. I'm young enough. I'm not too old that I can't whoop a motherfucker's ass. In self-defense, or strategically, because I'm in a fucking prison. But yeah, I'm not going to the prison where now I have to wear a mask, or the prison guards will come in there and kick the shit out of me. So yeah, I'm not going to a prison where I'm going to be physically forced to wear a fucking mask. So believe me when I say these things where it sounds like, oh, Benton's saying I'm not doing nothing to nobody, except when the government man comes to take me to the gulag. That's it. If you're not coming to take me to a gulag, I got nothing for you, pod. I'm really not trying to meet up with nobody. Nothing against anybody. I'm a hermit. I'm really not trying to hang out. I do like to socialize sometimes, but I'm not meeting up with nobody. I'm not making no plans. I'm not, I'm not doing anything. Now, at some point, I might end up in some fucking cabin somewhere, try and survive, having the weapons to defend the actual land, possibly. So maybe if there's some group of people that just more or less need a security guard who will just wake up at any time of day or night, just immediately be alert and be able to physically do what needs to be done. It's called, I was homeless for 10 years. And that was my day-to-day existence, was that I would just wake up and be fully alert at various times because I had to, for my safety. So y'all never lived in this. So this is what I'm saying is I've already lived in the zombie apocalypse to some extent. Y'all have no fucking idea what this thing's going to be like. And that's why most of y'all are going to take this vax. That's my prediction. Now, I hope you don't take it, because God forbid, if the good Lord doesn't bless me enough to let me get out of here soon, what if I'm still here in 10 years? I want some people with, the same level of DNA I have to be able to interact with. Yeah, I'm selfish that way. Again, I know this motherfucker, see. I don't really give a flying fuck about y'all, except that it's better for me to have concern for my fellow man. See, it's self-centered. It's selfish. So we have an idea that, oh, selfishness is always bad. No, it's not. It exists on a spectrum like everything else. It can be in balance, and it can manifest in a harmful way, and it can manifest in a beneficial way. Right. And I guess the best way would be to be balanced. That's what Taoist philosophy implies. That, you want to be in that middle spot. But it's not just bad 100% of the time when I'm selfish. So yeah, I don't have a lot of regard for you guys, but what did I say about, I don't love God as much as I hate Satan? The Bible says hate what's evil. Oh, I got no problem doing that. Part where I treat y'all with love and respect and I'm kind and caring. I don't really have a lot of that, to be honest with you. But however, I will do it as much as I'm able, and I'm not going to hurt nobody once I realize I'm hurting people. You know, if I'm more or less, I'm not going to do things that I know are hurt, but that's out of me. I can't see when I talked about earlier that I realized I was a bad person. Well, at the same time, I realized, okay, if I want to become a good person, I just need to establish some over time. All I have to do is stop doing bad shit and then do good shit. If I'm doing good things, I'm not doing it for you. I'm doing it for me. And that's not bad to be selfish in that way. But it's not that I love y'all. I hate the evil. But apparently we are the evil. As far as I can tell, we are the ones who are bad. We are the ones making all this spiritual dystopia. And then we're living in it. And we're creating new human beings created in the image and likeness of the Most High God. We're creating new beings who are coming here into a state of spiritual perfection. And we're doing all of this to them. We're garbage. We're bad. We're horrible. Yeah. Do we deserve to be treated this way? I think we do. Those kids don't. Those kids don't deserve it. And where are the men saying what I'm saying? I don't even have kids. Okay. So you got Cody on the Discord, and he seems like a great person. I'm sure he's a great dad. I'm glad those kids have a mom and a dad. Now, I am glad about that. Why? Because I can put myself, because I had a good dad and a good mom, and I can put myself in the shoes of other people by realizing, oh, that would have really sucked if I didn't have the parents I had. Even with all that was done to me through the cult, I benefited as a result of having them two people raise me, see? So this is what I mean. You can't put this on the women. Why aren't the men speaking out about what's happening to these kids? Forget about the fact that, oh, you don't want to kill Granny, right? But then at the same time, there was a Newsweek article back in 2009, cover story, The Case for Killing Granny. And it was all about, is it time to think about rationing healthcare? And then they also said, no politician dares utter the R word, they called it, the R phrase, rationing of healthcare. Well, they're starting to because of this pandemic. There was a county judge in El Paso, Texas. He actually said ration healthcare. Presumably, he's an elected official. Now, he's a little different because he's a judge. What are we even talking about, right? They're saying wear a mask because you don't want to kill Granny at the same time that it's now going to be openly discussed. Well, should we spend, they're saying, like 9 out of every 10 healthcare dollars goes towards people who are just in the end stages of life. I'm killing Granny by wearing a mask. But then Newsweek has an article, The Case for Killing Granny. See, it can't be both things. It has to be one or the other. This is the level of psychological horseshit is off the fucking charts at this point. Collectively, we are a fucking psychopath. If you look at what we're doing, all of our behavior, I'm not talking about how we feel. I'm not talking about our feelings. None of this is feelings, by the way. Now, I'm having a feeling, because I'm annoyed and irritated and frustrated and pissed off. Sure. But what I'm saying is that if you just characterize how we're behaving, all of us together are a psychopath. That's fucked, man. We're fucked. And I believe I figured it out. I think that's what this is for us to, we've come here, our spirits come here because we are, for whatever reason, we're the spirit of creating a nightmare dystopia and living in it, which is fine. Guess what? Under free will, you got every right under free will to create a spiritual dystopia and live in it as an adult. You do not have the right to do that to a child, period. And if you think, it doesn't matter if the Bible's real, it doesn't matter if there's a judgment like the Bible says, that don't matter. We cannot escape the consequences of our actions. And you think you're going to do this to kids and escape it? Oh, no. And look, I'm just, everywhere I go, I'm just going to tell people, look, if you think, and I guess, again, I'm doing it on some level too, right? Am I? I mean, I don't know. I don't have kids of my own. See, I don't even know, is it my fault? But here's the thing, men, and they like to say, oh, all it takes for evil to triumph is for good men to do nothing. Absolutely not. If you don't do something, and I'm not talking about overthrowing the system. I'm saying if you face off with evil and you don't fight the evil in the way that you're able to fight the evil, you're evil by extension, period. And I'm done, man. I'm done placating this thing. I'm done humoring people's denial. I'm done humoring their delusion. And if the cops want to come and say, sir, this is disorderly conduct, we're taking you to the jail, I'm going to fight them. And they're going to kill me, hopefully. They might just tase me. I am a white guy. I mean, we do fucking behave very erratically. And then the cops, hell, if that even happened, that Dylan Roof, they fucking, why didn't they shoot that guy? See, that's probably it's probably all fictional, right? I mean, we know that, but, based on what our society seems to understand, a white fella can behave erratically and not necessarily get killed by the police, right? Just please, I hope they shoot, but I'm not going to a second location, period. Unless they're going to have to overcome me. I'm not going to be taken to a second location. Now, I used to believe in law and order, by the way. I was the type to just be like, yeah, man, I'll just turn myself in and go through the courts. Well, I don't know. I guess theoretically I've got enough money to bail myself out. So yeah, I don't think I'd have to actually fight the cops at this point. But I'm not going to be locked up in a jail, forced to wear a mask. Nope, not going to happen. Now, it still might happen because remember, I don't control that. I'm saying I'm not going to behave in such a way. So that's why I'm not meeting up with nobody. That's why I'm not calling for anything. I'm not calling for an uprising. I'm not doing anything that could possibly be construed as against the law. Now, I will shoot my mouth off, but you got to prove it in court ultimately. I mean, that's what that's going to come down to. And if the government decides to declare me an enemy combatant or a terrorist, I don't control that. That's them. If they do that, I don't in any way believe. To me, it's nonsense that, I need to watch what I say. Why are we watching what we say? What are we scared of? So, but I'm not preaching. I'm just saying this is what I'm doing. I'm everywhere I go. I'm making it known exactly what this thing is. And I'm telling people, I'm pointing at them and I'm saying, you are in denial. And I see, I couldn't, it's 9 months of not being able to do that. Well, now I can. You know why? Because the vax is coming and we've got a date. They said December 10th, they're going to meet and decide. And what do you think? They're just going to look at the data and be like, okay, well, actually, we're going to, it's Operation Warp Speed, but we're going to take our time under Operation Warp Speed. And then if you see, and it's all mind control, man. I read the article. At the top of the article, it says, that this process, it usually takes months, but it could happen in weeks. And then by the time you get to the middle of the article, they're more or less saying the FDA expects to roll this thing out 3 weeks after they decide on December 10th. So at first they want to say, oh, well, maybe this thing's actually not going to happen in 3 weeks. And then you get to the middle of the article and they're saying, oh, yeah, well, most likely in 3 weeks, they're shipping this bitch to the sites in all 50 states. Here come the needle. So nobody is going to be out here telling me, oh, no, that's not true. Because when they do, and they have that look on their face of denial and that look where they're not going to psychologically face it, I get to point at them and I say, you're delusional if you think that this place you work at is going to let you keep working here without a vaccine. I said, they've already announced Qantas. Nobody's going to get on their plane and fly from one country to another country without being able to prove they're vaccinated. So I said, listen, I just point at them. I say, you are in denial. Now, some of them want it. Some of them I bring it up and they just immediately say they want it. But then I talk to, I think that story's going to get cut out. So I don't want to tell that. But here come Raider Express. They're the slowest trucks on the road. They got them governed at like fucking 59 or some shit. It's appalling. I've just gotten to where now, as soon as I see the logo on the back of their trailer, I know to just go ahead and fucking pull out the pass. I don't know how they do that. This truck goes 69. Man, I like my job. I enjoy driving the truck. I look forward to it. I like to drive the truck. It's fun. These motherfuckers are fun to drive. Not sucks backing them up until you get halfway decent at it. That's a nightmare. But yeah, so this thing that I love to do, for the most part, I no longer get, and I love going from state to state, or I used to. It used to be one of my favorite things. Oh, I'm in this state, now I'm going to that other. I love America, the country. I love this place. It's gone. It's never coming back ever. Can I please just leave this level of the nightmare dystopia, pretty please, with sugar on top? And can I go out like a man without being locked up in some fucking gulag, treated to God knows what inhuman conditions? I think that's a good place to stop. Bye.
I'm in a spiritual prison, but on this day I've arisen to the vision of an internal God and Satan collision. The fight to win me took place within me, and whoever I submitted to would ultimately choose where they would send me. I stood motionless, approaching this comatoseness with openness. Could only hope and wish for sanity when I awoke from this. I'm coping with the possibility of making the wrong choice. No reason to rejoice. I heard Satan speaking my own voice. Love me, don't you? Think of everything I meant to you since day one. Remember all the happiness I sent to you. The days that I provided ways for cash to pay the rent for you. The things you meant to do that he prevented you, I lent to you. He tempted you when you let worldly elements affect you. The things that I prevented you were done so to protect you. I expect you to make mistakes, but Carl, I won't neglect you. Follow me and I'll eject secular ways and resurrect you. You know I'll follow you, God. Your power, I done seen it. Yeah, I hear your mouth profess, but I don't think you really mean it.
You've been claiming religion, but you seem to do what I say. If he got more to offer, why you always leaning my way?
That's a good question. See, God, it's like you there, but still I'm one deep. Sometimes the abstract's harder to take to than the concrete. So talking faith is one thing. I want to feel you like a sunbeam.
But a key part of faith, son, is believing in the unseen.
What do you mean?
Let me explain it, K-Reno. Do you believe you have a brain?
Yeah.
Have you ever seen it?
No. Oh,
Now do you understand?
yeah, it just hit me. Just because I can't see you, that don't mean that you ain't with me.
Let me jump between this nonsense. Y'all analyze too much. What feels better, things you visualize, are things that you can touch. You already know the business. If you step into my zone, I'll award you all the lustful things that he'll never condone.
This reminds me of a Dolomite movie. If I make a deal with you, then in the end, you gon' do me. I'm caught between two forces trying to actively pursue me. Confused on who's truly loaded with the tools to rule me.
I already rule you, won't you just admit it?
Never.
Think of all the things I gave you, all the fun we had together.
Yeah, we did have some good times.
So let's end this discussion.
Wait a minute, K. Think of all the pain and repercussions, all the problems that you caused people. And when trouble got too hard, who saved your life and fixed the situation? It was you, Lord.
That's right, son. So come with me. I'll show you real wealth. You bowing down to an entity that's lower than yourself.
Yeah, that makes sense. I'll follow you.
You made the right choice. You won't regret this.
Hold up, God. What's the matter with your voice?
Oh, I'm just a little horse, son, from all of this debating.
God, horse. Wait a minute. I've been tricked, man. This is Satan. You deceived me. It brought me here to make me follow wrong.
Yeah, the voice you thought was God was really my voice all along.
Well, if that's the case, I didn't know, so God will still bless me. That means that God was speaking in your voice to try to test me. I guess at least I'm hoping that's the way it gotta be.
Not necessarily. Actually, K, both voices were me.
Oh man, I done accidentally condemned my own soul. Gave it up to evil, knowing that ain't even how I roll. Yeah, I sinned, but I love God, and that's who I submit to.
I know, son, and that's why I came down here to get you.
Hold up now. Who is this? See, now I'm getting confused.
I'm the real God. This was a test, son. You made it through.
How I know this ain't another trick and what you say is true.
Once you claim me, Satan lost all power over you. But he was never here in this case. I made it this hard.
So you was God posing as Satan, doing an imitation of God, acting like Satan? That's too deep, but I'm glad it's all over.
It's never over, because the real devil is always on your shoulder. So remember, every single trial that I put you through, if you was in the valley of decision, what would you do?
We all gon' die, telling soldier stories. When I buck off the gun, watch them all duck and run. PE number one, my Desert Eagle weighs a ton. We all gon' die, telling soldier stories. When I buck off the gun, watch them all duck and run. PE number one, my Desert Eagle weighs a ton.
I got fly bitches twice as hot as Ice the Fox. That'll get you sliced and pop for that icy box. Y'all fucking idiots can learn a lot about business. Y'all buying Benzes, I'm putting down payments on buildings. The king of the kidnappers and big ransoms. It's Ill Bill, homie, that break atoms and spit anthems. We mansons, grab automatics and throw tantrums. Show you how the fuck we pop off and bag it. He was an alky with lots of coke. A perfect stranger like Balky bought Takamos. He saw the clock, he froze. He fell to his knees, begged for his life. Said he was holding another 10 keys with his wife. Told me her address, threw him in the trunk of the car. Got 10 more bricks plus $20,000. Robbed him with the bread, put the cocaine in the jar. Shot him in the head, took the gang, and I'm gone.
We all gon' die, telling soldier stories. When I buck off the gun, watch them all duck and run. PE number one, my Desert Eagle weighs a ton. We all gon' die, telling soldier stories. When I buck off off the gun, watch them all duck and run.
Yeah.
PE number one, my Desert Eagle weighs a ton.
Replace the O in the soldier with a mask for the psycho click. My name embedded in the game like a microchip. You hear the name and you know that the mic get ripped. Psycho Realm LCN, and we don't like your shit. I keep my spit raw. With street slang, I script all. Unauthorized biographies of sick dog. My block filled with the war stories. So we document the crazy lifestyles of the scarred homies. These psycho Mexicans and salaries rolling clicks only. Ain't got an arsenal to go against your sick army. The casualties of war, from faculties that fall. The folklore turns real in the street assault. Soldiers dying in the killing fields. This is a rap song. That street gang banging shit is really real. Don't get it confused. The city kills. I burn 9 many drills. The enemy of warfare is getting ill.
We all gon' die, telling soldier stories. When I buck off the gun, watch them all duck and run. PE number one, my Desert Eagle weighs a ton. We all gon' die, telling soldier stories. When I buck off the gun, watch them all duck and run. PE number one, my Desert Eagle weighs a
I
ton.
reach my speech bitterly through every bit of release. Chase the demons out my mind to get rid of the beast. Walk across roads, the lost souls consider deceased. And watch a puppet master dangle the string, litter the streets. A young man pulls his jeans crease, fitted his piece by his belt buckle. Grabbing his balls, gritting his teeth, violent and numb. Waiting just to settle his beef, his fate becomes a weight inside a heart. So heavy with grief, inside a cemetery, children of the 70s sleep. Products of the 80s fight for hell and heaven each week. Dormant dreams in the doorways to never be reached. Now it's absolutely evident whenever we speak. For me to pick up all the pieces sick of salt from a sicker soul. Watch a girl sliding down a stripper pole, sniffing blow. The drug game's a sport, this isn't no pickup ball. I got a 5-year mandel right next to my dick and ball.
We all gon' die, telling soldier stories. When I buck off the gun, watch them all duck and run. PE number one, my Desert Eagle weighs a ton. We all gon' die, telling soldier stories. When I buck off the gun, watch them all duck and run. PE number one, my Desert Eagle weighs a ton.
What's happening, partner? Benton here, and this is Pirate Radio for the zombie apocalypse. Shout out to Chalk Body Outline YouTube channel, which I'm presuming is how most of y'all got here, and thank you for joining me. I will need to take my time with this one, if that's all right with y'all. In addition, I will be consuming some various liquids during this broadcast, so my apologies for the extraneous noises. And I think I'm going to call this one Benton Has Spiraled. And I always get a kick out of that, Drew's, his thumbnail for shout out to Drew World Order. Oh, by the way, shout out to Drew World Order for the shout out in his most recent video, his most recent live stream. Click it or ticket, mask it or casket. I just can't stop laughing when I see that title, man. In addition, hey, joke's on us. And my website, www.nightmaredystopia.com. You can't tell me that we're not living a nightmare dystopia. I ain't trying to hear that. And click it or ticket, mask it or casket. I mean, what's wrong with me that I find humor in this? Maybe it's okay. I don't know. And let me not ramble. And I saw a few comments here that I wanted to respond to. And I didn't even get to watch the whole live stream yet because I got intoxicated and passed out. Imagine that. Oh, and I completely forgot beer before liquor, never sicker. Liquor before beer, you're in the clear. So I started on beer and had some tequila. And I didn't get sick to my stomach, but blurred vision, man. As far as I can tell, I'm sober now. The blurred vision. And this alcohol, man, I can already hear it in my speech. And then when Drew played, he just said, let's just jump into the middle of this thing and, see what this fool's on about. I heard myself. I said, that guy's drunk as fuck. Like, what is this? Listen to that drunk motherfucker. But I'm glad he played it, man. And I think that's a pretty good episode. I believe that was episode 11. Now, also, if you listen, pardon me, if you listen to that one, look how I'm just talking about myself, trying to make a, trying to make a audio. Here I am talking about myself. See, I've spiraled. I have spiraled. Like I said, Drew had that thumbnail, chalk body is spiraling. No, I have spiraled. What do you do after you spiral? Do you just continue to spiral, or it's like, what now? Hmm. I'm rambling, but this is really what I've degenerated to in such a short period of time. I just can't. I'm not going to be able to stand up to this level of alcoholism. Some people can do it. I don't know how they do it. Oh, well, speaking about some people that can do it, um, I'll come back to the comments. So one of the first things I looked at as far as how to judge society's response, in the real world, to gauge how people are dealing with COVID, is I immediately, when I saw these lockdowns, I said, okay, what about SEC football? Because culturally, that's the biggest thing there is in the deep South. There's nothing bigger, and I think, it's my assertion that that's the reason why the region dominates the entire sport. Is it's just Southerners. It's like the most important thing, other than maybe, I guess they'll tell you that, their family and, God, their family, church, and all this, and then SEC football. But, it's so Alabama played Auburn, what they call the Iron Bowl. And I didn't know this until just found this out, but their famous coach, Nick Saban, the Crimson Tide's favorite coach, or sorry, famous coach. See, it was fucking wet brain, man. Fucking wet brain. I've spiraled. Now I'm saying the wrong words. Well, and just before, let me come back to this Iron Bowl, and I apologize for the ADHD, which I don't have, but I'm doing a pretty damn good imitation at this point. And I always make these plans, it seems like, and then I never actually do them. And I'm at the yard, by the way. We're not on no loads. The big boss gave us the soft suspension. Truck driving, though, is just hilarious. They called me yesterday. I was at the laundromat, sitting in my car drinking a beer. I mean, hey, it is what it is. And yeah, I don't drive this motherfucker under the influence, but that personal vehicle, that's a completely different matter. So take it as it is. That's who you listening to, partner. Yeah, they called me, wanted to try to get me to start taking loads. I said, man, you know me. I told him, I said, me, I'm ready to work, which I obviously couldn't have at that point because I'd cracked a beer. But I told him, I'm ready to work, but the big boss more or less told me, on account of my recent behavior, that I need to take a little time to think about it and then call him next week. So I said, that's what I'm going to do. But I said, me, I'm ready to rock, but they're still trying to get me to work. So what I'm thinking about doing now is driving up to Oklahoma and just spending like 3 nights in a motel. And then I got to find out, can you get, apparently it's $60 for a medical marijuana card and a recommendation in Oklahoma. And will they give me one with an out-of-state ID, which they probably will. So I'm probably just going to go up to Oklahoma for like 3 or 4 days, and just dry out on the alcohol by going into a cannabis coma. And I like to eat that oil, Jack, at RSO, Rick Simpson oil, the full extract of the flower. It's alcohol extraction. Excuse me. I just eat like half a gram of that and just go into a fucking coma. That's how I roll. Now, do I have to actually quit my job is the question, because I'm actually under this federally mandated drug testing because of my job. So do I have to quit my job in order to not be subject to these randos? So I guess I'm going to have to do some research here later. I think I do. But then I took 3 months between jobs when I quit my first truck driving job. And I just assumed that meant I wasn't subject to randos, but maybe I still was, because I have a CDL. I'm not sure how that works. And how do they contact me? What if I change my phone number or whatever? But 11 minutes, just rambling. So back to this Iron Bowl. Well, Wednesday apparently, and let me calm down. Wednesday apparently, their famous coach tested positive for COVID-19 and wasn't able to actually attend the game. And then I got on this by talking about alcoholism. So let me tie it into the alcoholism. It says offensive coordinator Steve Sarkisian will act in the head coach role against the Tigers for the remainder of Saban's time in quarantine. And in quarantine, Coach Saban. This morning, we received notification that Coach Saban tested positive for COVID-19. He has very mild symptoms, so this test will not be categorized as a potential false positive. He will follow all appropriate guidelines and isolate at home. What in the actual fuck? So, okay, Benton, you mentioned alcohol in the Iron Bowl. What are you talking about? This Steve Sarkisian, apparently he was the head coach for the Iron Bowl. That's the biggest drunk there is. I found this article. Again, I have a memory. You know, the general public, like Alex Jones likes to say, they don't have a memory. So this is back from 2015. Fired USC coach Steve Sarkisian spent big on alcohol while at Washington, documents show. And then it outlines all these bar tabs he rang up. 91 shots of tequila during 2 visits to a restaurant, racking up a $1,000 bill. Said $1,600 tab over 2 days at a hotel's poolside bar in 2013. But yeah, this boozing is, I'm not even drunk right now. This boozing is, hell, if I drank, my speech would probably improve. That's how bad the alcoholism is at this point. And then there was something about he addressed supporters at a football pep rally with slurred speech and inappropriate language. Oh man. But then you know he gets fired, but then 5 years later he's coaching Alabama, the biggest team there is, in the damn Iron Bowl, which is one of the biggest games of the season every year. So that's where we're at in society. I just find it hilarious. But to me, I said, okay, I want to see what I said, you know, as soon as this COVID broke out in the lockdowns. I said, well, look, there's going to be a SEC football season. I mean, maybe it's going to get delayed, maybe. And what ended up happening is they just didn't play any non-conference games. They're only playing like a reduced, I think they're playing like 10 conference games. And there's going to be an SEC football title game. There will be an SEC championship unless, well, who knows? Maybe there'll be enough of an outbreak that it'll get canceled. I'm pretty sure there's going to be an SEC, championship game this year. I said, okay, this is going to be a big marker of how is the general public taking to this COVID, because, you know, and I always say this, you know, you're not going to get the people to revolt. And I'm going to tie that into the comments, one of the comments from this recent click it or ticket, mask it or casket. I said, you know, you're not going to get these people to rise up in mass. It's just not going to happen. But if you want to talk about, if anything will make Southerners rise up, it'll be, you know, fucking with their SEC football. That was my assertion initially. And then I'm thinking, you know, are they really going to, it's 100,000 people, you know, goes and sees the Iron Bowl every year. And look, they get 100,000 for their spring games in Tuscaloosa. You could probably 200,000 people would probably come for that game if the stadium would accommodate it. You have it at the Indy 500, man. You could probably get 400,000 motherfuckers out there, like for real. But yeah, here's another thing. Historically, you know, since I'm the nerdy newspaper, news article reader, historically, you can always find there's an official announced attendance for every sporting event. Did 20 minutes of web searches. There's no attendance. It won't even tell you how many people are there. So earlier on in the season, you know, I was going to these box scores for these college football games, and I was seeing what was the attendance because I wanted to see, well, how many people did they let come to the game? They're not even announcing it anymore. And I even went to the Tuscaloosa News, you know, their local newspaper, and read their article about it. And generally, you know, historically, I grew up in Arkansas, so I'd read about the Razorback football games. It always said somewhere in the article how many fans were there. Always. It doesn't even say. It looks like maybe around 25,000. I can't really tell. Looks probably about around 25% capacity. And then this Sarkisian, they had all these pictures, 167 pictures, you know, from the game. The Steve Sarkisian on the sidelines, there was not one picture of him with his mask pulled up. He always had it around his chin. Around his neck the whole time. He never had it pulled up over his face, which look great. And a lot of the fans, from what you could tell, which really the fans were blurred out, in most of the pictures. You couldn't really see them, and there was a video I watched, and most of the fans, it was like, 50-50, I guess. Like some of them had no mask, and then a lot of them had a mask, but then amongst those, a lot of them had it pulled down at various times, from what I could tell. And then like the players on the sidelines, no mask, presumably because they're wearing a helmet, and I think it's got some kind of face shield built into the helmet. I'm not sure, and then on the sidelines, they'd have their helmet off, no mask, which again, that's great. No mask, wonderful. So ultimately, what I'm taking out of this SEC, what I'm extrapolating from this SEC football season, the South is more or less rolled over and taking it at this point. Now, again, I'm pretty sure there would have been some problems, if they had actually attempted to cancel the SEC football season. But last week, Texas A&M was supposed to play somebody. I think Ole Miss, which that's not a huge game historically, and that ended up getting what do they call that? Postponed it on account of COVID. There was a COVID outbreak, but then Texas A&M played yesterday. So it's like, what does a week do? You know what I mean? It's like, so a week ago, y'all couldn't play the game. And then but see, I think they played, who'd they play this week? It was a big game. So they postponed the game that really wasn't a big game. And then 7 days later played the big game against, I don't know, they beat somebody. Might have been LSU, but it was an actual big game. So something's going on. And I question the timing, and we know it's all psyops upon psyops upon psyops. But, I question the timing of, Saban, pretty much the most famous coach, right now, other than that Bill Belichick, in the NFL. He gets COVID the week of the biggest game, and they make a big deal about how he has to he's got to watch it from home. And they said something about the rules. He wasn't allowed to interact with the team. He had to stop interacting with the team like 90 minutes before kickoff. So I'm not even sure, how does that work? And I found this picture I wanted to talk about, and this is audio only, so obviously I'll have to describe it. But let's see. And this is a nightmare dystopia. This is Big Brother, man. They got a picture of pregame. They got a picture of, it says, well, I'll just read the caption. November 28th, 2020, Tuscaloosa, Alabama. A pre-recorded message from Alabama head coach Nick Saban is shown on the big screen at Bryant-Denny Stadium before the Iron Bowl. So you got the whole state of Alabama, and more or less, I'm assuming this thing it had to have been televised. You got the whole, an entire region of the country is watching this thing. If you just did the TV ratings just based on the Deep South, this thing's off the charts, man. This is, other than the SEC championship game, this is more or less the fucking Super Bowl in the Deep South. And so they got the big telescreen So the picture is of the telescreen in the stadium, and then you've got the, whatever little bit of fans they've let in the stadium underneath it. It's hard to tell, but a lot of them do have masks on, from what I can see. And then it's Nick Saban from his what he calls his recruiting room, where he's got all his Alabama memorabilia, so he's standing in front of all this Alabama memorabilia and pictures and whatnot, with him holding up the trophy. And then he's he's delivering a some sort of pre-recorded message. See, this is the communist takeover, y'all. This is Big Brother. This is 1984. I've never seen the 1984 movie. I like the book. To me, this looks like something that this picture could be from the fucking movie, or this could be like on the back cover of the book for 1984. And maybe I'll just link this thing on my website so you guys can see it. And to me, it's a big symbol. This is symbolic in my view. This is a big symbol of what's going on with us. But so he's at home with the COVID and having a pre-recorded message. Basically, they're brainwashing an entire region of the country, people that are from the South, with this propaganda. But the people from the South, they just don't know it's propaganda. Just, oh yeah, well, there's a COVID, and these fat, lazy, unhealthy Southerners are dropping fucking dead. Well, look, man, fat, lazy, unhealthy Southerners, they was already dropping dead. It's everything they can do to not drop dead. Once they squeeze behind the wheel of their automobile and manage to drive down to the McDonald's, it's amazing they don't just die, fucking have a coronary in line for the Big Macs and the what do they sell there? The all that sugary sundaes and all that. I watch these people, and Drew, shout out to Drew World Order. He mentioned that might have been on a members only, but he referred to somebody in the truth community. I don't even know who he was talking about, but saying, well, yeah, that person seems like they're out of touch because they're so introverted. Drew was speculating that they're not really out here mixing with the people. I'm out here mixing with the people, brother. I'm talking to the people. I'm specifically talking to the people about the vax, man. And some of them want it. Some of them get excited when I mention the vax. They're like, hell yeah, bring it on, brother. And I just say, man, I believe in freedom. If you want it, go for it. But I ain't taking that motherfucker. But I've lived in a zombie apocalypse, at least on some level, called living out of a backpack, traveling all around the country for 10 years. Most of y'all, 9 months from now, if y'all think there's any version of not having a vax, but then just continuing life as you've continued it up to this point, even with the draconian lockdown measures and even with the wearing a mask and the social distancing, now that's already built in. Well, that ship's fucking sailed. But if you think there's any version of you living your normal life, now some of you, depending on how you're living, but I'm talking about generally, I'm making, by the way, one of my notes, I am making blanket statements. And I heard somebody refer to that on one of the live stream, voice cringes. And they said something about, well, I don't want to make blanket statements. Why not? That's that lefty rules for radicals stuff right there. It's like, if they can convince you not to use blanket statements, and then they're just all day, every day making blanket statements, see, that's a strategic advantage. The comments for that video mentioned, here's a link to like the 10 pillars of communism, and here's some, presumably smart feller describing how America has adopted all 10. Well, this is part of it, is that they've got y'all brainwashed into thinking you can't make blanket statements. Meanwhile, these lefties, it's nothing but blanket statements all day, every day, Jack. So that's a strategic advantage. That's one of the ways. And then we can talk about, the right wingers, strutting around with their chest puffed out, LARPing, with their body armor and their fucking the ARs, and how they got guns and ammo. We can talk about that till we're blue in the face. The lefties are kicking the shit out of them with respect to the propaganda, the mind control, the control of the system. And if y'all think Republicans are conservative, you're out of your fucking mind. There's almost no conservative elective officials. It's just all varying degrees of lefties with, maybe some we could say, okay, that's a moderate. And then whoever the president is, more or less ends up being the same. So you got W. Bush, and then Obama, Donald Trump. Meet the old boss, same as the new boss. Oh, but they'll let you, the mind control will let you think, oh, well, Barron's probably autistic. So Trump, he trusts the plan. He knows what's going on behind the scenes. So, he's anti-vax because of Barron. But then Trump, the government's about to put a needle in our arm under Trump. See how diabolical this is? And then I talk to these people. I'm in MAGA country here in Dallas, being a truck driver. Now, there's plenty of lefties. This is a large city. Believe me, this is a lefty city. I mean, there's really, as far as I can tell, there's no large cities in this country that aren't blue country. I'm on the property of a trucking company. Everybody here, for the most part. Now, one of the security guards, I was talking to him about it a little bit, and one day I was like, "Hey, man, how you doing?" He said, "Just biding my time." See, some of these guys can't fucking wait to get Trump out of there. I think it's hilarious, man. And I don't get into the political discussions with people. I might be a drunk monk, but I'm enough of a monk. And somebody on the comments mentioned, that they're not Zen enough. They said they're not Zen enough because that old man spitting infuriated them. And I just said, man, you're supposed to be upset by certain things. We are humans. Even the Dalai Lama claims that he experiences anger on occasion, right? And believe it or not, I shouldn't say crazy, as keyed up as I get, when I'm not heavy drinking and there's not a pandemic and they're not about to try to vax me, I'm actually fairly calm, cool, and collected, just generally. Whether or not you believe that, it's up to you. But I've spiraled, and I do not live in a fucking I will not live in delusion and denial. I know what's going on here. But this alcoholism cannot continue, or I'm not going to be able to do this podcast. I can barely, I'm still doing okay, I think, with the level of the content. Oh, but in that episode 11, I tried to mention this earlier. If you hear that, there's some strange edits. I was drunk. I edited the fucking audio drunk because I like to cut out a lot of the uhs and ums if I have time. Fucking drunk. So when you hear but I've heard that thing probably 6 or 7 times. I think it's pretty good. I think it kind of works, the drunk edits, me personally. That's just my opinion. So yeah, I think probably the best plan for me would be to go up to Oklahoma and dry out, but I either have to risk, a drug test refusal, if I get randoed, which that's a wrap on the truck driving. Now, if I just binge for like 3 days, it's actually out of the body pretty quick. Cannabis is, if you just stop. And I don't have a lot of body fat, although look, my pants are getting tight. So I can't continue this way. I'm staying in my 30s, Jack. We're not going up to 32s. And I got nice pants, man. I've been buying nice pants. No. And I've said it before, and I mean it. As far as I can tell, Chalk Body Outline is the best quality content in this so-called truther community. Now, see, I don't mean, but I'm not talking about the person. I'm not into people and personalities. I'm talking about just the actual content as presented. Are there people who are more knowledgeable in certain areas? Are there people who, maybe have more of a cult of personality following? Of course there is. One of the reasons I like Chalk Body Outline, it's not a cult of personality. I'm not going to be able to, I can't cope with no cult of personality. See, I can't fucking do it. And that James True, I guess, I'd like to watch him. Now I've heard some people accuse him of being on the cult of personality stuff, which I don't know. I haven't listened to his content. He's got the whistling dentures. If that's the same guy I'm thinking of, I can't listen to no fucking whistling dentures, man. Can't do it. It's triggers my autism. But I'd like to. I mean, maybe I'll give him another shot. I've heard he's good. I've heard a lot of good things. I got a lot of notes here. But I think, and this might change, but I believe my long-term plan now is going to be, I'm just going to move back to where I'm from, man. And where I'm from sucks, dude. It's horrible. It's, if you've heard of this term, NIMBY, not in my backyard, dude, my hometown and the area, just the county and the general region where I grew up, every NIMBY you can think of is in my backyard. I lived 5 miles growing up, 5 miles as the crow flies, from a U.S. government installation called the Arsenal, where they store and dispose of chemical weapons from all these wars, like nerve gas and fucking Agent Orange or what. I mean, it's napalm. Who the fuck knows? And they were storing it there, and then at some point, I think it was after I moved away, they started just burning it. So yeah, chemical weapons are being released into the air where I'm from, literally. Of course, the government says, well, it's completely safe. Well, yeah, sure, that's what but the government loves us, and of course, they only when they burn chemical weapons, they only disperse them into the atmosphere in a way that respects our health. And then, so of course, I should just roll my sleeve up and take this vax because the U.S. government loves me. Mussolini's state loves me. Okay. The corporations love me. They want to swaddle me in their loving arms like I'm a little baby. That's what they wake up every morning, and that's their foremost desire is that Benton the trucker. How's his health? How's he doing? Well, I'm engaged in fairly serious alcoholism as a result of 9 months of coping mentally with knowing that life as I've known it is about to end. And well, in fact, I may very well die in a shootout with the police in the near future. Oh, I'm going to cover that too. There was a comment on there about taking action. Drew saying that until citizens take action, they're going to see their liberties continue to be taken away. Man, we don't have liberties. What we've got is we live in a prison camp. And look, I'm making blanket statements. I'm shooting my mouth off. This is my opinions. Okay. Do I need to reiterate that? Yeah, I will speak my facts. I will speak my opinions as facts and make blanket statements. But please, certainly y'all have enough of a brain to realize this is my opinion. Nothing more, nothing less. And look, we know what opinions are worth, Jack. So that's ultimately everything I'm saying. Nothing I'm saying is going to amount to a hill of beans. It's what do you do with the information? What do you do with what you take in? This has got nothing to do with me. It's got nothing to do with the government. It's got nothing to do with Drew. It's got nothing to do with anybody except you, partner. So look, there's no liberties. It's like, okay, somebody in the prison, and then let's say they're in solitary confinement for a period of time, and then over time they gradually move into, well, now they're back in their normal cell with a cellmate, and then with some, like, they get to go out to the yard an hour a day, and then eventually maybe they're in more of like a county jail kind of setup where it's pods, and then so then they have more or less constant access. They probably get locked in their cells at night, but most of the day they're actually allowed to sit around playing cards and shit. So when they fuck up and they get sent to the solitary confinement, did they lose their liberty? The prisoners in the state pen, did they lose their liberty, or are they prisoners that don't experience liberty, who are just they're allowed to roll back into a less restrictive lockdown? And remember, you can't lock down nobody who's not a prisoner. And I don't think you can debate this. This is my opinion. The fact that Americans have accepted being locked down, I think that proves that, yes, we are prisoners, literal prisoners, de facto prisoners. And number two, we know on some level that we're prisoners, because you can't lock me down and I know I'm not a prisoner. You can't, it's impossible. So therefore, and some people want to stay at home. Some people that's what they want to do, is stay at their house, watch their Netflix, have their shit delivered. They want to do that. And I remember I've always worked my whole life, except for that 10-year period where I was traveling around the country, living out of a backpack, also known as being a homeless person, living in some version of this nightmare dystopia that zombie apocalypse, that some of y'all are going to have the balls to actually refuse the vax. And at some point you're going to be living in some version of the zombie apocalypse, period. Now, if you think that's not finna happen, you are delusional. Now, maybe you have some access to resources where you're still going to be able to stay in your home and have your shit delivered. And so you're not going to be out here amongst the people. See, I'm not living that way. I refuse. I'm not going to live that way. That's me. Everybody gets to make their own choice. I'm not living that way. I already could have a what they call a single room occupancy. I was homeless long enough with no income. You know, if I had wanted to work the system, by now I could be in what they call a single room occupancy. I could absolutely be on what they call SSI. So I could be living in a free house, a free one room apartment. I know people who do this personally. I know some of these people. So I could be living in, now they would take a portion of my income, but it wouldn't be much, and then get a check and then get a little bit of food stamps, like, but not much. They don't give you the full shot when you're on SSI, but you still like going to get somewhere around probably $50 to $70 a month in food stamps from what I've seen. Like I could be doing that by now. I don't want to do that. To me, that's death. Like that is death living like that. And then just whatever they feel, whatever the government decides to dole out to me, they own me at that point from my perspective. So yeah, some people are going to refuse the vax for some period of time, but they'll always have the option. That's what's so great about this, or so horrible. They will always have the option of going from the solitary confinement to now we're going to let you live in the county jail style pod where we still lock you in at night, but then during the day you actually get to sit around and play cards with the other prisoners. But you got to take this vax if you want to go to that pod. You got to take this vax. See, so yeah, some of y'all will, some minority. Now my prediction is most of y'all gonna take it. And look, I'm not gonna look down on you for taking it. I've eaten out of the dumpsters. I already know what that is. See, I can't put that on y'all. But if you think that there's any version of okay, or you can just live in solitary confinement, well, we're a little bit better than the state pen because they don't get to watch Netflix in the state pen when they're in the solitary, right? As far as I know, anyway. So yeah, you're going to be in solitary confinement, but a little bit better than in better conditions. But tell me this is not a prison camp. We live in a motherfucking prison camp. And when people say, they're not building that wall to keep anything out, they're building that wall to keep you in, there's some truth to that. And by the way, Qantas already announced it. No international flights without the vax. Now, I guess hypothetically, you could drive into Canada or Mexico. Now, how much longer are you going to be able to cross them borders without a vax? So, I mean, it's very quickly. It's all coming clear that we were born into a prison, and this is a spiritual dystopia and a nightmare dystopia. I didn't make it that way. Now I'm out here telling people this. They just get mad at me. I said, listen, man, anger's fine. That's probably an appropriate response. Why are you mad at me? I didn't. Well, now I am making it, as discussed previously, on some minute level. So I don't know. Maybe they should be mad at me. Maybe I should just apologize to everybody for making a nightmare dystopia, spiritual. Excuse me. Maybe I should just apologize to the general public for making a spiritual dystopia. My bad. I'm going to knock it the fuck off. Sorry about that. But yeah, I'm thinking about moving back to my hometown as much as I don't want to. And that's how bad things have gotten under this pandemic. I'm from a part of the country where, while I'm sure some people are going for the mask, dude, these big fucking grit ball rednecks, you're not going to get them to cover their fucking, if they don't want to cover their face, they're not covering their fucking face, and can't nobody make them. I mean, some of these dudes are just they're scary as shit, dude. That's where I come from. Born on the bayou on the edge of the Mississippi River Delta. My home county in Arkansas, borders a Delta county. And that's like the poorest region in the country. And also I read this book. I found this book in the library one time, and it was talking about like the history of the Delta and how, like, for fun, people would just go like in the Delta towns, like on the Arkansas side, they said they would just in the town square, there would just be like this brawl going on. And that was more or less what people did for fun. So, I mean, dude, some of these people are just scary as fuck, dude. And whether or not that's true, I don't know, but somebody wrote it in a book talking about just having a fucking fist fight, like WWE Royal Rumble, and just in the town square. Just that was what they did for fun. And my grandma dug a well for her family when she was 11 years old and had not yet owned a pair of shoes. Like, dude, this is all recent shit, man. What we're living in, this is all pretty much just happened as far as I can tell. This is a very recent phenomenon. There's probably people living that way, just living in the dirt, even here in the US. I'm getting too worked up. I apologize. So every time I go visit my people down there in Southeast Arkansas, I see all these log trucks everywhere, and I guess I always knew there was log trucks, but in the past it was just more of an annoyance, trying to drive on there's a lot of 2-lane highways out there in Arkansas. It's mostly just small towns, so 2-lane highway, and depending on the size of the city, it might be a 4-lane, but coming out of town, it's mostly 2-lane. So yeah, it was an annoyance always, like fucking log trucks get stuck behind some log truck. Well, now I'm thinking, well, shit, I got a CDL, man. I could actually come down here. I bet they probably work 5 days, and after taxes, $700 to $800 probably. And in that, it's a very affordable. The housing is very affordable, at least in that region. I could probably rent me some kind of trailer for fucking $500 a month, all in, probably. I mean, that's including utilities. Most likely. Now I don't really want to live in a fucking trailer, but hell, I'm living in a truck, so how bad could it be? Just watch out for them tornadoes, Jack. Oh, and do you hear about this Vanderbilt Commodores lady kicker? They let some broad kick off. By the way, Black Friday, there are all kind of emails, people trying to sell me shit. America's a business. Yeah, they let some broad kick off to start the second half. Well, they got boat race. They lost 41-0, and they're 0-8 on the season. Vanderbilt Commodores, and they let some chick kick off for the second half. So let me see if I can find that article real quick, because I got a kick out of how they described. And I guess that's probably the first time a woman has done anything, officially played in a certainly an SEC game, but like a major college football game. Although they probably had some chick out west somewhere at some point actually play, let her go in there and kick an extra point or something. Missouri, yeah, Missouri's 4-3, and they smashed Vanderbilt 41-0. And I used to like the sports ball, but now unfortunately I guess it's all fake through the gematria apparently. So fuck, I don't know, man. Oh my, this coach, dude, he says, I take full responsibility for where we were today. Vanderbilt coach Derek Mason said, I thought we prepared the right way, just in terms of energy and momentum and just being able to be sustainable. We just didn't have it. We didn't have it today. You sent a chick out there to kick, brother. What do you think's going to happen? I mean, I'm not blaming the loss on her, but it's like, how can you take full responsibility for how shitty your team is, and then you're letting ladies kick? Now, look, when Alabama starts trotting some broad out there and lets her kick, I'll guarantee you that's going to be a bad bitch. If that ever happens, they ain't going to have no fucking Rudy Poo out there. So it says here, I guess, what's her name? Fuller? Sarah Fuller made history, but her barrier-breaking kickoff was the only highlight for Vanderbilt as Missouri dominated the Commodores 41-0 on Saturday. Making history, Sarah Fuller, a senior goalkeeper on the Vanderbilt soccer team, joined the football team this week after helping the Commodores win the Southeast Conference tournament last weekend. COVID-19 protocols and restrictions left Mason with a limited number of specialists available against Missouri. Well, who kicked off to start the game then? Oh, maybe they didn't. Oh, they never scored. This is the only time they kicked off. Oh, shit. Maybe the team just said, fuck it, let's not even let this chick kick, and just took a fucking goose egg. How many points have they scored now that's funny. How many points have they scored this year? Oh, this is awesome. Maybe they just refused to score in protest, because I don't know. Is Missouri historically is not some defensive juggernaut? Well, see, they scored 12 points on A&M. They scored a touchdown against LSU, who I just got to guess has a much better defense than they scored 7 on. I bet this is the only time they've been shut out. Oh, and this game's been postponed. How about that? Yeah, they've scored. It's the only time they failed to score all season. They just said, fuck it. We're not going to win anyway, but we don't want to have to see this chick go out there and kick. Although, man, these kids, they are at a university, And they, these guys all had to be smart to get into Vanderbilt. So fuck it. They're probably all for it, actually. Maybe the other team was like, we're not going to let these motherfuckers score. What was that?
Momentous day.
Oh, we playing
in college
God,
football history.
I didn't ask you to
Sarah
start
Fuller
playing
becomes
video.
the
See,
first
why
woman
does the internet do
to
this?
play in a
This should
Power
be
5
illegal.
football game. What a week.
What tab is this? See, this is just out of nowhere playing a video. Unbelievable. Well, believable. See, that should be against the law. Yeah, I think must have been the pregame speech, and Missouri's like, look, I know we don't have the best defense in the world, but every time these motherfuckers score a touchdown, they're going to let that chick go out there and try to kick an extra point, and then they're going to get to kick off to us, and then the chick's going to be kicking. So don't let these motherfuckers in the end zone. Yeah. Okay, back to the article, if it'll quit playing videos at me. Mason reached out to soccer coach Darren Do they not have a men's soccer team, by the way? Mason reached out to soccer coach Darren Ambrose for some help, and Fuller agreed to give the sport a try. Well, under that Title 19 or whatever, fuck, they might not have a men's soccer team. Fuller said afterwards she was more nervous for her last soccer game than her first football game. She wasn't shy around her new teammates, even speaking up at halftime and telling them to be more enthusiastic. This is a fucking nightmare, dude. Go team, go. That's a cheerleader. They let a cheerleader come into halftime and try to rally the troops. What is this, man? This is a fucking nightmare. Now, look, I'm all for the broads. You can't we all know this. You're wasting your time and energy. You try to hold a woman back, Jack. I mean, I love women. I think women are awesome. Some of the most awesome women of all time are in my family. I don't believe in bashing women, but this is hilarious, man. What is this? Mason said the coach has asked Fuller to squib the kick. Oh, bullshit. Oh, that's bullshit. Mason said the coach has asked if they need a squibbed kickoff. You got all kind of. Can the punter not go out there and squib a kick? How many times did they punt, by the way? The punter could have done all this. This is just fucking lies, man. Oh my God. Sorry, I'm getting worked up. This is fucking shenanigans. Mason said the coaches asked Fuller to squib the kickoff because she was used to delivering low kicks on the soccer field. After the play, she went straight to the sideline where she high-fived some of her. Oh, it's going to try to play the video again, where she high-fived some of her new teammates and swapped some elbow bumps. Oh, that's right. You're not supposed to be high-fiving, Jack. COVID. Fuller's parents watched and cheered from the stands along with her boyfriend and best friend. I bet you that's a cuck situation. Oh, well, no. She is a soccer player, so I'm not getting into the sexual dynamics of that. That's not my wheelhouse. No woman had appeared in an SEC football game or for any Power 5 team. Other women have played college football at other levels. Liz Heaston became the first woman to score with 2 extra points for Willamette. Shout out to Oregon. I can actually properly pronounce Willamette in NAIA on October 18th of 97. Katie Haneda was the first woman to score at the Football Bowl subdivision level with 2 extra points for New Mexico. I told you out west, man, both of these. On August 30th, 2003, April Goss was the second with an extra point for Kent State in 2015. Where's Kent State's in Indiana, I think. Tanya Butler was the first woman to kick a field goal in an NCAA game. Well, if you'd stop trying to play this video, I could read this article. First woman to kick a field goal in an NCAA game for Division II West Alabama. And somewhere it described the kick as like, it just described like just how shitty the kick was when she kicked off. Oh, here it is. Yeah. Fuller became the first woman to participate in a Power 5 conference football game. When she kicked off to start the second half, Fuller delivered a low kick that bounced to the 35-yard line where Missouri pounced on it. She never got the chance to attempt a PAT or field goal as the Tigers rarely allowed the Commodores to cross midfield. But they've scored in every other game. And Missouri, just generally, I haven't really even followed this season, but just historically not known for their defense. Although they do win a lot of games. Generally with a high-powered offense from what I know. So let's see what's Missouri done this year. Not a defensive effort on the schedule. They held Kentucky to 10 points. Yeah, not a defensive fucking battle. And now they had a defensive battle with who is this? I got to quit talking sports. It doesn't even matter. I got a kick out of that, seeing that. But yeah, let's get on some of these chalk body outline comments. Mask it or casket, baby. That's hilarious, man. I love that title, dude. And like I say, man, this quality wise, this is the best content there is. And that's my opinion, but I believe that. But I'm not saying this is the best, I'm not talking about the people and the personality. I'm talking about the actual the content itself. When I press play, and then the comment section's on fucking fire, dude. This is fantastic comment section. The commenters, I get a lot out of these comments. This one Stumphead said he is. Well, I guess I better describe this if anybody hasn't seen it. This somebody was on a mountain somewhere, and some old man freaked out because these people are up there without a mask. And like Drew said, it could just be agitprop, but this old man eventually started trying to spit on the people and said he had COVID and all this. And Stumphead said he is just spitting on the wrong person. Where I come from, he would have been thrown off the mountain. It said, out on a hike in the middle of nowhere, the Matrix sends opposing NPCs to ruin your day and feed off your energy. Now, I want to point out something about these NPCs, y'all. I got to speak on this. And I fully believe in the NPC concept, but it's not a non-player character. The N and the P stands for no personality. These people don't have a distinct or discrete personality, period. They don't have one. You'll never change my mind on that. And then what else did I want to talk about? There was several comments I thought were interesting. Okay, this one guy, Imaginary Point, said this is the same as taking off shoes at airports. We have to go through the security theater. It is here to stay, and so will the face diapers. And then Drew says, unfortunately, you are right unless the Second Amendment people stop LARPing and take action. And then somebody's Quantum of Unconsciousness says, are you not a Second Amendment person? Have you killed anyone yet? Like, who are these demons, man? What? See, that's rules for radicals. That's ridicule. That's rules for radicals. And back to these lefties got y'all thinking you're doing something wrong when you make blanket statements. And then the same motherfucker who's convinced you not to make blanket statements is on here coming at Drew with the, are you not a Second Amendment person? Have you killed anyone yet? Just trying to make him look ridiculous. And that's, y'all got to get up. Sorry, I'm past the Owen. If you find the time and you want to, you could read the book Rules for Radicals by Saul Alinsky and learn a lot about just exactly what these fuckers are trying to do to us and are doing to us. And it's working, by the way. Now, I ain't killed nobody. I don't want to kill nobody. And that's what I love about this podcast. I get to talk about all these things that we're probably not going to, and I'm not even calling for it. I don't want y'all on YouTube talking about these things. Please don't talk about them. But see, that's the whole reason I started this podcast, or the main reason is I do get to speak on it. Now, here's the thing, Quantum of Unconsciousness. I ain't never killed nobody. I'm a law-abiding citizen. Before all this, I believed in law and order. But yeah, I carry a gun, sir, legally. I legally carry a gun. Well, that's another thing about Arkansas. Apparently, it's actually constitutional carry. So, I guess theoretically, when I'm carrying my pistol in Texas, it's not legal because I don't have a permit. However, I mean, the fucking Second Amendment says I can carry a gun. So, I mean, what is this? But if they think I'm out here in a damn major city without a piece on me, you're out of your fucking mind. So let me tell you something, Quantum of Unconsciousness. I got no beef with you out in the real world when we're both LARPing. I'm trying to be humorous, but I got no beef with you, sir or madam, or non-binary. If you want to be genderless or whatever you want to be, I fully support it. Now, I'm not necessarily going to go by your bullshit pronouns, but I'll treat you with some modicum of respect. I got no beef with you, and you're not in any danger from me. However, if you think, Quantum of Unconsciousness, that you're going to do anything to me physically, I will kill your ass in self-defense, partner. quick, fast, in a hurry, and I'll go eat a sandwich. Well, I'll have to call first I'll have to render aid so I don't go to prison. Then I'll have to call the authorities who will come and seize my firearm and probably arrest me, although not necessarily. But at some point when I'm through the rigmarole dealing with the authorities, I'm going to go eat a sandwich, and then I'm going to get a good night's sleep after I put a bullet in your chest, partner. That's who I am. But it's not until you fuck with me, and not until you think you're going to come physically interact with me. Because what if that old man had COVID? And what if he's spitting on her? What if he's trying to spit on them people? And what if, so under this notion that, well, maybe COVID could kill me, and apparently they've arrested this old man for assault. So let me ask you this. Could I just have pulled my fucking piece and killed him legally? I don't know. Now, I probably wouldn't have. I'm just saying, quantum of unconsciousness. You can say whatever you want on the internet, keyboard warrior. It's fine. I got no problem with it. But out here in the real world, yeah, I will kill your ass, but only if you threaten my life. Well, hypothetically, if quantum of unconsciousness goes into a rage and starts trying to spit on me and says I have COVID, I guess I could probably legally kill his ass. Right? Stand your ground. Now, I don't know if Arkansas has a stand your ground law, and see, by the way, they're prosecuting them homeowners in Missouri. I just started laughing because I was thinking of some of the memes, but them lawyers. And see, I wonder if that's a psyop. Because how are they lawyers and don't know you can't legally point a gun at somebody? That's illegal. That is against the law. What's not against the law is to have your gun pointed in a safe direction in your front yard. That's completely not against the law. So, yeah, they did break the law because they pointed their weapons at the people. Now, what I said is, man, if they would have just came out of their house and just started shooting people, I think they'd probably be in less legal trouble than just waving the guns around. Because if Missouri has a stand your ground law, and if they are lawyers and can actually, argue in court that they were actually in fear of their life, and what if they just started blasting people from their windows? But but assuming this thing's actually what we've been told it is, they think, oh, we're going to go out here and point guns at people, and they're going to do what we say. Now, I want to tell you this, and I know we got a lot of people new to firearms, and here's part of how our brainwashing works, by the way. Because of TV and movies, we all believe when you point a gun at somebody, you now have control of them, and they just immediately start doing what you say. No, they do not. Now, they might, depending on the situation. No, they do not. Do not I recommend, as quickly as you can, divorce yourself from this notion that if I pull out a gun and point it at somebody, that number one, they shit their pants. Number two, they're going to just immediately start doing as I tell them. No, they will not. Now, some of the time they will, but it's not 100%. Okay. Nobody's ever going to see my gun pointed at them until right before I pull the trigger. There's no version of now. As I'm bringing it up to take aim and shoot them, if they then stand down, I will then put it back down. But there's no version of me raising my firearm and pointing it at somebody and not assuming everything stays as it is. I will be pulling the trigger, period. There's nothing else will ever happen. Believe that. So it's not coming out unless it's go time. And I'm not going to be out here LARPing with some rifle. Fucking idiots. I mean, what the fuck? It's probably not the weapon for a like a crowd of people. Wave around a weapon. And that what's his name up there in Wisconsin? If he didn't have a sling, I think they'd have got that rifle away from him. I really do. I think they'd have got it away from him. But of course, that again probably a fucking psyop, agitprop, the whole thing. Who knows? But some of this shit's got to be real. How can it just all be fake? It's like everything's fake. Well, maybe. I don't know. Maybe I'm just hallucinating reality as it goes, and I'm just the only one here, and y'all don't exist except as I hallucinate you into or dream you into existence. Like that's possible too. Thankfully, I'm not intelligent enough to consider all of these possibilities. So I'm just going to go with more or less, that's a lot of psychological operations. And, there's a lot of agitprop and things are being manipulated and all this, but that I'm just going with the I'm just going to act as if y'all are real, I'm real, and you know, some shit is happening. It's actually happening. That's what I'm going with. Have you killed anyone yet? And see, that's the type of person who puts an ad on the internet and trying to find somebody to come kill them and eat them. I'm not kidding, man. Have y'all read them articles where every once in a while somebody like goes out puts out a Craigslist ad, say, "Hey, I'm trying to find somebody who will kill me and eat me." That's who that is making that. That's the type of person that's making this comment. Is somebody who will also at some point probably put out an ad on the internet trying to find somebody who will come. Just imagine what a person like that does in their if this is what he does in the light of day, like I say, everything I do in the light of day is righteous. Imagine what this guy does in the dark, or lady, or Caesar, whatever it is, whatever that thing is. Quantum of unconsciousness. This is hilarious. It's probably a sock, I guess. I'm not smart enough. I just take everything at fucking face value. I'm not smart enough to factor in the possibility of a sock. I didn't even know it was called that. Oh, there's Benton, fiending for that Croco, son. What up? Yeah, I need my Croco, man. I like Croco. Man, he says some bizarre shit, man. I like it. And then he's just like doing research and like just like calling venues about Owen Benjamin and catching him in lies. I mean, you know, if Croco's to be believed, I believe it. I don't think he would just make that shit up. Maybe he would. I don't know. But here's the well, got some work to do, obviously, because that vid with that old lady, with that old spitting guy made me fume. I would have kicked his fucking head in. Guess my Zen meter has to go up. Thanks, mate. And I just said we're human, man. We're supposed to be upset by certain things. It's like, you know, if you got if you got testicles making testosterone, man, certain shit's gonna fucking work you up. That's just how it works, man. Otherwise, otherwise, why even have testosterone if you're not gonna something's got to bother you at some point. Oh, so somebody said they're talking about is it fake? And Chalk says I agree it's fake, but I know somebody in real life this exact scenario happened to. I believe it, man. It's all on the fucking table at this point. Okay, and then here's this Preeti, who I'm assuming that's her picture. If that's her, I guess she's going to be on the live stream, so I'm looking forward to that. I love hearing from the ladies, man. I'm a big fan of what the ladies have to say, and they give all kind of perspectives that we don't even think about generally. Talking about the fellers. She said, people who are against masks do feel guilty for wearing a mask at work. They have no choice, and we should sympathize with them because it is forced onto them. They do it to feed their family, and God knows that they are doing their duty as a provider. See, I agree because, you know, until I finally just said, fuck it, and masked up. Well, I got to talk about that too because I finally did wear a mask. But here's the thing is, man, if I don't want to cover my face, I'm not covering my face, and can't nobody make me, period. That's it. That's where I'm at on that. So I apologize for getting angry, but it's just where I'm at, man. I have spiraled, but so I had to wash my clothes yesterday. You know, I guess I could just buy new clothes, but even then, you really need to wash them before you wear them. Or I do. I got the sensitive skin, but you know, I'm prone to rashes. But you know, now whether or not they would have asked me to leave if I didn't wear a mask, I don't know. But I got my damn clothes in the washer. I can't have my fucking clothes in the washer and then they're trying to kick me out of there. So I just went ahead and put it on when I went in, and then I just either wore it or didn't wear it, you know, pull the bandana up. Oh, and I'm never wearing one of these medical masks. They can kiss my ass. That's never going to happen. The bandana's bad enough. No, I will never and will never wear one of the medical masks. I ain't doing the diaper. And by the way, I'm coming from the traveler, what they call travelers, you know, you see these guys and gals with these gigantic backpacks, and you know, usually they have a certain style of dress, you know, and well, part of hobo, not hobo, but it's not technically a hobo because most of them won't. You couldn't get them to work. So technically, a hobo travels around and works. So what I was doing, you know, I'm part of that culture because I lived, as much as they didn't necessarily like me, you know, I was just de facto accepted because I'm, you know, doing what they're doing, traveling all around, and you know, living outdoors for the most part. Well, part of the uniform is what they call a skank, which is a bandana around the neck. So I always had a skank because it's a useful item, but I only ever wore my skank when I needed it, which was only ever in the desert for the most part. Generally, that was so I would just like have it in my backpack or whatever. But yeah, I always had a bandana. So I already had bandanas. Although I think they were in my fucking storage building. No, I probably didn't even have a bandana because I remember having to go and buy one when this first started happening. And then they were wanting to wash the fucking counter down. I went to Target and they were washing the fucking belt after every customer, and it was taking all fucking day. And I got pissed off and just went over to the service desk and was like, "Hey," and I just opened I tore off the UPC code and I said, here's so you can ring it up. And then I just threw $5 on the counter and I said, that's a legal transaction. And I just fucking left. They tried to say, "No, sir, we got to do this. We got to do that." I said, "No, I said, there's the UPC code. You can ring this up. There's enough money to cover it. That's a legal transaction. I'm out of here. I'm not doing this, which, is that petty? Sure. I'm petty. Of course it's petty. And did those people deserve that? Well, I don't know. Again, yes, because me, you, them, and everybody's creating a nightmare dystopia through this subversion of our creative force. Oh, I want to talk about that subversion because I was talking to my mom about this yesterday. Shout out to Mom. And I was intoxicated, so although not heavily, but she's starting to call me out on apparently I repeat myself. My dad's real bad about repeating himself. Apparently when I'm drinking I repeat myself, but normally I don't. Fucking already forgot what I wanted to talk about. Oh yeah, the definition of the word subvert. I think that's important because I keep referring to this thing, but subversion. So let me go. Subvert. Subvert is a verb. It means to overturn from the foundation, to overthrow, to ruin utterly, to pervert as the mind, and to turn it from the truth, to corrupt, to confound. So if you ask me, man, that's a perfect description of what Satan is doing to us, or what we're letting Satan do it to us, because it can't be done without us going along with it, period. And this guy says it's a battle every day. It slips lower and lower. No one really says anything. Well, I do, but I mean, that's not going to do nothing other than just, I like to be a fucking jerk sometimes and go the fuck off. I went the fuck off at the Quick Trip, man. They still serve me, by the way, no mask. And I just went the fuck off. And some idiot actually tried to argue with me. But here's what's funny is when I was talking about the masks, just going off about how, I'm created in the image and likeness. And, I don't think I have the authority to cover my face. Or, well, I should be more specific. I have covered my face in some situations, and I will continue to do so most likely. Like I ordered a new gun, man. There's no version of going in my gun dealer without you. They won't even let you have your nose out. I think they look at it as like, look, we're government licensed to do this thing, and they're adhering to all the guidelines. For a while, they had a lady at the front door making sure that you did the hand sanitizer. Now they've kind of backed off on that a little bit, but no. So I will have to cover my face to go in there, period. So here's what I'm saying. It's not the part where I cover my face, because again, I did that when I was a traveler sometimes. Oh, because sometimes I would get annoyed at how many people were covering their eyes with sunglasses. And I got a theory on that too, by the way, or a hypothesis, but why that's been going on. I think it's a reaction to people knowing they're being recorded all the time. I think that's what especially indoors. So I got to where I would just fucking cover my lower face. When I would get so annoyed at everybody covering the top half of their head, I'd cover the bottom half and see how they liked it. Well, they didn't like it at all. I can assure you, especially when I'm giving them some kind of impassioned speech and they can't see my fucking face. It unnerves people, man. So I already knew what this was. See, I already knew how this operates with the masks, man. I've already known this. Let me calm down. My bad. It's almost tequila time though. We're going to do it right today. We're going liquor before beer because I got 3 Sunday beers in the cooler over there. How much longer can I sit around this fucking trucking terminal getting drunk as fuck without them realizing it and just kicking me the fuck out of here? This can't go on. So I got to get the fuck out of here, but I'll probably just stay. I mean, it's Sunday, right? Yeah, I'm going to be here all day today. And then what's 1:42 in the morning? And then I guess I'll sleep in the truck. But hell, I guess I got to clean this motherfucker out, man. See, I want to keep living in the truck. But am I going to go up to Oklahoma binge on cannabis long enough to, get through this alcohol withdrawals and just dry out. And then I'll have to just not drink, by the way. There's no version of me just thinking I can moderate at this point. It's impossible. But fortunately, I do have enough willpower and self-discipline that I'll be able to just not drink, as I've done in the past. Hell, I might, if not for the, now this is a real thing that's hurting people, by the way. I'd probably go to some meetings. I've been to some meetings before. I've never done the 12 steps, but I've attended numerous fucking AA meetings out in California. I'm not even going to try to go to no damn AA meeting based on this pandemic. It's out of the fucking window. And I'm not going to try to do no virtual bullshit. It's a nightmare, man. I don't even know. Like I say, I've spiraled. So where's the coffee? Oh, and by the way, so when I, regained consciousness at like 9:30 p.m., I was like, well, if I don't go to bed, I'm going to need some coffee. And oh yeah, couldn't do my shopping yesterday because when I went to the Kroger, where I went last week and with no mask, nobody gave a fuck. And there's a damn Dallas, off-duty Dallas cop working the door, and some black guy. He just looks at me, and hey man, how's it going? And he's like, got a mask? I just pulled my wallet out, man. I'm a fucking dick, and I flashed my cash. I said, I got a pocket full of money, Jack. I said, and if Kroger don't want it, I guarantee you somebody wants it. And then I left, and then I tried to go to some Mexican, to the Mexican supermarket, and they had the guy at the front door with the masks and the damn hand sanitizer. And I just gave him a little speech, but I knew that wasn't going to, then I just gave up and went and did my laundry and just never ended up. So I don't even have my supplies, man. I buy these jugs of coffee, Starbucks. I hate corporations, but I love Walmart and Starbucks and Amazon. How does that work? Show me a human, I'll show you a hypocrite. But yeah, I woke up and didn't even have my coffee. And fortunately, I'd bought a care package for the election when I thought, there might be some civil unrest if Trump was actually declared the winner that night. And I had originally planned to be out on the road. So I bought me a tub, a tote, filled it up full of, food. And I just happened to have some instant coffee in there. Boy, it's a long way around to tell not a very interesting story. My apologies. But yeah, so I'm drinking instant coffee, I guess, is the moral of the story, which is actually not too bad. Actually, shout out to, what is this? Walmart, great value brand, Arabica Colombian instant coffee. Not bad. I mean, all things considered, I mean, it's still instant coffee and it's not preferable, but it's not bad. Not good, but not bad. Well, see, I got to call you out, Preeti. I'm just going to say pretty because it's too hard for me to try to say Preeti. And I don't like how I sound when I say that. Preeti. Pretty. She said to somebody, exactly, I feel like it is our duty to, I guess, say something is what she means. But I also think we should not cast our pearls among swine, but it is very difficult to know who might just listen in a few cases. Some people suddenly have a change of mind. True, we need a strategy to deal with these things well. I am not good at dealing with random attacks for stupid things. Well, I don't want to call her out too hard, but I do want to remind that there's no we. Anytime you want to say we, and I'm sure I do it, so call me out on it. There's no we. You got to make a we. And when I say we, I'm talking about a group of people who can be organized and who can be, have information disseminated to them, such as Antifa. See, they have a we. Antifa has a we. Okay. Now, I guess these Proud Boys have a we. When I say we, I'm saying the so-called truth community. We don't have a we. Okay. We are not organized. We ain't going and doing nothing. And they talk about on the Discords, I've seen a few comments that says, there's a lot of omegas on there, which I don't really believe in this alpha, beta, omega thing, but I understand that the concept exists. So, I will use it when I need to, but isn't an omega just an alpha hermit? I mean, for the most part. I mean, isn't that like an introverted alpha? Isn't that what that means? I mean, as far as I can tell, if you look at what people think omega means, it's an introverted alpha. They can lead you. They just don't want to. I mean, that's how I see it. Like that doofus from what was that movie, American Beauty? The creepy weirdo photographer guy. Isn't that what we're talking about? It's like, oh, he's got abilities. He's keeping them to himself for the most part, and certainly was suffering from some antisocial, aspects to his personality also. So here's what I don't like is I am not good at dealing with random attacks for stupid things. Well, I want to tell you this, and I'm not. Believe me, I'm not auditioning for the part. And if I'm moving back to my hometown, there's certainly a possibility I'll end up in another. There is a possibility I'll end up getting married for the third time. I mean, there's a white guy who's not drug addicted and can actually fucking show up to a job and makes a decent amount of money. It's not like I'll be highly prized, but some woman, the possibility of me meeting a woman that I would actually marry, it will certainly increase versus the way I've been living. But here's the thing, see, they've got us apart, man. When I was a kid, you couldn't do nothing to my mama because my daddy would tear you limb from limb. And now I say I'm not violent. That dude, he physically thwarted an armed robbery in a convenience store one time. This dude don't give a and the dude was armed. This dude don't give a fuck, man. There's some motherfuckers out there who you fuck with their woman. I almost tore a dude up at a motel one time because he was trying to fuck with my woman. See, this is the thing is you got youngins been raised by women, and I got to preach on this, y'all. I got no choice. So now we got young men out here, young males, sorry, they're not men. We got no more rites of passage. They're still in adolescence. They're not technically men. And I'm telling you guys, y'all ain't men. I look at you, I interact with you. You're not men based on what they made me go through to be considered a man in the culture in which I grew up. If you can't go do a day's work, physical labor, you not a man, partner. Or if you never got to that point. I shouldn't say if you can't do it. And I did roofing, by the way, in Oregon. Homeless, living out of a backpack, slept in the park, walked miles and miles and miles with a fucking 35-pound backpack to the job in the summer, which it does, it is somewhat hot at certain times in the summer in Oregon. This was in Portland. Did roofing all day, which by the way, I don't know how to do roofing. So, I just more or less did whatever but was on the roof all day, except for when we took breaks. And it was some lady, like an Asian lady that was, I don't know, she had some kind of, a job that required a lot of education. So she was a homeowner, and her friends, the shortage of labor, by the way, the only way she could get a roof put on her house was that to find somebody who was not a roofer but knew how to put on a roof. Yeah, there's a shortage of construction labor. Why? Because all the white guys are on meth in Portland. And they're not going to be, and the young kids, I guess there's not enough of them that want to do roofing. It's a nightmare, man. So at some point, just for extra labor, she had hired some kid off the internet, like on one of these, gig type sites, I guess. And this kid couldn't work more than about 2 hours at a time. He just had to leave and go do other shit. If you can't go up on a roof all day in the hot sun and do as you're told, even if you don't know how to do roofing, you not a man, partner. Or if you have never been able to do that. Now, some people they've got whatever physical ailments. I'm just saying, okay, if you're able-bodied and you have never done a day's work and therefore don't know if you can do a day's work, you not a man, partner. If you ain't ever defended a woman's honor, where I come from, you're not a man. And I don't mean beating somebody up. But do I sound like the kind of guy going to let you fuck with my woman? And I just mean, if I'm not around and she starts complaining to me about how, people are fucking with her over this mask, I'm going to go straighten them out. And I'm going to say, look, y'all get it to do whatever you want. And I'm not saying anything other than that lady over there, you got to leave her alone, Jack. And if you don't want to leave her alone, you might as well just talk to me about it right now, because she's going to come tell me, she's going to report to me what's going on, and then I'm going to come pay you a visit. So really what you should probably do is just whatever you think you're going to do to her, why don't you just go ahead and try to do it to me right now? And let's just see how that works out. And then I'll just stand there and look at them. Your move. See, we've lost that. That used to be in society. When I grew up, if you said the wrong thing as a man, you might get punched in the fucking mouth. Now, I'm against violence, and I'm, like I've said when I was on the Discord, I'm certainly probably the most actual lefty person on there, believe it or not. I don't really believe in violence. But now I will defend myself, of course, but dude, I came from a time and a place when if I said the wrong thing at the wrong time to the wrong person, it was absolutely possible that I would get punched in the mouth. Well, I think that's a better society, me personally, because you have freedom of speech, but also freedom of punching you in the motherfucking mouth, partner. But again, I wasn't punching people in the mouth, but it was a thing, you know. I'm getting worked up, but I think these are all important things because we're not thinking of. I don't think, and there's no we again, but you know, people in this so-called truth community, which I don't think it's even a truth community, but let's just talk. Okay, but Chalk Body Outline is. So in the CBO family, you know, I'm not sure we're thinking about this. And here's the thing is, fellas, if you decide to as early as tomorrow to here, take your left. Now I'm not giving advice, this is hypothetically. If you decide to do this, I'm saying if you decide to do this, can't nobody do it. Do nothing about it. Do this in public, but it's not. I'm not trying to tell you what to do. I'm just saying this is what you could do if this sounds appealing. Just somewhere in public, just stop, spread your legs, take either one of your hands. I use my left hand and just hold your hand out in front of you, open palm, and just reach it down. Just move your arm down between your legs. And then when you're underneath your testicles, just go ahead and pull your arm, like use your shoulder and just pull your arm back. And what that's going to do is you're going to cup your testicles with your hand and then just stand there in public with your fucking hand on your junk. Well, check your local laws. Apparently that's probably actually illegal in certain parts of the country, but no shit. But assuming that it's not illegal, and just look at people. I know that sounds creepy and weird, but and probably not women, but yeah, when you're around some fellas and just do it. Dude, here's another thing. Dude, this will increase. By the way, if you do that, I promise you it will increase your testosterone. Your testosterone, you'll get a little tingle in your balls. I promise you, it'll go up. Here's something else. This will also it will accomplish the same thing. Kind of get your body language, like you know, get your shoulders back a little bit and kind of you know, stretch out and stand tall with your you know, your chest, your shoulders back and your chest out, and then with both of your hands make a fist and then just beat your chest in public. I do this sometimes. And then I might even give a war cry up into the sky, possibly. My favorite, and look, I don't care how this sounds. You know why? Because they about to put a needle in our arm and all bets is off, Jack. And yeah, does this sound like erratic, outlandish behavior? Yeah, of course it does. I'm beyond the. In the art of war, first the warrior places himself beyond the possibility of defeat. Now, I think I quoted this to my mom, and I think I said death, but I'm going to have to go back and check that. But I think it's actually defeat, which in this case, you know, it's kind of the same thing, really. And then I'll give a war cry into the sky because I'm loud as fuck, obviously. My favorite is Muhammad Ali's "I'm a bad man." Just do that in public somewhere and see how they look at you. But see, you can't half-ass some shit like that. You got to just let it fly. Now, you know, over time, if you decide, fellas, young fellas, to actually become a strong man instead of a weak boy, a weak male, which most of you are. Now, I'm not all of you. Some of y'all are probably more badass than I am. And believe me, I ain't no badass, but it does kind of run in the family though. But I'm not talking to all of you, but the ones that need to hear this, hopefully they realize that they need to hear it. If you decide as early as tomorrow to start the process of becoming a strong man, Can't nobody stop you without your consent. They can have an opinion about it and they can say, wow, you're not supposed to be doing this. Says who? Oh, well, oh, that's toxic masculinity. Says who? You know what I say? See, fuck, dude. My mind's my weapon. You know why they can't accuse me of toxic masculinity? I just look at them and say, and I've asked this question, by the way, nobody's ever answered. I said, how come it's not toxic when a big, tough lesbian does it? And I just look at them. How come it's not toxic when a big, tough lesbian does it? Because those lefties on that Rules for Radicals that want you to not say blanket statements, and they don't want you cupping your balls and strutting around with your chest out because, men are claiming space and that's oppressing women. Well, at the same time, I've read all this gender studies nonsense. At the same time, they're telling you that your actual toxic masculinity is claiming the public spaces. At the same time, they're teaching all the LGBT, all the women, all the gender studies people, they're teaching them to claim the space. This is an actual term they use, claim the space. And I've just looked at them before and I said, yeah, I've said this to women in Austin, Texas, because they try to push me around. Now that's all stopped with the pandemic, by the way. But I'm 145 pounds, but I'm, dominant facial features and all this, you can look at, I got some testosterone. They try to push me. And some of these women are bigger and taller and stronger than I am. Well, maybe not stronger, but bigger and taller than I am, broader shoulders and fucking 6 feet tall, man. And sometimes I'll just look at them and I say, hey, claim the space, but not my space. I say, you can't have this. I say, it's my space. You can't have it, but I'm all for you claiming the space, honey. But if you think you can claim this space, and I've told them, I got so mad one time in Austin. I just told everybody, I said, listen, I got no criminal record. I got no history of violence. But I said, if you women think you're going to be in here pushing me around, I say, I'm going to eventually just knock one of you the fuck out is what's going to happen. So, you know what I'll do? I will stand there and I'll just call the police. I'll call the police. The police will arrive and they'll say, what happened? I say, you see that woman lying unconscious on the ground? She thought she's going to push me around and I just knocked her the fuck out. So would you pretty please with sugar on top, put the cuffs on me so I can be booked and then hopefully I can be released. Or if not, I'm going to wait to see the judge. And then I'm going to go before the judge. He's going to be like, what happened? I'm going to say, Judge, this woman thought she could push me around physically. I knocked her the fuck out. I'm ready to accept my punishment. That's who I am. I've said this to people and I will do it if I have to, but me physically attacking anybody, that's a course of last resort. Oh, by the way, I have never knocked anybody out, but if I do knock a motherfucker out, I'm gender neutral, Jack. It ain't gonna have nothing to do with what's between their legs. At this point, I will not hesitate to knock a bitch the fuck out. I will knock a broad the fuck out just as quick as I'll knock a guy the fuck out. I said, I'm at 0%. I'm not knocking anybody out. Now, if y'all make me go from 0% knocking motherfuckers out to now we're somewhere on the, that zero's changing to some percentage of me knocking motherfuckers out, it ain't gonna have nothing to do with what's between the legs. Nothing. And that's how I roll, Jack. And I don't care who knows it. But you think I'm gonna be out here with these women pushing me around? I've been on college campuses and have them just run right into me because they've been indoctrinated that I'm toxic masculinity and I got to make way for them. No, I don't. I ain't making way for you because I ain't making way for nobody. You know why? Because I'm created in the image and likeness of the Most High. And I'm not allowed to be down here letting motherfuckers push me around. And this is a spiritual war. And what this is coming down to is, are we, and I know there ain't no we, but our people, we are letting the nightmare dystopia push us around. We are allowing, myself included. I wore a mask until a month ago or whenever that was. And the hell I wore it, but I chose to wear it. It is different. If I don't want to wear one, I'm not going to fucking wear one. Can't nobody make me. But this is what it comes down to. We either, people on the chalk body outline, if we consider this a community, that's what I mean when I say we. If we continue to let people push us around, we deserve to be pushed around. We're voting for being pushed around, period. So, but why is there no fellas that can back Pretty's play? See what I'm saying? You can't fuck with my mama. If you fuck with my mama too much, eventually I'm going to show up in person. I might have been on the other side of the country. And there was some weirdo from back in the Jehovah's Witness days that was calling my family and saying a bunch of weird shit. And I told her, look, I said, I ain't going to do nothing to nobody. I said, but if this guy starts showing up and you think he's a threat, just let me know. And then don't tell nobody. Don't tell nobody. And I'll just come handle the fucking problem. I'll just come deal with it. And nobody will know what happened. Nobody will be aware of anything. I ain't telling nobody nothing. Just say, I don't know. I don't know what happened to that guy. I don't know. Interesting. Yeah, he showed up here last week and haven't heard from him since. Don't know what happened to him. You think you're going to fuck with my family? Good luck. But why? Where are the 20-year-old versions of Benton? That's what I'm trying. And again, not even a badass. just somebody who grew up in a time and a place when if you thought you was going to fuck with somebody, at some point you was going to have to deal with some strong man who would get all up in your grill, and I'll just climb on top of a motherfucker. I will just climb on top of them metaphorically and just look at them and say, what are you going to do? And you know what? They don't ever do anything because they're punk pussies. They got no substance to them. These people, there ain't nothing to them, man, like that old man. Ain't nothing to that guy. You just grab him with one hand and just toss him to the side. And again, I'm not calling for violence. I'm saying grab your nuts, fellas. You're not doing your job as a man. In fact, a lot of you never became a man, because here's the difference between, they talk about, oh, men and women are biologically the same. There's one difference between a man and a woman as far as living in society. A man is a man through his actions. A woman's a woman's a woman because she's got the parts. Other than perhaps abandoning her children, there's nothing a woman can do, and she's going to be viewed as less of a woman. There's all kind of things I can do and get viewed as less of a man, which is why when Tinfoil tried to tell me I'm a woman, that's why I said, well, bend over and I'm gonna put my dick up your ass and we're gonna find out who the woman is. Now, I don't want to. Do I want to anally rape Tinfoil? No, I don't. But in that scenario, if you're gonna put me in a place where now I'm gonna be viewed as less of a man, I'm gonna go to another level. I'm going to defend my manhood. Question my manhood is really what that came down to. I made a fucking podcast rebuttal, and it was brought up on a on a podcast episode, and it's been talked about and discussed. He questioned my manhood. Period. That's what that was, and it's not going to be permitted. It's not going to fly, and that's all that is. But yeah, I've spiraled. I mean, it's and I guess I got to wind this thing down now. I got to use the bathroom. Hour and 36 minutes. I think I covered what I wanted to cover. Let me look at the notes here. Motherfuckers, man. I think I did cover everything. Oh, the Second Amendment LARPers. I wrote down monkey dance. It's like, yeah, I'm not doing no fucking monkey dance. That's what I've just started telling people. It's like, I'm not doing a monkey dance because y'all say I should. I'm not doing it. Now, if I choose to wear my bandana some of the time when I'm washing my clothes at my favorite. Now, could I have just driven around town and eventually found somebody who would let me do my wash? Yeah, probably. Most likely. But this is the one I like to go to. So I sucked it up and fucking did it. But to me, it is different because maybe I'm in denial. Maybe I'm delusional. But for me, there is a difference. So when I wore it this whole time so I could truck drive, and actually to truck drive, I had to be able to go in these stores on the road to get groceries. I'm not eating out of the fucking truck stops. I had to do it, or just I had a choice: do this thing or quit truck driving. Well, I'm done with it now. Again, I will. Yeah, am I going to cover my fucking face with a bandana and keep it up over my nose the entire time I'm in their store? Which, by the way, if I go at the wrong time, it's literally going to be hours. Yeah, I'm not going to like it, but will I do it? Yeah, I will do it. So I can go to the gun store and get a Glock 20 SF, baby. Oh, 10 millimeter, sir or ma'am. It's like if a 45 ACP was going faster and hit harder. 10 milli, Jack. That's how I roll. Or how I'm about to roll. If I get the right kind of ammo, which is, by the way, I didn't buy it when it was available. See, I already have some 10 milli, but I guess this is now the Guns and Ammo report. But they got a hard cast, 220 grain hard cast. You can kill a bear with that, apparently. So I should have already ordered some, but I failed to order it when it was in stock. But they'll get some more in. Because the place that gets it online, they limit everybody to 3 20 round boxes. So it'll actually become available again. I'm just not going to be able to deal with the way things are going forward. And it's like, yeah, if we let these people, and I'm talking about CBO, and I'm not leading nothing. I'm not following nothing. I'm not calling for nothing. I'm one of the alpha hermits, the aforementioned alpha hermits. And I don't even put alpha on myself. I'm just saying if other people are calling us omegas, well, isn't that just an alpha hermit? I mean, am I wrong here? And somebody said, did you just say that never maskers are doing a LARP? With that logic, everyone is doing a LARP. Well, I mean, we kind of are. Everybody is doing a LARP. If you think about it, I mean, if you extrapolate that out far enough, yeah, we are. This is what this is. We're LARPing. And yeah, Chalk said, I literally said, even the mask is a LARP. Oh, I got one more thing I got to cover before I hang up and listen. Because I do listen to all these, believe it or not. And some of them I've listened to numerous times. Okay. This guy said, Drew, are you going to get the vax if it's made mandatory? Well, I mean, mandatory means you don't have a choice. But since what are we talking about already? Are you reading what you're writing here, sir? Are you going to get the vax if it's made mandatory? Well, mandatory means you ain't got a choice. But I guess he means, are you going to just fight them when they try to put the needle in his arm? I guess that's what he means. Since according to you, we should all just comply with the mask mandates. Now, see, this is by the way, once again, this is some of that pussy passive-aggressive faggot shit. Since according to you, we should all just comply with the mask mandates. That's that lefty. See, we are infected with a virus. Now, assuming this person is not just, misrepresenting themselves and trying to pick at Drew. Where are your balls, son? Assuming you're a fella, J Hicks, SMD. Since according to you, we should all just comply with the mask mandates. Well, I don't ever remember Drew saying that. When did he say that? Number one. So if you're, I like where there's a debate and a rebuttal, but do you need to, now maybe he did say it and I'm just not aware of it, but do we really need to misrepresent what the man has said in order to defeat his arguments? That doesn't seem like the way to have a debate. He says, trying to figure out where you stand here. Where do you start to fight back? Or do you feel that anyone who resists what they know to be bullshit as just LARPers? So honestly, I don't even really understand what he's trying to, I don't understand what he's trying to ask. And then Chalk responds, I said, until action is taken, your liberties will continue to be taken. I mean, real action, not just small scale civil disobedience. Well, Drew, I hate to say this, but no, I don't hate to say it. We know Ted K, shout out to Ted K holding it down in the feds. There's no version of a revolution and the people rising up through the system and reforming the system. There's no version of that. This ain't going away. There's nothing we can do overtly through our active masculine energy in the yin and yang, the yang energy. No, we're already creating this nightmare dystopia through the yang energy. The only way that this nightmare dystopia goes away is if we utilize the yin, the passive feminine energy to discontinue creating the nightmare spiritual dystopia. There's no version of reformation of the system. It's a wrap, Jack. This is what we are. We are a mask mandate. Spiritually, all of us collectively are a mask mandate. Spiritually, collectively, all of us are the government putting a needle in our arm. There's no version of what we are. And then now we're going to transform what we are through the assertive, active form of the energy. No, never going to happen. The level of consciousness that's creating all this is not the level of consciousness that's going to solve all this. It's impossible. Shout out to Ted K, who helpfully points out with his 187 IQ or whatever it is, 186. If there was a Ted K, but whoever wrote that, I've tried. Still haven't even read all of his stuff. I'm going to at some point. It's so dense, man. It's like a paragraph is like a chapter for a lot of people. And he helpfully more or less proves with his, Harvard mind, who was a fucking Cal Berkeley professor, literally, proves in his writing, as far as I'm concerned, that there's no version of reforming the system through the system except whereby the specific reformation or revolution serves what the system wants. So just divorce, and I'm not giving you advice, I'm just speaking strategically. Divorce your mind from that. That is not going to happen. So I don't know. And I'm not mad at Drew. I'm just saying, I mean, real action, not just small scale. Well, he's not calling for it, but we're talking about things that are not going to happen. So then the guy says, thanks for getting back to me. I wasn't trying to be a dick. I respect your opinion and I appreciate your channel. I also understand that some people are forced to wear a mask for their job and I won't shame them for it. What do you mean by real action? Keep up the good work. See, it's almost like they're trying to get Drew to say some shit so they can get him in trouble. That's what I think's going on. And then Drew had a live stream, members only, which I guess he deleted it for whatever reason. And this is why I tell people I didn't even follow what I say. I usually download everything because, we have no way of knowing if the video is going to be there. And this channel could be gone tomorrow. So please, even if you don't enjoy my podcast or you don't, regularly consume it, keep up with this URL and keep up with chalkbodyoutline.com. So if Chalk disappears tomorrow, you can at least figure out where he's moved to. So I just asked the guy, what do you think is meant by real action? I'm asking rhetorically, because if this guy is not willing to make outlandish, statements, then how? It's just a strategic disadvantage. If I let this guy force, somebody, well, I'll speak for myself. If I'm on here saying these things and somebody asks me, what do you mean by real action? I'm just going to ask them, what do you mean by real action?
And then we'll just have a semantical argument where they say, well, I'm not the one who brought up real action. He brought up real action. Then I'll just be like, I'll just have to play some stupid chess game that I'm fucking too wet-brained to even think through right now. Fuck, dude. But yeah, what do you think, buddy? What do you think he means? And he's not going to answer. I mean, maybe he will, but then somebody said, yeah, he got kicked out of Burger King today because no mask. Yeah, but presumably, did they get his money is what I'm wondering. Did they get your money first? See, what I'm on, man, is America's a business, and somebody's finna take my money, period. Somebody will take my money. Now, I had to have, since I'm buying a firearm, I have to have it shipped to a specific dealer, and I like that dealer because they do a so-called Brady date, which is 3 business days, because almost every time I've ever bought a handgun, the background check says a delay. So then I have to wait some period of time. I waited a full fucking month for one of these guns. So now I go to a place that no matter what the government tells them, they go by the 3 days. Because the government has, apparently by law, government has 3 days to say, okay, don't transfer the gun to this guy. So yes, somebody's going to take my fucking money. And I've tried to go to some place, Checkers or whatever, which their food is shitty anyway. It was just out of desperation because I was on the road. And, I guess I didn't plan ahead to have my own food like I should have. And I just said, man, somebody's going to take my money. And I left and went next door and had some delicious, authentic Mexican tacos. Yeah. It was actually better that they didn't take my money. America's a business, man. Somebody's going to take the dollars. These liquor stores are hurting so bad. I can go in the liquor stores ain't saying nothing to me. I'm giving full-on mass speeches in the liquor store and they're still serving me. They ain't stupid. And I was just in there saying, are they really going to kick me out of here before they get my money? Well, if they do, I'm not even going to get in my car. I'm going to walk across this parking lot to the liquor store next door. And if they don't want my money, I just pointed out the window. I said, there's another one right there. I said, I guarantee you out of these 3 liquor stores, one of them is going to take my money. I said this in the liquor store. Dude, if you have dollars in your pocket, use them. Now, again, sorry, not giving you advice. That you can do this. Now, people are going to think I'm a jerk. So fucking what? People are going to think you're a jerk. Listen to this. You're not the center of the universe, okay? If for some reason they manage these, by the way, these NPCs, if you think they're actually NPCs, why are you worried about what NPCs think of you? Oh, but shame and ridicule is powerful, ain't it? Boy, that's a powerful weapon these lefties can use to get you to toe the line. Oh, we don't want to be ridiculed because what's that work on? Is that biologically in the past, if we got kicked out of the tribe, we would probably die. Them days is over, Jack. You're not dependent on a tribe to physically survive day to day, buddy, sir or madam. So why are you letting yourself be manipulated? If you are, why are you letting yourself be manipulated based on shame, fear, and ridicule? I can't even be made to feel ridicule. I just get even more annoyed. I'm pre-annoyed, by the way. I just get more annoyed because I realize, this person's actually trying to manipulate me through attempting to make me appear ridiculous. And I just say, hey, I understand you're trying to make me look ridiculous, but like, what's that have to do with what we're talking about here? At some level, you, the listener, either figures this shit out and understands how to combat it, or you don't. So it's like with me, you can't talk to me about toxic masculinity because I just say, well, why is it not toxic when a big tough lesbian does it? And they can't answer that question. I've asked the question. It's not answerable. It's not all they can say. There's nothing they can say. That ends the game right there. Then they can start attacking me and start trying to ridicule me and start calling me names and start inventing arguments that I had never made and try to foist those upon me. But I really like to argue and I'm really fucking good at it. So yay me. Here's your prize. A Nightmare Dystopia. Wonderful. I guess that's as good a place to end this as any. Bye.
I am a jolly farmer. Last night I come to town to sell a bale of cotton. I'd work the whole year round. Put my team in the wagon yard like I always do. Went out to see the electric lights and taking a party or two. Well, I met a dude out on the street. The clock was striking 9. He said, come in, old hayseed, have a drink, it's fine. Well, I must have bought a dozen. Hit my pocketbook hard. I wish I'd have bought me a half a pint and stayed in the wagon yard. me, you farmers, I'm here to talk some sense. If you want to see them electric lights, you better look over your back fence. And when you farmers come to town, stay right with your part. Get yourself a half a pint and stay in the wagon yard. There's a deacon in our little church down near Possum Trot. When he hears about my spree, it's bound to make him hot. He'll throw me out in a dragon box to hold my pillar is hard. I wish I'd have got me a half a pint and stayed in the wagon yard. If ever I go to town again, loaded to the gill, I'll watch some dudes like a chicken hawk that circled round our hill. I'll not be out in electric lights, I'll stay right with my part. To get myself a half a pint and stay in the wagon yard. And when that duty comes around for me to buy him booze, I'll hit him in the head so hard he'll feel it in his shoes. He'll think he's met a wildcat. I'll hit that dude so hard he'll wish I'd have got me a half a pint and stay in the wagon yard.
Shit. Alright. I bust that nigga ass right now. Ain't no none of them niggas can't fuck. What? Nigga, you could never fuck me, my nigga. I'll fuck you up right now. What? Bust your motherfucking ass, boy. Ain't no motherfucking joke. You know who you talk to? Old dirty bastard. You know what I'm saying? I'll fuck you up right now. Yeah. What?
That nigga, yo. He ain't saying nothing. Fuck him.
I'm the one man army ain't showing. I never been taken out. I keep MCs looking out. I drop signs like Crosby dropping babies. Enough to make a nigga go crazy. In the G building, taking all types of medicines. Your ass thought you were better than a son. I keep planets in orbit while I be coming with deeper and more shit. Enough to make you break and shake your ass out today. Rhyme good as the tasty cake makes. This style I'm mastered in. Niggas catching headaches. What? You need aspirin? The type of pain you couldn't even kill with might on. Fuck around, get sprayed with Lysol in your face like the can of mace, baby. Isn't burning what fucking now you're learning. How? I don't even like your motherfucking profile. Give me my fucking shit. Wow, I seen and heard. No one knows. You forget. Niggas be quiet as cat. Now you know nothing before you do a whole fucking lot. Your ass don't wanna get shot. A lot of MCs came to my showdown. They watch me put your fucking ass low down. As you can go below zero. Without a doubt, I never been taken out by a nigga who couldn't figure. Yeah, by a nigga who couldn't figure. Yeah, by a nigga who couldn't figure how to pull a fucking gun trigger and get the fuck out of here. Nigga, when they get too close to the utmost, when I got sacks that'll attack any whack host. Introducing your fuck that nigga's name. My hip hop dots on your head like rain. And when it rain, it pours up my rhymes hardcore. That's why I give you more of the raw talent that I got. Will rock the spot. MCs, I'll be burning hot. Whoa, ho, ho. Let me like slow up with the flow. If I move too quick, oh, you just won't know. I'm homicidal when you enter the target. Nigga, get up, act like a pig, try to hold shit. So I take your ass out quick, the mic's I'm had it, my nigga. You can suck my dick. If you wanna step to my motherfucking rep, blow, blown to death. You got shot cause you knock. Who's there? Another motherfucking hard rock. Slacking on your back cause raw's what you lack. You wanna react? Bring it on back. Shame with you when you stepped up to the old dirty bastard. Brooklyn, shame on you when you stepped up to the old dirty bastard. Brooklyn, shame on you when you stepped up to the old dirty bastard. Brooklyn, shame on you.
What's happening, partner? Benton here. Thank you for joining me for this episode 13 of the podcast, Benton on the CB. This episode entitled, Benton Goes Full LARP. I do want to remind you, this is pirate radio for the zombie apocalypse. Your website, www.nightmaredystopia.com, is where you can access this podcast. And I am speaking to you from an undisclosed location in alcohol detox in a cannabis legal state. And I believe today, Thursday, if I'm not mistaken, will be my first day with no alcohol at all. Beautiful. Shout out to Drew World Order and the Chalk Body Outline family. And be sure to check out Chalk Body Outline, the YouTube channel. Shout out to the CBO Discord. Oh, shout out to Jackson. Well done, sir. We see you working. Yes, indeed. And I did hear Drew World Order had mentioned that possibility of a culling of the shirts from the merch section at chalkbodyoutline.com. So consider picking up a shirt. Apparently, it is possible that some of those designs may be going away after the new year. Benton goes full LARP. And when Drew was talking about the two realities, now I'm looking at that as one reality will be Camp COVID, which is, we're already there. That's what we're living in presently. And then that will transition over to the people who take this mRNA vaccination. And then you're going to have the other contingent that I refer to as Camp Live LARP or Camp Full LARP. And I'm thinking I'm just going to go ahead and move in to Camp Live LARP. So Benton goes full LARP. It'll be interesting to see what exactly that looks like. Is that just is that like an immediate camping out next to the Walmart, eating out of the dumpsters, or what are we talking about here? The Federal Reserve notes still spin for now, anyway, hypothetically. But yeah, my first day of the alcohol detox was 10 beers, and I think I had another pint of like some 12% stout. And the next day I did 2 of those 1 pint 12% stouts. Then yesterday I had 2. Yeah. And today I think I'm going to go for none. See how that goes. I don't think it's even time yet for the liquor store to be open. I'm also planning to get into some of this news. I did some research, I believe, yesterday and saved some news articles that I had pulled up. This alcohol detox has been pretty rough, so I've been medicating with cannabis quite a bit. Shout out to 2 grams of really nice oil. Lovely. Alcohol detox. That it is what it is. However, I looked at the news today, the Drudge Report, and it was too disturbing. So I think what I'm going to do is just go ahead and cover the news from a couple of days ago. But I'm going full LARP. What does that look like? Well, maybe is it too late to start armoring my vehicle? Go Mad Max. Just go ahead and go full Mad Max on the vehicle, whatever kind of armoring underneath, and then maybe some of the cockpit area for some protection for the driver. And I ordered this soft body armor. 12 weeks lead time though, so I don't think that shows up till later this month. Yeah, full LARP for sure. We're going full LARP. Camp Live LARP, might as well. Why not? Early adopter of the zombie apocalypse. One of the world's first COVID-19 refugees. Benton, the trucker, who's quit his truck driving job in order to medicate with cannabis. And then as far as trying to get a job, being that it's the holidays, the first words out of everybody's mouth is going to be after the new year, after the new year, after the new year. So, yep, dark winter is upon us. Okay, let's get into some of this news from apparently a day or two ago. One of the drawbacks of me saving these PDF files is I do not have access to who the news organization is necessarily. This is UK authorizes Pfizer coronavirus vaccine for emergency use. British officials authorized a COVID-19 vaccine for emergency use on Wednesday, greenlighting the world's first shot against the virus that's backed by rigorous science and taking a major step toward eventually ending the pandemic. The go-ahead for the vaccine developed by American drug maker Pfizer and Germany's BioNTech comes as the virus surges again in the United States and Europe, putting pressure on hospitals and morgues and forcing new rounds of restrictions that have devastated economy. Very nearly sounds like an opinion. Help is on its way, British Health Secretary Matt Hancock told the BBC, adding that the situation would start to improve in the spring. We now have a vaccine. We're the first country in the world to have one formally clinically authorized, but between now and then, we've got to hold on. We've got to hold our resolve, he said. Other countries are not far behind. Regulators in the United States and the European Union also are vetting the Pfizer shot along with a similar vaccine made by competitor Moderna Incorporated. British regulators also are considering another shot made by AstraZeneca and Oxford University. Hancock said Britain expects to begin receiving the first shipment of 800,000 doses, quote, within days, and people will begin receiving shots as soon as the National Health Service gets the vaccine. Doses everywhere are scarce and initial supplies will be rationed until more is manufactured in the first several months of next year. A government committee will release details of vaccination priorities later Wednesday, but Hancock said nursing home residents, people over 80, and healthcare workers and other care workers will be the first to receive the shot. Pfizer said it would immediately begin shipping limited supplies to the UK and has been gearing up for even wider distribution if given a similar nod by the U.S. Food and Drug Administration, a decision expected as early as next week. Pfizer CEO Albert Bourla called the UK decision a historic moment. Bourla said in a statement, "We are focusing on moving with the same level of urgency to safely supply a high-quality vaccine around the world." While the UK has ordered 40 million doses of the Pfizer vaccine, enough for 20 million people, it's not clear how many will arrive by year's end. Hancock said and they mean 2020, by the way. Hancock said the UK expects to receive millions of doses by the end of this year, 2020, meaning less than a month, adding that the actual number will depend on how fast Pfizer can produce the vaccine. Every country has different rules for determining when an experimental vaccine is safe and effective enough to use. Intense political pressure to be the first to roll out a rigorously scientifically tested shot colored the race in the US and Britain, even as researchers pledged to cut no corners. In contrast, China and Russia have offered different vaccinations to their citizens ahead of late-stage testing. The shots made by US-based Pfizer and its German partner BioNTech were tested in tens of thousands of people, and while that study is not complete, early results suggest the vaccine is 95% effective at preventing mild to severe COVID-19 disease. I think we covered that in a recent episode. Let's go ahead and go to the next article, which is Beware Fake Coronavirus Vaccines, says Interpol. Interpol has issued a global alert to law enforcement agencies around the world, warning them that organized crime networks may try to sell fake COVID-19 vaccines or steal real ones. The Global Police Coordination Agency based in France said on Wednesday it had issued an orange alert to police forces in its 194 member states, warning them to prepare for organized crime to target vaccines both physically and online. It said the pandemic had already triggered, quote, unprecedented opportunistic and predatory criminal behavior, end quote, and warned of a new wave of criminal activity, quote, in relation to the falsification, theft, and illegal advertising of COVID-19 vaccines, end quote. The agency called for close coordination between health regulators and law enforcement as vaccines come closer to approval and distribution so as to ensure the safety of the supply chain and identify illicit websites selling fakes. As governments prepare to roll out mass vaccination programs, criminal gangs, quote, plan to infiltrate or disrupt supply chains and to also target the public via fake websites of false cures that could pose a significant risk to their health, even their lives. The Interpol Secretary General said, it is essential that law enforcement is as prepared as possible for what will be an onslaught of all types of criminal activity linked to the COVID-19 vaccine, he said. The agency said criminal gangs were also highly likely to start parallel production and distribution of, quote, unauthorized and falsified, end quote, coronavirus testing kits as international travel resumes and airlines and immigration authorities increasingly demand passengers produce a negative test result. Next article, LSD use in the ranks prompts testing at U.S. Marine Corps base. The U.S. Marine Corps is conducting random drug testing at one base in North Carolina because of reports that personnel there are using the hallucinogenic drug lysergic acid diethylamide, better known as LSD. The 2nd Marine Division in Jacksonville, North Carolina, has conducted nearly 4,000 random tests for LSD since the start of the summer. Major General Francis L. Donovan, the division commander, said the recent rise in LSD use among sailors and Marines on the base has prompted them to change how they test for illegal substances. In the past, the Department of Defense Drug Lab only accepted individual samples for LSD testing as part of a larger law enforcement investigation. Because of the spike in LSD use at Marine Corps Base Camp Lejeune, random testing for LSD is now an option, officials said. We have a drug problem in the 2nd Marine Division, Major General Donovan said in a statement. We are committed to identifying the violators of our ethos. The vast majority of Marines within the 2nd Marine Division routinely uphold our core values, and they deserve to know that the Marines to their left and right are doing the same. Marine Corps officials said several troops have registered positive for LSD since the testing began. They could face non-judicial punishment, a dishonorable discharge, or time at a military corrections facility. Zero tolerance is the Marine Corps stance, and Marines need to understand that there is no drug that they can take without the means for government detection, said Lieutenant Colonel Christian Rui, the division's staff judge advocate. The Armed Forces Medical Examiner System Lab in Dover, Delaware, is assisting with the large quantity random testing because LSD screening hasn't been a standard practice in the Marine Corps. Officials said, at the end of the day, it's about trust, said Master Chief Petty Officer someone or other. I have to trust that those on my port and starboard are bringing their A game physically and mentally, and both in garrison and in combat. Well, how about you? More than half of emergency small business funds went to larger businesses, new data show. More than half of the money from the Treasury Department's Coronavirus Emergency Fund for small businesses went to just 5% of the recipients, according to data on more than 5 million loans released by the government Tuesday evening in response to a Freedom of Information Act request and lawsuit. According to data on the government's Paycheck Protection Program, about 600 mostly larger companies, including dozens of national chains, received the maximum amount allowed under the program of $10 million. Officials from the Treasury Department and the Small Business Administration have argued that the program primarily benefited smaller business because a vast majority of the loans, more than 87%, were for less than $150,000 and as of August. But the new data show that more than half of the $522 billion in the same time frame had gone to bigger businesses, and only 28% of the money was distributed in amounts of under $150,000. The newly released data comes after a federal lawsuit filed by the Washington Post and 10 other news organizations under the Freedom of Information Act, Wow, Journalists Doing Some Journalism Act, challenging the SBA's refusal to release records on borrowers and loan amounts. A federal judge ordered release of the data by Tuesday, and the agency did not appeal. Devised as a way to temporarily pay small companies to keep their employees on staff for 8 weeks, PPP is widely credited with helping millions of businesses make payroll during the early months of the pandemic, benefiting tens of millions of employees. A bipartisan group of senators unveiled plans Tuesday for another $908 billion in stimulus, including nearly $300 billion in new funding for PPP and other SBA programs. However, the program's spring rollout was fraught with confusion over rules for borrowers and an early run on the money by large chains and big banks that caused the first pot of funding to run dry in 8 days. The Treasury Department later asked large, well-capitalized borrowers to return their funding, though the agency has not disclosed which borrowers have done so. The data released Tuesday disclosed for the first time the exact dollar figures received by some of the top recipients, showing that a number of restaurant chains received the maximum $10 million, among them the parent companies of Uno Pizzeria and Grill, Legal Seafoods, Boston Market, and Cava Mesa Grill. Law firms, churches, and professional staffing services were also among recipients of $10 million loans. SBA calculated loan amounts based on monthly payroll figures and capped loans at a maximum of $10 million. Businesses with up to 500 employees were eligible, though that limit was relaxed for restaurant and hotel companies. Previous disclosures of PPP data showed that the program was falling short of the Trump administration's claims of its success. A post-analysis of 4.9 million loans initially released by SBA contained numerous errors, casting doubt on the administration's claim that the $517 million that the $517 billion in lending had supported 51 million jobs. Many companies were reported to have retained far more workers than they employ. Likewise, in some cases, the agency's jobs claim for entire industries surpassed the total number of workers in those sectors. For more than 875,000 borrowers, the data showed that zero jobs were supported or no information is listed at all, according to the analysis. So scam. This is a fucking scam. Okay, I think we've read enough about that. Hundreds wait in line for hours for free $250 Publix gift card in Miami. Hundreds of people brave cold temperatures Tuesday morning in Miami while waiting in line early for a chance at a free grocery gift card. Police said people started lining up around 9 p.m. on Monday night. Images from the chopper showed a long line of people with very little social distancing. People stood in line, all bundled up, some with their pets, others with their kids, waiting, hoping to be one of the 500 people to get their hands on a Publix gift card. My coworker picked me up at 3:15 a.m. and we got here around 3:50 a.m., said Mabel Miller. Shout out to the 1313. Okay, people lining up for gift cards. COVID-19 damage to Social Security to extend beyond pandemic. COVID-19's impact on America's older adults is set to outlast the pandemic itself as it wreaks havoc on the Social Security Retirement Trust Fund that millions rely on for benefits. The nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office projects that in the aftermath of the pandemic, the trust fund will deplete its $2.8 trillion reserve over the next decade unless changes are made. Inaction would lead to cuts of 20% or more to benefits starting in 2031. Interesting. The decreased revenue stream stems in large part from the millions of lost jobs during the pandemic, which has led to fewer people and employers paying into the trust fund. That drop, paired with the scaling back of hours at remaining jobs, has been the biggest blow to the long-term outlook for Social Security, according to a report from the Bipartisan Policy Center, BPC. But COVID-19 has impacted the fund in several other ways. The recession has prompted older workers to retire early than they previously expected, meaning they're drawing down funds instead of contributing to them. Also, low interest rates, meaning smaller yields for the bonds held by the Social Security funds. Interesting. Employers start preparing for the coronavirus vaccine with a question: can we require it? As news of promising, this is the Washington Post, Gina McGregor. As news of promising progress on coronavirus vaccines have filled the headlines in recent weeks, labor lawyers say employers have been pressing one question in particular. Once approved, can they require employees to take it? Until maybe about a month ago, we hadn't had many clients asking about it, said Brett Coburn, a labor and employment partner with Alston & Bird. We're starting to see a lot more momentum. The news that a coronavirus vaccine can start being distributed within the next few weeks has sent stocks soaring and government officials scrambling to develop plans for the Herculean task of distributing it across the country for employers, many of which have kept workers home for months. It has opened a complex set of legal and practical issues. Can they require employees to take a vaccine? Should they offer incentives instead to encourage compliance? What should they do if employees resist? Back to Coburn, you're going to have a lot more people who are lacking comfort about safety. You're going to have a lot more people who are lacking comfort about safety. Well, somebody's been to some training over this vaccine rollout, lacking comfort about safety. So does that mean that is that a way to overcome person's vaccine hesitancy? To use statements about lacking comfort, you're going to have a lot more people who are lacking comfort about safety. Add on top of that the political issues that have unfortunately taken over. If someone's not willing to wear a mask, do you think they're going to put a shot in their body? Well, Coburn, I'm thinking about some things that I may or may not cover later in this recording. It will likely be months before anyone besides healthcare and other essential workers, such as truck drivers, by the way, have access to the vaccine. On Tuesday, an advisory panel to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention said healthcare workers and long-term care residents and staff should get top priority for the vaccine. In the meantime, employers are waiting for specific guidance from federal agencies such as the U.S. Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, EEOC, and the CDC before setting corporate policies. Employment lawyers say, yay, freedom. Christine Natzer, an EEOC spokeswoman, said in a statement, the EEOC is actively evaluating how a potential vaccine would interact with employers' obligations under the Americans with Disabilities Act, Title VII of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, and the other laws the commission enforces. An email to the CDC was not immediately returned. And apparently what the U.S. government did with the medical experiments in Alabama at Tuskegee, apparently that was legal under this Title VII of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. I don't remember anyone prosecuted by the government for those actions. Yes, right. A medical experimentation on the blacks. Cruise on over to the Wikipedia page just for shits and giggles. This is the official fiction, by the way. Oh, Tuskegee syphilis study. Fantastic. I mean, horrible. The Tuskegee syphilis study, also known as the Tuskegee syphilis experiment, Tuskegee study of untreated syphilis in the African American male. U.S. Public Health Service syphilis study at Tuskegee, or Tuskegee experiment, was a clinical study conducted between 1932 and 1972 by the United States Public Health Service, PHS, and the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC. Shout out to the CDC for loving you. The purpose of this study was to observe The purpose of the study was to observe the natural history of untreated syphilis. The African American men in the study were told they were receiving free health care from the federal government of the United States, during the course of which the federal government knew that these gentlemen had syphilis and did not tell them, and also did not treat it, even though they had treatments by the end of this thing. And that so-called Civil Rights Act of 64 apparently was in full swing for some of this. I don't think I can even go through the particulars at this point. On May 16, 1997, President Bill Clinton formally apologized on behalf of the United States to victims of the study. But again, I'm pretty sure nobody went to prison for this thing. Oh, so yeah, CDC loves you so much that they like to experiment on black folks. And then, as I read recently in an article, probably I need to search through my saved document. I've done a pretty good job saving these articles as PDFs. Pretty sure they said that they were going to roll this thing out to frontline workers first, and it said who are disproportionately black and brown and Asian. It said. So is this the government? Is this the CDC? Again, under the concept of the state tied back to Mussolini from a few episodes ago, and in the context of this communist takeover. So is the CDC experimenting on the black, the browns, and the Asians yet again? This vax rollout. And they also said truck drivers. We're going to have first access to it. I'll quit, buddy. I'm going full LARP, homie. This is like I say, I'm going to start scrounging around for. I guess I better learn how to weld. Yeah. Government just once again medical experiments on those often portrayed as disadvantaged. I guess would be the best way to put it. Also, shout out to Dan Calloway's YouTube channel, one of my favorite channels, especially with this type of information, the Tuskegee and whatnot. Yes, no bueno. Yeah, I encourage you to go read the official fiction of whatever this is. A year later, on May 16th, 1997, Bill Clinton formally apologized and held a ceremony at the White House for surviving Tuskegee study participants. He said, "What was done cannot be undone, but we can end the silence. We can stop turning our heads away. We can look at you in the eye and finally say on behalf of the American people, what the United States government did was shameful. shameful, and I am sorry to our African American citizens. I am sorry that your federal government orchestrated a study so clearly racist, and may very well be on the verge of doing it again, by the way, because the CDC loved Bill Gates loved juice in our arm. Bill Gates loved juice coming to every arm near you. And back to the two realities: is this, should I just go ahead and physically report to the Camp Full LARP or Camp Live LARP and just go ahead and start learning how to weld and go Mad Max on the vehicle? Is that where we are? And try to spend the dollars while the dollar apparently is the dollar's been collapsing. They've been saying for fucking 60 years, so I'm not paying any attention to that part of it. This is Pirate Radio for the Zombie Apocalypse. Thank you so much for joining me. Oh, let's see if we can slog through a little bit more of this news here. LA is told to stay in their homes, effective immediately. Los Angeles residents are ordered to stay in their homes, effective immediately, as Mayor Eric Garcetti banned all travel, including walking. www.nightmaredystopia.com is the website for the podcast. Los Angeles residents are ordered to stay in their homes, effective immediately, as Mayor Eric Garcetti banned all travel, including walking, closed non-essential businesses, and threatened to arrest anyone breaking the new lockdown rules as coronavirus cases and hospitalizations surge. The city, where 4 million residents somehow still managed to live, was told the new move was necessary for the protection of life and property in the city of Los Angeles. Garcetti urged residents to cancel everything. He said no one... Shut it down. Garcetti urged residents to, quote, cancel everything, end quote. He said no one should be hosting gatherings or going to gatherings. Full LARP, Camp Full LARP. This is Camp Full Live LARP. Is it not when if the government may actually be ordering me back into my shanty as of yet unbuilt? That's full live LARP, right? Do I need to worry about going to a job? Or these bullets are edible, right? Okay, good. Thought so. Oh, wait a minute. So it says here, according to the order, all travel, including without limitation, travel on foot, bicycle, scooter, motorcycle, automobile, or public transit is prohibited. However, essential needs such as food, healthcare services, social services, and others are outlined as exceptions in the order. My message could not be simpler. It's time to hunker down. It's time to cancel everything. And if it's not essential, don't do it. Don't meet up with others outside your household. Don't host a gathering. Don't attend a gathering, and follow our targeted safer at home order. If you're able to stay home, stay at home. Just be smart and stay apart. I refuse to live this way. It's just not going to happen. I don't know what to tell you. The order, however, appears to have confused residents with its long list of exemptions. Some of those include allowing beaches to remain open for swimming and sunbathing, trails to operate during normal business hours, and perhaps most confusingly, it also orders that all day camps for children need to cease operations between the hours of 10 p.m. and 5 a.m. This is a nightmare dystopia. According to the order, non-essential businesses may be permitted to conduct minimum basic operations, including inventory, security, custodial services, payroll, and employee benefits processing, and any reasonable activity designed to maximize the ability for its employees to work remotely from their homes. These businesses must also notify the public with a sign at their entrances that the business is closed to the public. This is the communist takeover. What I'm reading to you, this is a communist takeover. Please go ahead and tell me that, well, okay, but that's just in one area of the United States. Okay, in one area of the United States, there is blatant, transparently tyrannical and authoritarian, nightmarish gulag. This is a hard gulag, by the way. I've been talking, so that's hard gulag. That's hard gulag. Chill your shit out at home, unless, partner, lock it down, partner. It's a hard gulag. Los Angeles equals hard gulag. This is the communist state. But yeah, please keep telling me how under Mussolini's concept of the state, in which everything is the state and there's nothing that's not the state. So go ahead and tell me that that's not a communist takeover. It's a communist takeover right there. That's what that is. Oh, but that's right, McCarthyism. You can't call people communists. Eric Garcetti's a communist, just based on what he's doing. Now, do a majority of Los Angeles, whoever's still living in Los Angeles that hasn't fled, do they want to live under communism? I guess that's the question at this point. Pardon me. The city statement reads, our city is now close to a devastating tipping point beyond which the number of hospitalized patients would start to overwhelm our hospital system, in turn risking needless suffering and death. So that's an algorithm. It's not based on anything other than a computer model, right? They're saying based on the numbers we're seeing, if we don't lock this motherfucker down, then our hospitals will be overwhelmed, it sounds like. So it's a predicting of the future. These unfortunate facts about the spread of COVID-19 in our city mean that we must resume some of the more restrictive measures we instituted in the spring. The way to avoid that dreaded scenario is clear. We must refrain from gathering with people from outside our household wherever possible. Angelinos have shown what is possible when we cooperate, listen, and protect our family, friends, neighbors, and favorite businesses by watching them go the fuck out of business. While Walmart and the biggies remain, and eventually Amazon will just most likely pay cash for Walmart at some point if they even want it. But since we got the Amazon partners with NSA for like cloud services or whatever for information and all of that, why not why wouldn't Amazon take the government contract for the local quarantine center, the local Walmart super center that's now a quarantine center, because hey, all these people who refuse the vax, we can't have them out here in the general public just freely milling about and going through dumpsters looking for food, and adding fucking armored body, armored, more or less armoring their vehicles and driving around Mad Max style with everything but the Australian accent. Yeah. Okay. New rule could allow gas firing squads for U.S. executions. The Justice Department is quietly amending its execution protocols, no longer requiring federal death sentences to be carried out by lethal injection and clearing the way to use other methods like firing squads and poison gas. The amended rule, published Friday in the Federal Register, allows the U.S. government to conduct executions by lethal injection or use any other manner prescribed by the law of the state in which the sentence was imposed. A number of states allow other methods of execution, including electrocution, inhaling nitrogen gas, or death by firing squad. Holla! It remains unclear whether the Justice Department will seek to use any methods other than lethal injection for executions in the future. The rule, which goes into effect on December 20th, 24th comes as the Justice Department has scheduled 5 executions during the lame duck period, including 3 just days before President-elect Joe Biden takes office. The Justice Department official said the change was made to account for the fact the Federal Death Penalty Act requires sentences to be carried out in the manner prescribed by the law of the state in which the sentence is imposed, and some of those states use methods other than lethal injection. The official told the AP the federal government will never execute an inmate by firing squad or electrocution unless the relevant state has itself authorized that method of execution. The official said 2 executions scheduled in December would be done by lethal injection, but did not provide information about 3 others scheduled in January. The official spoke to the Associated Press on condition of anonymity in order to discuss the internal department protocols. Attorney General William Barr restarted federal executions this year after a 17-year hiatus. This year, the Justice Department has put to death more people than during the previous half-century, despite waning public support from both Democrats and Republicans for its use. All states that use the death penalty allow lethal injection, and that is the primary method in all states. Where other methods are allowed, according to data compiled by the nonprofit Death Penalty Information Center, as lethal injection drug become difficult to obtain, some states have begun looking at alternative methods carrying out death sentences. Alabama joined Oklahoma and Mississippi in 2018, approving the use of nitrogen gas to execute prisoners, allowing the state to asphyxiate condemned inmates with the gas in some cases. In some states, inmates can choose the method of their execution. In Florida, for example, an inmate can specifically ask to be put to death by electrocution, and in Washington state, inmates can ask to be put to death by hanging. In Utah, prisoners sentenced before May 2004 can choose to be killed by a firing squad. The state law there also authorizes the use of a firing squad if lethal injection drugs are not available. Now, remember when Arkansas was running out, their lethal injection drugs were expiring. State of Arkansas, and they were having trouble. More or less, all the European countries have decided to no longer sell those drugs to the United States, at least as far as the government. So there was talk of like these state officials like trying to make like clandestine drug deals, like in parking lots, trying to get these lethal injection drugs. So because all these drugs were set to expire, the state of Arkansas was trying to hustle up, and it did like a mass execution of like 7 people. I think maybe it only pulled off like 5 of them, because of legal challenges. And then Johnny Depp and Damian Eccles went to a protest at the Capitol, which I thought was interesting. Eccles had famously been on death row in Arkansas for like 18 years. It makes me wonder, why is said after a 17-year hiatus, the Trump administration under Barr had been cranking up the executions. Let's see if we can find out who they're finna kill. Upcoming federal executions. See what these people done. We need, upcoming U.S. It says Trump plans to have 5 federal prisoners executed. In a statement released Friday, the Department of Justice described the upcoming executions as being for people who committed staggeringly brutal murders. Barr's DOJ has already executed 8 people this year, despite many states pausing due to coronavirus pandemic. But if these 5 go forward, it would mean the DOJ under Trump and Barr will have executed 13 people in just 6 months, which is a huge shift for federal executions that had been quite rare until last year. Among the 5 people scheduled to be executed before January the 20th is Brandon Bernard, the BB or the 22, who will be the youngest person in nearly 70 years to be executed by the United States for a crime committed when he was a teenager. He was 18 when he and a friend were convicted of murdering 2 youth ministers. His accomplice, Christopher Villalva, was executed in September after he exhausted all of his appeals. Lisa Montgomery, the only woman currently on federal death row and the first woman to be executed by the U.S. in almost 70 years, is scheduled to be executed on January 12th for killing a pregnant woman cutting. Whoa, let's not even talk about all that. Yeah, it's no bueno. Heinous and graphic descriptions of horrible things. Dustin Higgs, a black man, was convicted of ordering a triple homicide, and his execution is scheduled for Martin Luther King Day. Higgs did not actually pull the trigger in the case of the person who did receive life in prison. Just a moment, please. Yes, that's crazy, huh? Yeah, well, that's going down. Execution style. Well, shit, I guess I covered all the news. Trying to keep it down here in the motel at the detail. I think we're gonna make it over the hump today. First 24-hour period with just no booze. Pretty fast taper, man. Shout out to Canada in numerous of its form. And trying to get this outro music ready. Well, thanks for joining me. Bye.
This is not a test, it's difficulty. Picture closely, the ignorant mostly. Blind, deaf, dumb, your mind left numb. Lost soul, who failed to hear the roll of the drum. In the bottom of the bomb shelter, still felt the heavy blast that blew up the massive 12 welder. The math of an elder. Praise the Lord, thank you, genius. Operation Project English. Commander Chief of Flight Staff. Check the aircraft, glide like the Frisbee. Digi to Disney, the check fault in oneself was pure loveliness. You break the mirror that remind you of your ugliness. So when I bust, no one is in touch. Some returning with the mic clutch, like such, who plan but never execute. He had the heat in his hand, but he didn't shoot. Therefore, your mechanism of material better be sickly, or let your lead spread incredibly quickly. I move bravely, traveling on a horse on a battlefield, surrounded by the loss of those plotting with the brains of animals. My high molecular structure, the intangible, the name ring a bell. Killable, 2 syllables. The who was coming through, the outcome was critical. To be blunt, the beat was cooked up like coke goods. The rhyme first came to me in the oak woods. Up the no good, rap by Khan. Milk the industry like the Wall Street jump barn. You see the white stone, I got your hype stone. Direct currents that move through the microphone. Key contributor, well-known major factor. Rhyme distributor, the drive of a tractor who run you down if you don't move but wanna linger. Linger, 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 linger. Linger, 1-9, clear the line, can you read me? Started your rhymes, MCs to respect the worst. I stay alert and shoot first. Linger, 1-9, clear the line, can you read me? Started your rhymes, MCs to respect the worst. I stay alert and shoot first. The immortality of my fame. With age and experience, my reason ripens. I strike on you Vikings, clash like a hyphen. If you're into the house of fortune, by the gate of pleasure, you will leave by sorrow with low measures. Everything fails with the unfortunate. Learned that recording it, so my mind brought in it. Track records ranks us with the exceptional, extreme complex physics, high technical. The truth is usually seen and rarely heard. What's more dangerous than hatred is the word. You wild cards, jack of all trades. Those who parade their positions, show their spades. A large flock of MCs, they figure should be taught. It ain't hard to see why I'm vigorously sought.
Break up 1-9, clear the line, can you read me? Shortage on rhymes, MCs should expect the worst. I stay alert and shoot first. Break up 1-9, clear the line, can you read me? Shortage on rhymes, MCs should expect the worst. I stay alert and shoot first.
So you call me insane, 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 insane. 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 I've been frozen by the line. From the slave among your kind. From the moment I was spoke, I've been freezing all the time. Another day, another one to find. Go on without the sea. Who brought you back to fight?
What's happening? Benton here. NightmareDystopia.com. This is Pirate Radio for the zombie apocalypse. Shout out to the podcast audience. Thank you so much for listening. It is greatly appreciated. Today's episode is a conversation with a Marine, although I do not believe he is active duty. They say once a Marine, always a Marine, so I want to speak correctly. He goes by the name of Highly Suspect, and he works at a manufacturing facility in the greater St. Louis area. And what follows is our conversation. What's happening?
Hey, what's going on?
Hey, what's up, brother? Can you hear me?
Yeah, how about me? Am I good?
Yeah, you're good, man. Good to talk to you.
Right on, man. Like I told you, brother, I don't really have any interaction with another fucking human being, besides this, really. I mean, some of these fucking clowns out here, goddamn, But yeah, like honestly, man, the last 6, 7, 8 months, man, it's like the only interaction I had with somebody that's got some fucking sense.
Well, I'll take that as a compliment.
Okay, all right, right on. I can hear you fine. Anyways, yeah. Trying to navigate through the garbage out here, man. Definitely. This fucking world. I don't even know. What do you think? You been outside lately?
Yes, I have.
Yeah.
Well, I'm out here with the Q-tards here in Arkansas.
Is it? Wow.
So everybody's pretty cool, man, but they've completely drank the Kool-Aid on the Q and the Donald Trump.
Right. The Savior's still coming.
Oh, yeah, they're going to be saved. Yeah, Big Daddy Trump's going to save them.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Just that. Yeah. Well, unfortunately, I mean, it seems like the universe sides with the fucking majority, and the majority of people out there are completely fucking retarded. So, I don't know what we're gonna do, man. I'm just thinking, if we do by some fucking miracle get through this alive, without a vaccine, and we're not fucking sterilized, that I'm going to do my part to repopulate the earth with some people that's got a fucking IQ above 40. I'm not kidding. I mean, I fucking deal with some of the laziest, stupidest fucking people on the planet. They have to be. It's fucking insane. I don't know how some of these fucking people have made it this far in life and fed themselves and bathed themselves and fucking made it past the age of 15 or something.
Well,
without some help.
It's certainly not a meritocracy. I think we can agree.
That that Sage of Clay, Mike Williams, he said the technocracy is coming. It's the new technocracy. That's what we're going into. Not so much it's communism, but I guess the tech side of it's going to be there, like, with the chips or the nanotechnology and all that shit. I just walked through work today and just looked like, I don't know how many cameras were on me. Every fucking where I looked, there was a camera in the corner looking at me. And it's just like, we're making fucking peanut butter out here. We're not splitting atoms or none of that shit, making uranium.
Yeah, you work at a manufacturing plant, right?
Yeah, it's Fisher Nuts. It's a fucking nut house. Yeah, they do peanuts and peanut butter.
Okay.
And yeah, it's mostly, I mean, it's staying out like fucking top line of shit for like cooking and baking or whatever. And then they got the great value shit you see on the shelves at Walmart, the peanut butter. We make it there.
Okay.
But I'm an electrician, maintenance electrician out there, and I don't know what fucking playground they hire these people from, where they're coming from, but I mean, they're just completely fucking weak, feeble, fucking idiots, man. That's just crazy. These fucking kids too, man. What about that shit? These young kids that I've never seen nothing so fucking lazy in my life. They have no work ethics. No, I don't know how this fucking, well, it's not going to survive. It's not going to.
Mm-hmm.
Some of these fucking kids, I call them kids, man. They're in their 20s, I think. I hope. Last time they broke a sweat was fucking playing with a half-hard dick in their mom's basement watching softcore porn or some stupid shit,
Sure, yeah.
I mean, they're just fucking lazy, bro. Really lazy and completely fucking stupid. I don't know if like something took place with me and I was ever in that fucking position. I just don't ever feel like I was part of that.
Well, you went to a Marine Corps boot camp.
Yeah.
So they kicked your ass into gear right there.
Yeah, it changed my fucking life, believe me. But I was a complete order follower, man. I was that guy. I was fucking, Uncle Sam's nephew right there, bud.
Well, but
sure,
there's no fucking off in the Marines. I mean, I'm sure there's some, but for the most part, you got to get in there and work. I'm guessing.
Yeah. I mean, and my father, he was in the Marines also. So, I mean, I grew up around it. I kind of, but he's a fucking Q-tard too, I guess.
Yeah, man. The Q-tard is strong right now. I've noticed it's very strong.
Well, man, I wanted to tell you, man, I got a fucking good friend, okay, up in Chicago, and he's been a good friend, and I don't know what happened, man, but just talking to him here lately, like, I don't know if he's given up, or what, but he's gone. He's on the other side, man. We lost him. Seriously. Well, I don't know what. Yeah. I was like, who the fuck am I talking to?
So is he you mean like full right wing, or what are we talking?
No. I mean, he was awake. I thought, like, unless he was just bullshitting me this whole time for 15 years. But now he's all about just get the fucking vax, wear the goddamn mask.
God.
I think, like, yeah, like he's given up. Like he even went as far as telling me, he lives in Chicago. He's like, bro, listen, the fucking hospital's right up the street from me, man. I'm telling you, it's packed. Everybody's got it, dude. I'm like, look, man, no, it's not. He's telling me this shit. I mean, and this is a fucking, I thought was a real solid fucking stay down motherfucker, man. And he's gone. Well, I don't even have a desire to talk to him, man. It breaks my heart, what do you do, I guess.
And that's one benefit of the pandemic. We're really finding out who everybody is through all this.
The wheat and the tares, bro.
Absolutely.
The wheat and the tares, man. And I'm telling you, it's freaking, yeah.
And what I've told people is show me the bodies. Show me the bodies. Yeah, I haven't seen a body yet. It's a pandemic, but I haven't seen a dead body.
No. And I told you before, bro, I was in the fucking hospital in November for 3 weeks, dude. I had pneumonia. I was the only fucking person in there. On the second floor of the hospital, the only person there. And they checked me 4 times for COVID. They did 3 rapid tests, and then the one they send out, the 3-day, 72-hour.
Yeah.
All negative. But they tried everything they could. Then, on top of this stuff, when I get done, right, my work quarantines me. On the fucking paperwork from the hospital, they said that I had COVID pneumonia.
What?
And I've got through. I swear to God, bro, shit you not. COVID pneumonia is what it says. Yeah. Wow. Never even, I didn't know that was a fucking thing, but I have the paperwork with the tests on it. They tested me for strep throat, other shit,
Mm-hmm.
All negative, nothing come up. And the COVID test, all negative. And then on the discharge, COVID pneumonia. Shit you not. Yeah. Yeah. So did they get the money anyway? Did they get that money anyway? Is that what they did?
I think they got some money.
Yeah, something, right? COVID pneumonia. Yeah, I still have the papers.
I guess they're disappointed that you didn't die, so they could get the full amount.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Sure. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And maybe be one of those real cases of someone who did fucking die. But like I said, man, I'm the only person that I know that has been hospitalized with any kind of respiratory issues since this shit started. But yet I've got people around me daily telling me how real it is.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
It's real. It's real. I know somebody. You know, a 70-year-old woman that, you know, had some respiratory issues or something. Yeah, of course you did. Yeah, that happens all the fucking time. Yeah. But no, it's not. And man, you just give them the evidence and they're just like, no, yeah, like I said, show me the body.
Yeah, I haven't seen any bodies.
Nobody's falling out. Yeah, nothing. But they fucking absolutely believe it's real. It's here. Yeah. And I'm like, well, where's all the dead? I mean, like 1 in 5 of us should be missing right now, man. I'm looking at everybody out here and we're still here.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm still the only one that's been in a fucking hospital. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's a pandemic.
It don't register. It don't register. It don't, for whatever. I don't know what happened to them.
Well, and you know, the system is incentivizing people to get diagnosed, because I was over here at the gas station getting my coffee this morning, and there was an old boy towing a boat on his way to a bass tournament. So I got to talking to him a little bit at 5 a.m. And he said that his buddy's wife got it. And well, he said if his buddy gets diagnosed with COVID, then he can get all this money through disability. So what he said was that his buddy had sex with his wife for the first time in like 10 years and was like mouth kissing her trying to get COVID so he could get this money.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
And still,
Right. Yeah.
but still couldn't get it.
Well,
Do you hear what I'm
So,
saying?
yeah.
The guy was trying to get it.
Yeah. Yeah. And the poor guy had to fuck his wife. Yeah.
For the first time. No, that's what the guy told me. He said for the first time in 10 years.
Wow. Wow. That almighty, ain't that great? Wow. Poor guy. Yeah. And nothing. You're right. Yeah. Yeah. You see how fucking irrational people are thinking? You know? It's insane.
I can't live this way, man. I can't do it.
No, maybe it's gonna bring families back together, I guess. Sounds like it. Huh. Yeah, that's
Well,
crazy,
you're over
man.
there at your work installing plexiglass, right?
Yeah, plexiglass on picnic tables.
That's
outside.
going to keep us safe.
Outside.
Plexiglass outside on
yeah.
picnic tables.
And honestly, man, I was like physically ill and sick to my stomach when I was doing that. Oh, I'm And coworkers were steadily walking in. Oh yeah, that's a great idea. And I'm just like, are you fucking serious, really? And they were totally serious.
Man,
you know, like, yeah, with the mask, walking in with it, driving up to work with their mask on and shit. Yeah, absolutely. Like the virus. Yeah, like it's become fucking, it's mutated. It's become self-aware, and it knows not to bother you. You know, if there's a fucking plexiglass up or you're eating lunch or whatever the case may be, it won't bother you. I'm just like, are they trying to, like, I mean, it really looks like the fucking visiting room at the county jail or something.
Exactly. Yeah. Institutional.
What are they doing? Yeah. What are they, what's this, and yeah, absolutely. And then before that, you got to go into you got to go through the front office, get the temp check. Have you had any symptoms, and all that? No. But I'll tell you this much, dude, I know people are abusing it because of my work. If you tell them you have symptoms, COVID's whatever, loss of taste and all that.
Yeah.
If you say that, they will let you off for 80 hours, 2 weeks with pay. You'll get your check. You'll get an 80-hour check. And people are abusing it left and right. I've heard people say, I was around my grandmother who was at church and she seen, Sister Mary Shovelface, and she had it. And now I was by her. Yeah. And they're getting, man. Yeah. Getting 80 hours,
It's a scam. This whole thing's a scam.
Right. But yeah, so are they like, is that an incentive, to say you got it, and we're going to give you 2 weeks of pay, which, I mean, I feel fortunate that, I guess that's there, at least at my company. Like, if someone really was sick with this shit, if it was real, at least the company's looking out like that, but it's not. And they have to know that people are abusing this shit,
Oh, they want people to abuse it, I think.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what the system wants. The system wants as many cases as possible.
Right.
So they can go on the news every night and talk about how many cases there are.
Yeah. Yeah. What, 33 million more cases? 66 million more cases? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then that shit with the AI, I think Drew was saying, you could punch in the, any number. And,
yeah. Yeah. It would
what
come
the
up.
fuck
Yeah.
is that? And it just makes up this story. Yeah.
It does. Yeah. The AI, the algorithm. But hey, did you catch that live stream last night?
Most of it. Yeah, man. Jurassic Liars. He's fucking insane.
Yeah.
I
He's
love
on
the
fire,
guy.
wasn't he?
Yeah, bro. I mean, he's just, he's crazy with them numbers, the dates, the birth, all that. I'm like, wow, man. But I mean, hey, some of it's like resonating. I'm like, yeah, he's got fucking, he's on to something. Like, I don't like, we talked before, like there's something here that we don't see, like in this realm. I mean, I guess that spectrum we're allowed to look through with our natural eyes,
Mm-hmm.
But he's fucking seeing something. I heard him talking about, he was a gambling addict and he got saved, and his father was doing the number thing too. I'm like, wow. I mean, like, is there something, what was that about? Like, what, something going on? I mean, like, the man, yeah, I caught it. It was pretty cool, man. Actually, and it was kind of long, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, I thought it went good.
Yeah, it was cool. It was a fucking marathon. I mean, yeah, I was on the edge of my seat the whole time, and dude's crazy, man. I love it. That shit. The Space Needle.
But how many? Look how many events came back to August 8th or August 4th, rather. It was like he was pulling all these birthdays. All these people had these connections to August 4th. Yeah, it's just completely bananas.
Bill Gates' birthday. Elvis gets fucking vaccinated on live TV.
Yeah, that was September 28th. But then he went into the August 4th rather is Obama's birthday, and then he did all the August 4th connections, and there was like 100 of them. It's crazy.
That's great. Yes, it is. It's now. I guess if we about this kind of stuff, and when my other coworkers, the other electricians are listening, they're just looking at me like, I'm completely fucking whatever.
Oh yeah, you're nuts.
And I think it aggravates them. Like they're just like, I wish he'd shut the fuck up. Really, I'm telling you, and my coworker, my buddy, he sees it too. He's like, "You see someone?" I'm like, "Yeah, I seen it. Good. Let it bother him, whatever." But this shit, man, I'm telling you, like, do you think something may have taken place with this conjunction, dude? Because I'm telling you, like, the synchronicity is like totally ramped up with me. And this is really strange too, man, to say this, but like,
no, get into it.
I know I don't have 5G. It's not here yet. But anyways, they were saying, like, I was watching a video on they were saying like your thoughts like are just going to go right to the phone and whatever you're thinking is going to come up, with this 5G tech. And I'm like, well, this shit's kind of happening to me now. I'll be thinking on something. It's like it's manifesting shortly after. And also it's like it's triangulating with people around me too. And it's just fucking getting really strange. And I'm like, it's not nothing negative either. It's
sure,
really
yeah.
Strange. I don't know. Like, I think Martin Kenny said, that conjunction, after it took place, was going to unlock pineal glands or activate DNA type things.
Yeah, I could see that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I can tell you what I've noticed is I think just from my own personal experience, I think I've seen an increase in like healing energy, and then also I think there's been an increase in people's ability to communicate like at a spiritual or nonverbal level. I feel like I'm able to pick up.
That's where
I'm able to pick up on people.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at.
But part of that is if they have their face covered, I think, if I've got my face covered and they've got their face covered, I think that really it hampers a lot of that versus, now I'm in a part of the country where I'm mostly interacting with people whose faces aren't covered. And I think that has something to do with it. But it seems like, with the Great Conjunction, and now apparently there's this triple conjunction. I don't know if you heard about that, but that's happening is, I think there's an increase in our ability to communicate, like what I would call telepathically, that's what I would refer to it as.
Yeah, I could definitely see that, man. I'm just telling you, like, things are, I'll be having thoughts, and I'll be getting like the DMT thing.
Mm-hmm.
Thinking about it, it just started getting text messages. It started popping up everywhere. my receipts at the store are 12-12 or 11-11 or 14-14 or that's my total or whatever.
Yeah.
But it's just total. Every time I look at the clock, it's something. And I've just noticed here recently, maybe the last week and a half, it's really ramping up. And it's like, and now my friend at work, he's experiencing it too.
Well,
and I'm not even got that far to talk to him about that.
And I hate to jump in. I'm just jumping in for the audience. You know, I've talked about this in previous episodes. You know, I'm more or less convinced at this point that we're in the dream world. And I think, you know, I think in the dream world, a lot of times when you look at the clock, it's going to be one of those numbers that you're going to notice. Like you're talking about, it's 1313 or, you know, when you're checking out at the store, it's coming out to some number, you know, or every time you look at the clock, it's like 1111 or 1212. To me, I associate that with being in the dream world versus being in the real world. And that's, and I'm not saying I'm right. I'm just saying that's how I interpret it.
I mean, I know the Aborigines think that, you know, that when we're awake, this is what we, you know, that's vice versa with them.
Yeah, exactly. That this is the dream world and the real world is what we think of as the dream world. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, real conscious. Yeah. I mean, like, are those little reality markers that, you know, my higher self sent me or what, you know, to like get my attention? Because I'm just like, I've even like I was telling my friend up in Chicago, you know, about the synchronicity and the clock thing and that. And he's like, it's always 11:11 twice a day. Every single time you pick the fucking phone up or you look at a clock or you wake up at 4:44. So I changed my format to military time. Now it's 14:14, 15:15.
Exactly.
So like I was doing it to even just like check myself. Okay, am I like brand? Do I have like an internal clock and every hour? You know, I've set it to go look at the clock. No, because now it's different. It's not every hour. So this is just more than that. And, you know, it would be foolish to say otherwise or to just dismiss it. It's got to be something going on.
Oh, I totally
maybe
agree.
It's a postcard from God. I don't know.
I completely agree. Yeah, there's something is happening. What that is, I'm not completely sure. But something is going on without a doubt.
Yeah, I've recognized it for the last few years, but not like this. It's like right now, it's just every fucking time. And I'm like, you know, is it a wake up call or whatever? You know, angel numbers. There's so many, you know, theories people have. Makes no sense to them, man.
Hey, I lost you there for a second. What were you talking about?
When you like when I present that to somebody, you know, and they're just like they have no spirituality, or, you know.
Yeah.
And you present that to them and they just look at you like you're insane. They have no idea what you're talking. You know, just that's fucking nuts. What are you talking about? You know, you're crazy. And I'm wondering, like, was there a time where I was like that? But I'm not seeing it. Like I've always been on this side of the fence. It seems like.
Sure.
I always thought reality was fucking strange, and you know the world wasn't right. There was more to it, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But well, you know. What do we do? What do we do to fucking help them? I mean, like you said,
we can't help them, brother. I don't think we can help them.
Yeah, I don't think that's my department.
Did you hear my podcast where I was going in on Matt QOC?
No, I didn't get to, man. I didn't get to.
Yeah, I know you were busy today.
Yeah. It's hard to get service in there a lot.
No, it's all good.
Well, brush me up on it.
Well, I don't want to go over it again, but you know, I covered some of those ideas in that podcast. Like what we're talking about is, you know, this idea that we're all going to kind of come together and come up with a solution. You know, I just don't see it happening. That's just my opinion.
Right. Well, I do think
I hate to be doom and gloom, but I think that's where we're at.
No. We also got to be reasonable, man. You know,
sure, yeah.
And looking out at what we're sharing DNA with, you know, what humanity is right now.
Mm-hmm.
I don't really see it either, man. And like, it's just going to be that separate. I don't want to be the Bible guy, you know, but the strong delusion, the wheat and tares, the separation, you know, the chaff is just it.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
It's certainly, if that's one prophecy, I would say has come to pass, that would be one.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I'm not going to be the Bible guy either, whatever. I'm not trying to be that. I'm just saying there's something to that. There, you know, there's got to be something to that. It's coming to pass, and other things too.
Mm-hmm.
You know, yeah. Jacob's ladder, the pineal gland, that, and I'm, I've got other people talking to me now, like just a few, that I've planted that seed with in the past about the pineal gland, and mostly it was Christians. I'm like, well, do you know the Bible? A lot of astrotheology, and it mentions the pineal gland and several times, and the Christ mentioned, in Jacob's ladder and all that.
Sure, yeah.
Now I've got people, hey, what about that? I'm like, check out this video, astrotheology, or whatever, Santos Bonacci, or, so maybe there was some activation going on, or maybe some people are waking up. I don't think it's not the numbers we're looking for, though.
Well, see, I don't really believe. I don't believe in the concept of waking up, but I think, I think each individual has the potential to transcend whatever their limitations are. But on a mass scale, I just don't see the people figuring it out, collectively. But that's just my opinion. I could be completely wrong, but
you're saying, yeah.
But on an individual scale, I think people absolutely have the capacity to, especially with what you're talking about with the pineal gland. If people are able to, if they're able to go inside, right? If they're able to introspectively examine their own energy spheres, I think they can figure out, oh, wait a minute, I'm actually like this very powerful being. Right.
Yes, absolutely.
So,
man.
all humans are very powerful. The thing is, but if each person doesn't understand how powerful they are, then they're really not powerful effectively. That's the way I look at it.
Right. And I go back and forth all the time with it. Like sometimes I'll feel like a fucking weakling, man. Like I'm softer than wet flowers. I'm a little kitten. And then other times I'm like, wait, I got to remind myself.
Yeah.
No. Yeah, I'll catch myself sometimes just being weak on things. Like,
oh, sure, me too. Yeah, I think that's normal.
Yeah, letting just trivial shit bother me and consume me, with people at work or whatever. Just like, fuck, I'm like, wait a minute, man, look what you're dealing with. I mean, yeah. And I'll let people really fucking aggravate me or agitate me to the point where, you want to fucking choke them. But
yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean,
sure.
They're there, man. Fortunately, fucking, I've got to work with these fucking clowns, man. But yeah, I'll catch myself sometimes just like, wait a minute, look at the source this shit's coming from. These people are, I mean, I hate to be this guy, but they're fucking garbage, man. Really complete garbage to me. And I hate to be that guy, and I'm really like, I'm looking at this vax and the sterilization thing is a good thing sometimes, man. I mean, I hate to fucking be like that, man, but like really, these motherfuckers don't need to be polluting the gene pool any further, man.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, retards get horny and they fuck and they have kids too. I mean, they are, man.
Sure, yeah.
They're out there. God damn. And then what? We're left to fucking take care of them. Are we lifting humanity up, or I don't know. I read a book, The Human Animal.
Who's that by?
He says that.
I'm going to look that up real quick. Hang on.
The Human Animal starts with a D.
I got it.
Shit. You'll see. Okay. There's some quotes in there, man, where it says that, we like to think that we're fallen angels, but, we're just risen apes. And it talks about, yeah, it says, it's got another quote in there. If you check them quotes out about the, we're the only animal that kills other animals, that kills our own kind, because of hate.
That makes sense.
Yeah, we are, out of hate, jealousy, and we're the only other species of animal that does that shit. And we've killed I don't know, hundreds of millions since 1940.
Oh my God! Yeah, it's
over senseless nonsense.
Well,
just whatever.
What does the Bible say? The Bible says man will dominate man to his own injury.
Right. Yeah.
And I think that's what we've seen.
Man. And I'm gonna I'm just gonna put this out there, and I don't want to be this guy either, the Mandela effect guy or whatever, but I definitely know without a doubt that things have changed, supernaturally, especially the Bible, man. A lot of things in the Bible.
I agree 100%. Yeah, the Bible is not pure. There's no doubt about it.
No, I mean, I've seen that. I know for a fact, man, it's not my memory. And Is that another strong delusion? Is that, and then I have to say this, man, are these events supposed to happen? Or do they have to happen? Do they have to be, they got to take place? And as me, or am I, trying to do something about it? Is it just like pointless? Me trying to help, me trying to lift up my fellow man or someone that I think may have some potential to, get out of this. Is it just pointless? Am I wasting my time?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Does this need to happen? Does it have to take place? And, am I spinning my wheels? And I think that a lot too. Like, well, I'll see somebody, man, and they got that little spark in them, and you just think, hey, man, this, maybe, reach out to them. And that fear, just like you can just see it once you present something to them, like, they're binge watching the fucking Kardashians, and you mentioned the Rothschild bankers and shit, and they just look at you like they don't want to go there. They don't want to, man. That comfort zone is real comfortable. Yeah.
Well, the human heart cannot experience fear and love simultaneously. It's one or the other.
I absolutely say, man, when they keep us dumbed down in fear, or whatever, that it's a lot easier to control everyone. Oh,
absolutely. Yeah. If the system can convince me to exist in a state of fear, then it's got me where it wants me, without a doubt.
Right.
Now, I have fears, but day in and day out, I don't exist in a state of fear, but then I do experience fear on occasion. But, my fear personally seems to stem around being controlled. I don't want to be controlled. Right. So this pandemic has very much, triggered my fear button, because they're trying to get me to, behave in certain ways, and they're trying to control me through a pandemic. Right.
Yeah.
So, it's been a struggle for me personally, but then I ate these mushrooms on Friday, and I know you'd had an experience recently as well. Mm-hmm. But, I had about somewhere around 6 or 7 grams of mushrooms, and it really helped me to kind of, make peace with the pandemic and not be I was very angry at the pandemic. So, I'm not as mad at the pandemic as I was, I should say.
Mm-hmm.
So I was wondering, because I hadn't talked to you since you had your experience. I was wondering what that was like for you.
Yeah, brother, I did. I got, it was and that's crazy too, man. That's another thing, like the DMT, the psilocybin, talking about it, and like it's manifesting. I just got 2 grams of DMT ordered today.
Wow.
That's crazy. I wasn't even thinking about it, but yeah, I did. I checked out on them mushrooms, man. I don't know how long, maybe 45 minutes. Checked out on them. I was in the fucking spirit world, asshole, like that guy.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, man. It was, and I felt like, a calmness the next day. Like, the stress wasn't there, the anxiety, kind of, and I think, and I don't want to say or promote.
Well, wait a minute. Before you continue, hang on. Before you go, hang on. Hold on to your thought. On this podcast, we don't recommend anything. We don't prescribe psychedelics. We just talk about them. So if somebody wants to do that, that's their choice. But we're not recommending psychedelics. We're just discussing them. So go ahead.
I mean, if I can recommend it, I would recommend it. Yeah.
Well, that's you. I won't recommend it, but you go right ahead if you want to.
Every adult male at one time, in his life should, search his consciousness out. I mean, it's for consciousness, and how the government or anyone can put something on that. Like, we're not allowed to fucking go there. Why?
Oh, it should not be prohibited. Absolutely, I agree with that. I'm saying that I don't necessarily recommend them to other people. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah, of course. I mean, everybody. That's not,
It's an individual choice.
Mm-hmm. Right.
But it shouldn't be illegal. That's crazy.
Yeah, I wouldn't. Yeah, on that page, like, do not do heroin. People, do not fucking do heroin. Whatever you do, if you think you want to do heroin, fucking do mushrooms first. I'm just saying that.
For sure. Yeah, definitely.
I don't know of anybody that's fucking done psychedelics and, went on a fucking rampage, or something.
Well, but I would caution that anybody under the age of 25 should probably not do psychedelics because their brain is not fully formed yet.
Yeah, right. And I can agree with that.
So I would, my opinion on psychedelics is somebody should be a mature. That's just me. I think somebody should already be fully matured.
Yeah.
Because we know there's 14-year-olds out here, eating acid, but that may not be the best thing for them.
No, absolutely not. No, I wouldn't. No. I mean, we were doing LSD in the Marine Corps probably twice a month.
Yeah. See, I want to talk about that. To me, that's crazy that, we think about the Marines as like they're all straight laced and they're doing what they're supposed to do. But then these articles are coming out about how the government's having to test the Marines because they're all eating acid.
Yeah. Yeah. And I'll say this, and I think I'm going to tell you why it was, okay. Why when I was in, why I did it. We were under the impression that it was really, really hard to do a urine analysis.
Yeah, it's hard to detect in urine. Yes, sir. Yeah.
We were told that, they'll never find out. They got to do a spinal tap or whatever. So, okay, what can we do? And when you're under fucking high stress situations day in and day out around the clock, man, it's either you can drink, or get some LSD.
Yeah, because you can't smoke pot because it stays in the body too long.
No. Yeah, I mean,
exactly.
because there were drug tests and all
the
time.
Of course.
And I don't recall anybody, failing for a psychedelic. I do know of guys that failed for marijuana, man, and it just fucked up their career too.
Oh, it's a wrap.
Yeah, you're done. You're through, finished, and I'm like looking at it in a, logically, look, if I wanted to do something like that, I think I'll do the LSD and not something I got to fucking worry about for 30 days,
Yes.
being in my urine.
Yeah, because it's, worst case scenario, it's out of your body in 16 hours.
Yeah, yeah. And back then, it was 90s, early 90s.
Yeah, they couldn't detect it back then at all. Yeah.
Now, I mean, I'm reading these articles with my daughter. She's in the Navy in Norfolk, and she was telling me about it.
What did she say?
Yeah, she was just, man, she was like, she sees these Marines they're on the ship with her and whatnot, but for whatever reason, I mean, the Marines are just a different breed, a cat, whatever you want to call it. We're fucking strange, but.
Yeah, that's true. I agree.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, I don't know what it is, what triggers, what it is, but anyways, having a fucking gang of guys a bunch of fucking psycho Marines that are already half cocked anyway, and then being on acid, man,
sure,
it's not.
Yeah, that's unsettling.
An outsider ain't gonna fucking last too long around there. I know that.
Sure.
I've seen that happen a few times, yeah. And also, I'll say this: the guys I were doing it with, it was those guys. Those were my guys, my Marines, and that's who I hung with.
Mm-hmm.
Once you did that, the rest, you had the drinkers, and then you had I'll say the church guys. That's what it was. Marines are either like Rottweilers or they're Dobermans. One or the other. There's no, they're real big and fucking mean, or they're real small and crazy as fuck. I don't know, but the guys that was always taking place, man. I remember that, and had some great times too, man. And I think that was our relief valve too. That was your relief valve, man. It was your pressure relief. All right, we're going to do some acid. And it's a lot easier to take acid and go run 5 miles the next morning than, drink a case of beer.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Without a doubt.
That too. But why that's taking place, I don't know. And I'm not sure how long it's been going on. I know my dad told me that late 60s, early 70s, there was a lot of drugs in the Marine Corps.
Okay.
Yeah. They weren't testing back then either.
Yeah, so this ain't nothing new, then it sounds like.
No, I don't believe so. I think my opinion, or what I'm looking at, is you got, and I hate to fucking be this guy too, but a lot of guys that join the Marine Corps are from some probably broken fucking homes, and have grown up in some pretty fucking hairy situations and places, and I'm just saying that, man. Like a lot of guys I was around had pretty much grown up the same way I did.
Yeah.
And yeah, you can really relate to somebody. Like the stories you start talking to a guy and you get close to him. Yeah, you're like, yeah. And looking back on it, yeah, a lot of them guys were, it was pretty much same home life or whatever. Wanting to get the fuck out of town, wanting to do something,
So, they had limited opportunities. It sounds like
something honorable. I know when I left, when I left the Marine Corps, all my friends were making like $4 an hour, and on some bogus dead end jobs or whatever. And I was just like, this ain't what I'm doing. I got to go, and
Gotcha.
I'm going to go make my way. And that was what I wanted to do. What's the best thing I can possibly do for myself? And that's what come up, the Marine Corps, And plus I was coerced too by my family. That's what we did.
Yeah. Cause you said your family, you had a family history.
Yeah, absolutely. And that was just like what you did. You graduate, you go in the Marine Corps. Actually, my father didn't even graduate high school. He went in without a high school diploma and got one at a college or took night classes while he was in the Marine Corps and got his diploma.
Okay.
Yeah. Back then you could do that. Now, like I think they're looking for college grads now to go in the Marine Corps.
Yeah. It's kind of funny how that changes, but then now they're saying that most of the young people physically are not able to meet the requirements.
Yeah, I can see that.
Because I'm 45. I can go pass a PT test right now if I have to. Like it'll suck, and I'll be feeling like shit tomorrow. But I can go pass a fucking PT test. But dude, these 18-year-olds can't.
No, absolutely not. They fucking play video games, man.
Exactly.
They don't go out of a fucking house or nothing. Yeah, that's where they're at. That's like the babysitter or whatever, Yeah, and that's crazy. And they're watching that shit and playing them games or whatever. And yeah, where are they now? Look at these motherfuckers that are 25 out here.
So what's the future of the military? Is it like robots or what are we talking?
Man, there's a few different classes of Marines. I can't speak for any other branch, but like the Marines, man, you'll have that gung-ho motherfucker. I mean, just like that guy, he's a straight Marine Corps fucking daddy. He's everything Marine Corps. His fucking car's got Marine Corps stickers all over it and shit. And he kind of gets laughed at, like, don't be such a douche guy, it's just Marine Corps. Yeah, and then you'll have a guy, just like me. I was like, yeah, this is cool, man. And, I'm probably going to get some pussy. And
sure.
Be neat, man. And, we're going to do some fucking cool shit and probably, have a chance to go fucking fight. Yeah, that's how I was looking at it, yeah. And I actually did, in Somalia, Mogadishu.
Yeah, right on.
And then you got, we call them shitbirds, man. Like, they're just, you got some guys and you're looking at them, you're like, how in the fuck did you make it through boot camp? You got them guys. And I guess they're needed too. I don't know. But you don't have, and some guys too, man. I think, I noticed a few of them, man, it was, they were looking for that honor and the title. But also, I remember a lot of the guys, 18 going in, had just had a kid.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, what's the honorable thing to do? Go in the military, go in the Marine Corps. Yeah, unwed or whatever. But
and send some money home.
Yeah, exactly. Right. And it was an honorable thing to do. Now, no, that don't happen. Like, there's no honor in any fucking thing. There's no family or no core values. But when I was in there, they strongly and highly recommended you do not get married until you were an E4, a non-commissioned officer, a corporal or higher.
Gotcha.
And the divorce rate when I was in, if you were an E3 or below, was like 90%.
Damn.
You were going to be divorced in the first year. Yeah.
So now they're probably not stressing that, I'm guessing.
I can't speak on that. I really don't know.
I don't know either. I'm just speculating.
Yeah. Yeah, probably.
So
I don't.
Sorry to interrupt. I'd like to do about another 15 minutes, and I was kind of wanting to transition to another topic because I know you've got something to say on this. And this is something I've been thinking a lot about is the pandemic and then the mental health of children. And I don't think we're really talking about it. What's this doing to kids, man?
let's talk about that, man.
Yeah.
Because I was just like researching a little, not really researching, but listening about how detrimental it is for a child, a newborn, to see their mother's face and her smile and her eyes.
Oh
and
my
that,
God.
like that. That.
Well, yeah,
And,
to not be able to, right?
Yeah, and how it's like, there's like a disassociation there. It's not that man. I mean, why wouldn't yeah.
Yeah, it's evil.
Fucking-
It's pure fucking
fucking
evil.
diaper on a baby's head, when they're just fresh,
Yeah.
Yeah, they need to see their mother. I think there's something too, like in the mother's eyes, like around the facial, the muscles or whatever.
No,
like
I totally
it's not-
agree. Yeah, I'm with you.
And the child can see that, and it feels that sensation of love or whatever, and it
Yeah.
feels safe and secure and that. Well, yeah, with that shit on, that's fucking child abuse, man. It is. It's
I totally
fucking-
agree. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. That's crazy. And then, I do know I got some family back in St. Louis, and a relative, she runs a Christian academy. It's a high school, Christian high school. Anyways, she's the principal, and she said that it's now mandatory for the kids that have a soccer team. They got to wear fucking masks when they play soccer.
Yes.
And she said three girls, high school, they fucking like fell out from doing it.
Man, that's crazy.
Yeah.
See,
Like, what?
I can't live this way, brother. I can't do it.
No, I'm like I told you before, man. Like 3 or 4 months ago, I was contemplating suicide, man. I don't want to participate in this shit.
Yeah.
It's fucking horrible.
Yeah, it
And
is.
then yeah.
And then,
But-
I'm on the
Yeah.
Chalk Body Outline Discord, and we got people. There's, not very many people, but every once in a while, somebody's on there kind of defending this idea of going along with the lockdowns. And, oh, well, there's a curfew. They live in some big city up north, and it's like, oh, there's a curfew, starting at 8:00. And my thing is like, look, if I want to leave the house, I'm going to leave the house, And it's not
Yeah.
even that they're going along with it. It's that they're almost like defending it like it's justified, right? So for me, it's like, yeah, I wore a mask for probably, 4 or 5 months, but
Right.
I wouldn't tell you that was the right thing to do. That's what I chose to do, right?
Right.
This
Well, I
guy,
mean, are these?
well, he's
Are these
justifying it
truthful?
like him staying at home is the right thing to do, but I don't think he believes that. Am I making
Like-
sense?
Yeah.
So
Like I can kind of. I'm trying to see. I don't know.
well, I'm a little drunk too, so I may not be making my point, but
No. Is it,
I guess
like-
where I get confused is why don't people just own it and be like, yeah, I'm too weak to stand up. Because look, when I was wearing a mask, it was because
Mhm.
I was trying to do my job so I could make my money so I could meet my goals, right? So it's like,
Right.
I think the disconnect is the person is saying, okay, I want to live a certain kind of life, so I'm choosing to be locked in my home versus, what the guy's actually saying is he's kind of trying to justify it like, oh, well, you know what he said to me? He said, oh, well, you pay
Yeah.
taxes. It's like, oh, well, the government already tells you what to do. So why not just let them tell you to stay in your home? But my thing
Really?
is like, what's that got to
Well,
do with me paying taxes?
Wow.
Like, I don't understand
Fucking
that,
wow.
right?
Wow.
It's
wow.
that's a leap in logic, is it not?
That is like just the weakest, fucking feeblest. I mean, no, really, man, that is fucking totally weak. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, come on, man. I don't even like, bro. I would just disengage with somebody that fucking retarded.
Well, I mean, that's what ended up
And
happening.
I know what you're saying.
but
yeah,
yeah.
that's what people are thinking, and it's like that's my buddy up in Chicago with that shit. Just get the fucking vax, wear the fucking mask. Let's get on with life. And he's
Yeah.
looking at it long term, like it's not gonna be like that.
Well, I don't,
It's not.
and see, I don't think these people realize it's not for the short term. If they say yes to this, it's the government
Yeah.
telling them what to do for the rest of their lives.
Yeah, and their children.
Exactly. Yeah, into perpetuity.
Yeah, even if they're able to fucking have any.
Exactly. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, if they can even have them after this vax. Absolutely. And I hate to bring this up, man, but I'm the type. I'm going to lay it out there. I found out my youngest sister is in the. I already knew she was in the medical field and she's got a decent job.
Mm.
Apparently, she took the vax. She took the fucking vax already.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm
That's
not in
hard-
contact
that's-
with her, But
it'll break your heart.
Well, it has
know,
broken
yeah.
my heart, but I'm not looking down on her. But
no.
But I want to say this.
No.
This goes back to my prediction that 9 out of 10 of these so-called truthers that say they're not going to take it, they're going to fucking take it. What do you think?
You told me that, and I never even I never pondered or considered that, but you're absolutely fucking right.
Yeah, they're going to take it, brother.
We were like, yeah, Matt's got like, what, Quantum of Conscious got like 60,000 subs. And
Yeah, right around there, I think.
3 or something, and like, yeah, but how many of them are fucking for real?
9 out of 10 are going to take it, brother.
Yeah.
Because like you said about your friend, you know, that you thought he was woke, and my sister, you know, I've talked to her and she's got a brain, and but she took the fucking needle, brother. Because she wants to keep her job. And you know,
and what's going to when is it's going to come to that too? Or they're already
for everybody, that's going to come to that for everybody.
They're talking about that at my work. There people,
Yep.
and you know, I know the females are a lot more vocal about this at work, about people taking the vax. You know, and
What are the ladies
like,
saying?
But they're all for it, like, but they're just talking about it and they're open about it, like, you know, let's get the vaccine. And
Oh
you know,
my God.
you know, but the men, like, and not me, man. I told you I drew a line in the fucking sand, and I said I'm going to say the truth no matter what it
Sure.
costs. Yeah, and I'm that guy. I'm that fucking guy, and I'm just like, that's fucking retarded. If you're stupid, you're stupid. I'll tell you.
Yeah.
You know, I do. I don't have very many people in my life that fucking care for me today, but that's okay. I mean, like I said, it's lonely on this side of the fucking road, but yeah, the men, when they're fucking meek and sissified, or you know, like emasculated or what the fuck, I don't know, but I just noticed the women are vocal about it. They're talking about the vax, you know, let's get this. And I think they believe the mask is coming off, you know, and all the
Oh, well, see, yeah, that's nonsense. Because didn't Biden already said 100 days of masks?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So,
and they're talking, you know, making it mandatory. And my work at some point is probably going to be able to tell me you to get vaxxed because you're a public health risk or something here. You work in the food industry,
yeah,
or you don't have a fucking job. Yeah.
Well, and you know, the feds already said that they can make you vax or work from home, but with certain jobs, you can't work from home. You can't do your job remotely.
No, I can't, man. Yeah. That's like, I mean, man, I got some sleepless fucking hours. I got some hours, you know, I'm missing from sleeping for that, you know, pondering that.
Oh,
shit,
yeah,
man.
for sure.
But I can't put my fucking head in the sand and my ass in the air, you know, because you know what that leads to.
Oh, absolutely.
You
That's
know?
worse.
Yeah. Yeah. And then when it comes, like Yuri Bezmenov said, you know, when that fucking military boot, you know, stomps them in the fucking ass, then they're going to know.
That's what Bezmenov said. Is he said, you know, he more or less said they're in denial until that boot crashes into their balls, and then they realize. Now they realize their predicament, but it's too late.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, me and you, I think we're the type where we're not going to wait for the boot to crash into our testicles before we at least consider what's going on. And look, I'm no badass. I'm not going to go out here and change the world. I'm just saying, when they do try to kick me in the nards, it's not going to be a surprise. Right. That's all I'm saying.
No, brother, and I can fucking present this shit to the right wing conservative Christian.
Oh, they're lost, brother. They're lost.
They will not fucking accept it. It's not happening. And there's a guy I work with. He puts fucking masks on his kids, man. He's got a little grown little boy. Motherfucker, that's child abuse. What the fuck?
I agree. It's evil. It's purely fucking evil. It hurts my heart, man. When I see these kids with their face covered, it hurts my fucking heart, man. I don't have kids, but it hurts me.
Yeah. You're a fucking asshole casserole if you do that, and you are a fucking jerk. And what's wrong, you know? And hey, man, you know, and he's like, I'm telling him how to raise his kids. No, motherfucker, you're letting the ruling class, you're letting the government and the ruling class tell you what's best for you and your kids.
Well,
I'm not.
Yeah,
you know,
satanic pedophiles are running his life.
Yeah,
satanic pedophiles.
You know. He believes that there's another class of fucking men out there that are better than us, and they have the right to rule over us and tell us what's best for us and our family.
Well,
he agrees with that, you know. And that old adage in the Bible, about it says, you need to listen to the government and pray for your fucking leaders and all that. Well, I strongly disagree with that.
Oh, I completely disagree with that.
Yeah. I do not forgive evil. I do not fucking condone these motherfuckers that rape a bunch of kids in the church and shit.
Yeah.
And they just pay a little fine and come back. No, if you're fucking putting money into a system like that and paying these motherfuckers to do that to your kids, you may as well condone it and participate in it.
Well,
we don't forgive it. Yeah, that shit needs snuffed out. That's the fucking problem.
No, I totally agree, man. And, I want to, as we're wrapping up here, because I think we're about at an hour, but, I preach on the Bible here and there, but at no point did I agree to follow every word that's written in the Bible. So if somebody is like, hey, there's Romans 13 or whatever, I don't have to live my life by that if I don't want to.
Yeah.
Do you hear what I'm saying?
Yeah. And it would be really virtuous, to be Christ-like. Absolutely. To be.
Well, that's my goal, but I'm not going to follow the Bible to the letter of the law in the English language. That's insanity.
Right. But to forgive evil like that and these sick motherfuckers.
No.
To give that kind of shit.
Hey.
Like I said, you may well condone it and participate.
No.
Hey, you're allowing.
I agree. And the Bible doesn't say thou shalt not kill. It says thou shalt not murder. So if people are pedophiles and they're preying on children and they get killed, is that murder? I don't think it is.
Right. Well, whatever's in your heart at the time, I guess that's what you'll be judged by,
Well, but what I'm saying is the Ten Commandments doesn't say thou shalt not kill. It says thou shalt not murder. Look, based on what the Bible says, some of these people should be put to death, is what I'm saying.
It condones killing. Yeah, absolutely. Murdering somebody.
There's a lot of killing in the Bible, brother.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that Jehovah was a bad motherfucker, dude. He was a god of war.
Exactly.
He wasn't no fucking joke. But
I'm not saying that's what I believe in. I'm saying that's what they think they believe in. So what do they think that god of war is going to do to them? And what does the Bible say? And I want to end on this. I think it's very important.
Yeah.
If the Bible says, hey, anybody who offends these little ones, it would be better if they tied a millstone around their neck and we tossed them into the sea. What that's implying is that would be a better punishment than what God's going to do to them.
Right. And
But then they think they're going to get away with covering these kids' faces up.
Yeah. And that's
no fucking way, brother. No fucking way.
No. Yeah.
So,
and they're condoning it, they're participating in it, they're allowing it, and they're letting some sick fucking psychopaths tell them how to fucking raise their families and what's best for them and their children. Yeah. And that right there is slavery. That's government slavery. That's all it is. Yeah. And that's where we're at, though.
Hey, we're going to have some dead air while I find the next episode of the Nightmare Dystopia podcast featuring a guest. talking about with Cody on the D Live last night?
It seemed like he was talking about peaceful, what do you call it? Like
civil disobedience?
Yeah. That's the word I was looking for. Civil disobedience. And then you came in red hot, like, but I get where you're coming from, because it's like I think the only thing that will stop what's happening is when people stand up and do something about it. I don't think.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I just don't see anything else. We see what's happening, right now. Nothing's happening, and it just keeps increasing and increasing, the restrictions.
I think a lot of people have this idea that, oh, well, eventually it'll get bad enough and then people will do something. But my contention is that things are already bad enough and nobody's doing anything.
Yeah, probably even before this started a long time ago, it was bad enough. But definitely when this started. What was the book that you mentioned last night?
Oh,
that's the Gulags.
Yeah, the Gulag Archipelago by Alexander Solzhenitsyn. He was a Russian, or he was somewhere in the USSR and ended up in a gulag. And then somehow he got out of the gulag eventually. And that was one of his big quotes. He's frequently quoted as saying that, him and all the other men in the gulag were kind of looking at each other, all thinking the same thing. Like, why didn't we just fight these people when they came to take us away? And now here we are in this camp, although arguably he would have never written the book if he had just fought and got killed or whatever. So I guess there's that also.
I don't know enough about that time period. What happened? They just showed up and said, hey, how did they get them into the camps, I guess, is my question.
Well, I do know they were disarmed for the most part, that they did not have firearms. And I don't see, this is why we need EBT. I don't really know the history of Russia well enough to tell you. So I can't really speak intelligently, but from what I understand is that once they went full communism, that, if you read like the book 1984, if somebody isn't up to the minute with what the party wants them to do, then the secret police just show up in the middle of the night and just take them off to the gulag. And then nobody ever sees them again. And then it's like their neighbors just kind of don't even talk about it. It's like if your next door neighbor was there today and you're having a conversation with him, and then tonight the secret police come and get him and he's just gone and nobody ever speaks his name. Like, that's my understanding of it. And they, sent them off to work camps where they had to more or less perform slave labor.
So basically just kick your door in the middle of the night when you're not expecting it. And
I think they just knocked and were like, hey, we're the police and you're under arrest. And then nobody ever sees them again. That's my understanding anyway.
That's scary though.
See, this is my opinion, is there's nothing special about me except I'm just slightly ahead of what's going on in the mainstream somehow. And, I've been that way my whole life. I figure things out just a little bit before other people. And I think this is where we're going. I think, the government has interned Americans before. They interned the Japanese during World War II against their will and stole their property, by the way. And the people, the Japanese never got their property back. So the idea, I think people just think, oh, well, the government will never just round up Americans en masse. But if it's a pandemic, and especially if an actual deadly pandemic comes along, then at what point is the government going to come to me and say, hey, you're a danger, you're literally endangering public health? And I think that's a phrase we've seen in the media a lot, is this idea of public health. So I wanted to know what you thought about that.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. And what's crazy is, we talked about this a lot, that they say the one going around now is like 99.9 survivable. And these people are losing their fucking minds. So all they would have to do, whether or not it was a second more deadlier pandemic, like you said, they just have to say it's deadlier. They could just say, imagine if they were saying 20% of people are dying. They're not even saying that. But if they did say that, that would give them, I don't want to say give them an excuse, but then they would just come round you up, like you said, under the disguise of you're hurting other people. But then it would be like the video we showed last night where they were pulling Trump supporters off the plane and everyone was clapping. So your neighbor would be glad that they pulled you out because you don't have the vax or whatever.
Yeah, I agree. And the neighbor would also be fearful that the secret police might be coming for them. And I think there's some measure of relief, like, you know, thankfully it wasn't me. You know, I don't think they want their neighbors to disappear, but then it's like, hey, you know, better them than me kind of thing. And that was also in that movie Songbird. I don't know if you ever saw that, the Netflix movie about.
Just saw the trailer. I never watched it.
Well, they had what they called the Department of Sanitation, who was responsible for scooping up all the bodies there in Los Angeles. So everybody every day had to take a temperature check on their phone. And if they failed the temperature check within like an hour, these Department of Sanitation workers, you know, in full hazmat suits would show up to the person's apartment, who was already in quarantine, by the way. None of these people were leaving their homes, right? And then they would forcibly take them to what they called, I think it was called the Q zone. And they said, you know, hardly anybody, once they went into the Q zone, was able to get out. And to me, that was the gulag. It was the government coming and taking someone against their will to a quarantine center. And, you know, I just don't see any way that doesn't happen. Now, I would love to be wrong. And when I say this to people, and I know I was worked up last night, but it seems like when I say this to otherwise reasonable, intelligent people, they're just not able to deal with it, I don't think. But I don't really know. For some reason, I'm able to I can think about the idea of the government trying to come and take me somewhere because of a pandemic.
Did the movie address anyone in the movie like living off the grid or living without a phone?
No, everybody had a phone, but there were some people who were known to be immune, and they had these yellow bracelets. So they were actually allowed to be out in public, because literally there was announcements out in public like, hey, if we find you out here, you're just going to be shot on sight. So like one of the main characters had one of these yellow bracelets, and there were times when he would encounter what I call the jackbooted oppressor thugs, because I'm not a big fan of the police overall, but I know we need police, and he would like have to show his bracelet so they didn't shoot him. You know? And he was working as a bike messenger, like more or less delivering packages to rich people.
How did he get the bracelet in the movie?
Somehow it was determined that he was immune to the virus. And that's one thing we're not talking about, is if there's actually a COVID-19 and if it's a virus, some percentage of the population is immune to it no matter what. I mean, I don't think there's any such thing as a virus that can just kill everybody. And then, like, I read Stephen King. I'm not a big Stephen King guy, but I read his book, The Stand, when I was a teenager, and that's what that's about. But that's a pandemic that kills like 97% of everybody. So what I got out of that book was, okay, no matter what happens, some percentage of people will be immune. I don't think there's anything that can just kill all of us.
Well, I've mentioned too before the idea that maybe they're setting it up for the reverse of what was called what is it? Orson Welles, I think, The War of the Worlds.
Yes.
It could possibly be like a reverse of that, where they're going to say there's some kind of aliens, because we see all the alien talk that they keep doing. And the vax is named Warp Speed, and in Russia they name it Sputnik, space term. So I wonder if that's a play they're going to go with, some kind of fake disclosure, and then you need the vax because these aliens have super advanced pathogens in them that can fuck you up.
Yeah, I guess that's possible. I haven't thought about that too much. I know Reagan was promoting the idea of if there was an alien invasion, then all of humanity would come together to fight the invasion.
Yeah, they had to have, in my opinion, they must have some kind of supercomputer or whatever, but I would think they would have expected some kind of insurgency already by now, or maybe there has been a small insurgency somewhere that we've never even heard of. Do
you mean against the pandemic, against the lockdowns, or what are we talking about?
I'm saying like maybe some militia somewhere went and did something. How would you ever know really if they controlled all the media?
Yeah, that's true. If an actual event happened, I'm not sure it would be publicized. I think that's a good point.
But yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like you would think they would have thought by now people would have already pushed back, but maybe they're supercomputer with all your posts, and they have what they call the voodoo doll of you online, so they know what you're going to do before you do it, supposedly.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe they just knew nothing would happen by this point, no matter how, or they know which way or how far they can turn up the dials before anyone does anything.
Well, I think that
what I call the beast system, I think that system understands that at this point, it has psychological control of the populace, in my view. And I think it understands that. Now, whether or not that's a supercomputer or that's an algorithm, I'm not really sure, but it seems to me like the system knows that people are just not going to rise up. And then, the worn out cliche of the, putting a frog in a pot and then gradually turning up the heat. I think that's really works on people's psychology, but they're not aware of that. People don't seem to know that we adapt and that our adaptation is being used against us.
Do you see the vaccine as a line in the sand where like Cody mentioned last night, that was his line in the sand, and that's what I'm saying. I won't take the vax. I don't give a fuck.
Well, I know some. Sorry to interrupt you.
No, you're good. I was just gonna say, if it means losing my job, and then if I got to go, whatever's got to happen after that, I guess I'm not gonna consent to that type of. The mask is bad enough, but that's basically. And then EBT said in the comments after we were done, he was like, injecting experimental substances, into your body is violence, and that's absolutely true.
Well, and I agree, and I did not express these ideas very well last night on the live stream, but I'm not talking about going out and fighting the government. I'm saying that when they come to put a needle in my arm, I will view that as a self-defense situation. That's how I'm going to view it, that the government is attempting to inflict violence upon my physical body, and they claim
it is. Yeah, it is. And if that scenario comes to play, 100%.
I have a right to defend myself.
Yeah, absolutely.
So that's where I'm coming from. I'm completely nonviolent. I've never hurt anybody physically. I'm proud of that. I really don't believe in it. But I'm telling you, when they come and say, hey, sir, you got to take this vax or we're going to take you to the government center, which, they'll have some kind of name for it. I'm not going. I mean, that's all I can say. Now, hopefully they don't have some kind of less than lethal means. Eventually I think there will be end up in some, I'm not just speaking, whether or not they were going to approve the Moderna vaccine. And the guy that was running, now, am I nuts for thinking that way? Or, I don't really know, but I don't think I am. I think that's a reasonable way to view things.
Think you could see the demon in him?
It's hard to say. I know his last name was Fink, which if you look at the meaning of the word Fink, that's more or less, it means someone who would try to give you a vaccine against your will. But he was very meek and mild. And how a lot of these academic types, they're very soft spoken and they're kind of up on the, toxic masculinity type of things. But as far as not wanting to come across aggressive. But then again, those are the types who behind closed doors, I feel like will just perpetrate the most horrific evil there is. And that's just a hunch, I'm merely speculating, but I trust my gut instinct. And that was the vibe I've got. Now, again, I'm not saying this like to make people scared. I'm not trying to rile people up. To me, I just think a lot of people, maybe they have a sense that something's not right, but then it's so painful and it's so uncomfortable emotionally to face, that might very well be happening in the near future. Because if it's going to happen, how much longer before that happens? I mean, what do you think?
To me, I guess it'll all play out within the next, 2 weeks or whatever, or a week, I guess. If you see Biden get in, I think that's the indication that the temperature is definitely going up. But if somehow by hook or by crook Trump stays in, then that's what EBT was saying last night, that he believes that Trump stays in, but then he also thinks no matter what, the temp's going up. But I feel like if Trump stays in, they have to ease it back a little. I mean, I don't know, but that's the way I would read it if he does stay in.
Well, but he is full steam ahead on the vax. We know that.
Yeah, absolutely. He is. Well, that's what's so weird is how don't his supporters see that? And they don't, because he didn't make it mandatory somehow, some way, like he's not responsible for it.
Well, and
I don't get that.
I screenshotted a video on the Discord where they're at that rally, at the Capitol, there were people holding up anti-vaccine signs, like in the crowd. And then he's the one who did Operation Warp Speed, and he's the one who's rolled out the vax. So
where's the disconnect from that, where they think it's not him?
I can only, I can only bring that back to mind control. Hang on, let me mute this thing. Yeah, I can only bring that back to mind control myself.
Because they blame everyone but him. They blame Trump. They blame Pence, or they blame any one of his cabinet members. They blame all these people, but somehow he's the top guy in charge, and he never gets any of the blame from his supporters.
And I think that comes back to that me and you were talking about, and there's so many different platforms now. I don't even remember where we were talking about this, but that book, that Ernest Becker, Denial of Death. I think people are so identified, with Trump as far as projecting their own, heroicism onto Trump, that they can't look at him objectively and actually critique him. So it's almost like Jesus, just no matter what he does. Well, I shouldn't even say like Jesus, but in their mind, there's just no matter what he does, it's to help them. So if he does something that seems like it's a bad move, oh, well, now he's playing 4D chess, right? Like there's always this justification. Go ahead.
No, I was disagreeing.
Yeah, man. And I don't even think that's a problem. I think the problem is that they're not able to observe their own psychology and realize that that's what they're doing. So, I just don't know. And as far as me talking about the government trying to put me in a quarantine center, the thing about that is I think that they're always going to give me the choice of taking the vaccine, because I'm fully convinced that the system wants me to consent to taking the jab, which, as we know, it's not even a jab. It's a series of jabs. So, why would I allow the government to just whenever it wants to put a needle in my arm. And you were talking about earlier, what EBT was saying, this is a medical experiment. We're now expected to take part in an actual medical experiment, but they don't call it that. And they say, oh, it's safe. But what's that based on?
Yeah, my one buddy at work, let me see if I can pull it up on my phone while I'm talking. The only guy at my work that's like super hardcore against all this. And he has, he's still at that kind of the beginning truther stage where he's got to show everyone the facts and try to wake everyone up, but he's still, at least he sees it and he's there, So he's got a buddy that he grew up with since high school or whatever, grade school, and they're good buddies, but the other buddy went and became a doctor. So now him and that buddy are falling out because the doctor now believes in it wholeheartedly and now says he's a conspiracy theorist for, questioning it. So yesterday, his buddy sends him an article, and I have it pulled up on my phone here. It's from the New England Journal of Medicine. It says SARS-CoV-2 I don't know this word, recombinant. COVID-19 vaccine. Recombinant.
Yeah.
Recombinant. COVID-19 vaccine is shown to increase. It's like a conspiracy article. It says, I guess I didn't really read what this says. It says COVID-19 vaccine has shown to increase penis length by 3 inches in some individuals. So I guess I didn't read the headline, but what it shows, it says, so this is exactly what happened. What I just did is what he did. So I see what he fell for here.
Mm-hmm.
But it basically shows, at the bottom of the results, it says 666 men who believed COVID-19 was a joke and the vaccine had nanoparticles in order to control their brain were vaccinated by their spouse while they were sleeping. Spouse administered, blah, 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 and it goes on. But I bet what happened is he opened this just exactly what I did. Didn't read the headline and just went down to the results. And the first thing said 666 men. So then he said he texted his buddy back and he wrote, that's a satanic study, 666 men study. So that's the surface level of a lot of these people, even though he means well and he's against a lot of this stuff, right? He scanned to the bottom of this article and saw 666 men and he said, oh, satanic, not a real study, which if you would have read just the headline, which I didn't even read, you would see it's like a joke article. So his buddy must have baited him with this and then he fell right for it, right? So now the doctor thinks, oh, look how dumb this guy is.
Well, and your friend is now discredited. So forever.
Yeah, 100% discredited forever because of this, because he did exactly what I did. You don't read any, it looks like all big medical words and stuff up top. So you don't even read that. You don't even get down to the third sentence of it, which says penis length by 3 inches. Then you'd know right then and there it's not real.
Mm-hmm.
But you just scan to the results, and that's got to be something like about the human psyche. That even we've been talking about Matt a lot, but what he talks about is people want the last page of the book first.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, yeah, without a doubt.
And that's what he fell for that trap right then and there. And yeah, like you said, now he's completely discredited. I'm going to post that in the Discord so everyone can see that.
You know how careful I am with information, and I even get tricked sometimes. So I've gotten to where, other than on the Discord, if I'm actually sending something to someone I know in real life, not that I do, but I'm going to be double careful because all I have to do is make one little mistake and now I'm just discredited forever.
You're going to see more of this, things like this, I bet.
Oh, without a doubt. That's, that's disinformation and that works on ridicule. So that's, the way that article, what you read of that article, that's written in a way that it's just completely ridiculous.
Yeah, but it looks real, like at a glance.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
I just posted it in the Dollar General. If you look at it, it's in the top. You don't even see it, but it says New England Journal of Medicine. But if you're not looking, you just look quick. It says New England Journal of Medicine. As soon as you just briefly scan it and you scan down to the results and it says 666 men and you say, oh, you're a fucking Dr. Shill. You believe everything that these pharmaceuticals push. And now the doctor's sitting at home having a good laugh at his dumb buddy. I'm not calling him dumb,
No, I know.
I'm just saying that's.
Well, but the thing about your friend is that he's definitely starting with a conclusion and then working backwards.
Oh yeah, he was at the beginning of this. He was the guy that Bill Gates is going to put microchips in the vaccine and they go up to your brain and then they can explode your brain at any time. And I tried to talk him down off that. I'm like, bro, they're never going to do that. I tried to explain it to him, like, look, dude, they're gonna get you to consent to it. They're gonna get all this, but he's still on the sensationalism part of the.
Oh, for sure, yeah. And people, there's a certain percentage of the population that they have a certain type of personality, where he's just probably defiant. It's like if you try to tell him he's got to take a vaccine, that's just going to make him not want to do it.
Yeah, he's absolutely that type because in the morning we do a check-in and they take your temperature or they ask you to take your temperature, but then they ask you a few questions like, have you been around anyone? Have you left the country? Blah, blah. It's like 5-second check-in, but he's the only one that's never done it ever. Like he refuses to do it. And even though they say it's mandatory.
Yeah. Exactly.
But now they're switching over to almost what you talked about with that Songbird, an iPad self check-in where you it said from what I heard about it, it checks your mask somehow too. What these people are looking for on the mask, I don't know if you've noticed this. They want it behind your fucking ears for some reason. And I do not understand that at all. The other day I went to Walmart and what I do is I keep my hood up because I've noticed this lately and I wear the bandana. So I keep the hood up and no one looks twice. So the other day my bandana's fallen down at Walmart. So I pull my hood down and I readjust the bandana and I tie it tight, right? But I keep the hood down. And as soon as I start walking, this lady comes out of a stock room. She didn't see me pull the bandana off and she almost stops dead in her tracks. And she's like, it was one of those, you could tell she wanted to say something, but she didn't really know what to say or how to say. And she was just kept kind of like looking at me and like, I looked at her and I was like, okay, I already knew what it was, and I just kind of waited, but she didn't say nothing. So then I walked back around and I'm like, I'm gonna go back around by this lady again. I wanted to just kind of test it out. But then she was so wrapped into her like stocking the shelf at that point, she wasn't paying attention and looking at me. But for some reason, they want it behind your ears. So I think that check-in the morning is going to make sure you have a mask that goes behind your ears would be my guess.
Man.
What's the difference? What is the difference between the mask, whether it goes behind your ears or whether it's a face covering, neck gaiter, or bandana? I don't understand that.
I don't either, but I know I heard you mention that, and I've been thinking about that, but I haven't figured it out either. But I definitely think you're onto something.
It's definitely something to do with it, at least a visual cue that you don't have it behind your ears, so somehow you're not protected or something, even though it's completely covering my nose and mouth.
Well, I mean, it's just a bunch of random nonsense at the end of the day, because, you know, and I'm half drunk a lot of the time too. I mean, let's be honest, but sometimes I'll go in a store now and I'll see like a worker with their nose exposed, and I'll just point at them. I'll say, I see a nose. We're all going to die. But I'm just trying to be funny. You know what I mean? And then of course they pull it up immediately. So it's amazing. Like, that's one thing about the civil disobedience is I think we've reached a point where a lot of the time we're actually going to have the opposite of the intended effect, where, you know, I think a lot of the general public is actually, they're going to double down on the masks versus thinking, oh, wow, you know, he's right. We're not free. We're slaves and all this. So, you know, I love Cody, man. I think Cody's awesome, but I really disagree with a lot of what he says. And that's kind of why I got worked up last night. It was like, I'm like your friend that you work with, or not your friend, but I'm like your coworker. You know, at a certain point, I'm just going to get so agitated, like I'm going to have to express myself, right? And that's how I came in so hot last night, because it was like, I can't continue to listen to this. You know what I mean? I was trying to listen to it, but at a certain point, it was like, look, I got to say something. And I'm like that in my real life, you know? Did I lose you? Fuck. Yo, I can't hear you. Hey, are you there?
Yeah, now I hear you.
Yeah, I lost you real quick. I don't know how much of that you heard. I kind of went off on a
I didn't hear anything you said.
Oh, okay. Well, I've got it recorded on my end, but I was actually just kind of talking about how, you know, I really like Cody, and I just disagreed with a lot of what he was saying last night. And that's kind of why I got so agitated and came in so hot, was that, you know, I'm kind of like your coworker, I guess. Like, you know, at a certain point, I'm just going to get agitated and I'm going to have to express myself. And that's sort of what happened. But I understood, you know, why I was muted and all that. Like, I totally get it.
Do you think the forced migration of all these channels online, they're going to force us all onto alternate platforms and all that? Do you think that's just kind of preparing you for what will happen in society? It seems like you're going to be forced to go live in at least communities or something at the beginning that aren't down with all this.
Well, I think eventually they're just not going to let you and me on the internet. That's just my opinion. But, you know, I tend to be kind of on the extreme end of things. So, and I'm not good at predictions. I sort of see things as they're evolving sometimes. But crap, I had something I wanted to say and I forgot. Shit. Well, go ahead.
Well, it's going to be the full Chinese social credit score type thing.
Oh, without a doubt.
Where if you don't toe the company line, the corporate line, then you can't do anything. You won't even be able to buy food eventually. Again, you won't be able to get online. You won't be able to, you know, do anything. Like I'm posting a video that's not even controversial, and they're striking the channel, and I can't upload for 2 weeks. Well, it's going to be the same thing. If you post something they don't like on Facebook, your debit card will be declined.
Oh, without a doubt. Yeah. And I think some versions of that have already happened.
I talked about the one gal I know, she's not even allowed to post her business on Facebook. She buys Facebook ads all the time. She's not even allowed to because of things she said on other platforms, which is just, she's like a holistic health person. And that's basically what she does. So of course, she's against the vax and everything. And when she talks against the vax, they deplatform her on Facebook, her own business, which is fucking vile when you start fucking with people's livelihoods like that.
Well, and I think, you know, I think the system is evil to the point where I think it gets enjoyment out of that. It's not even that it's like, oh, you know, we really don't want to hurt this lady. I think the system wants to hurt that lady, which is just, who wants to wake up in the morning and think, hey, I was born into a beast system that wants to grind me down to nothing. You know, it wants to, like Orwell's 1984, you know, if you want to know the future of humans, just imagine a boot stomping on a human face forever. You know, like, who wants to wake up in the morning and like, this is reality, right?
Do you think there's ever been times in human history where they've never accepted, they've gotten away from that? Like the I'm sure you've heard of the supposed 1,000-year reign of Christ. Do you ever think there's ever been anything like that?
That's a good question, man. I don't really know. We'll have to ask EBT about that one, but I'm really not sure, to be honest with you.
When you look at those old Tartarian structures and things like that, not that I'm one of these big mud flood guys or anything, there had to be a whole different type of society to even build something like that. You know what I mean?
I actually haven't looked into the Tartaria at all. I know almost nothing about it.
I've never done much, but I just kind of look at those buildings and hell, I grew up right next to the St. Paul Cathedral. And because you grow up next to it, it's not weird. But then when you step out and look at it a minute, you're like, holy shit, what the fuck is this thing? It's incredible.
Yeah.
Like, how did they build that when they say they built it, when they only had, I think they say it was built in the early 1900s. Like, dude, this thing is fucking impressive.
Yeah, the old it's amazing. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. There had to be some type of completely different society. I'm not talking about like magical or they're levitating blocks. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying when you're putting that much detail into everything and craftsmanship, that tells me a lot that everything must have been that way back then. If you look at how they dressed,
Mm-hmm.
you know, everything was like about how much attention to detail can you give to everything. Well, now here we're just.
Well, and I've got an angle on that. I know what you're saying.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, and shout out to Layla, because she's talked about this idea that, you know, humans have these innate, you know, spiritual abilities, but then over time, you know, we've been dumbed down and we've kind of been separated, you know, from our own knowledge of how powerful we are. And I kind of equate that with in the past. It does seem like, you know, people were better craftsmen than they are today, but we're more intellectual for whatever reason. We seem to be more into like the online space, into these, you know, very quick moving intellectual ideas. But then it seems like the older folks, you know, the older generations in the past, you know, maybe they were more in tune with the more spiritual aspects of their own powers. And maybe that has something to do with those building designs, because, you know, what are we building nowadays that can compare with, just from an architectural, you know, from an aesthetic standpoint? You know, I don't see that humans are creating anything that can compete with what supposedly humans did years, you know, in the past.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know much about that 1,000-year reign of Christ, but, you know, I would believe in something like that, I think.
What do you mean that, like, that it's already happened?
Yeah, that there was maybe just as a concept, there was a long period of time that maybe humanity overcame this beast system, kept it in check for a while. It's probably always there, ready to bubble up, but you have to work at it constantly all day, every day to keep it in check.
Yeah. And, you know, my understanding of and I don't have a very good understanding of, you know, the prophecies of Revelation, was that it, you know, Christ, what the Bible says from what I understand is that Christ would return, and then, you know, the beast would be captured and all this. And then I guess that would be the 1,000-year reign of Christ. But then the beast would be released again for a season, you know, in order to try to bring people, you know, in order to try to persuade people to no longer, you know, serve God. Right.
Right.
So now where we are in that timeline, I have no idea.
Well, think about it. You're old enough to remember this when we were kids. What they called the NWA, you know, Dr. Dre and Eazy, that was promoted as super controversial, right? In their talk. And when you look at it from the overall perspective, that all that gangster rap and everything was put out there to market crime, and as they implemented the private prison industrial complex, so they needed these guys out there kind of marketing that, and then they brought the crack out and everything like that, right? So but my point is that what the TV promoted it as, it was the most controversial things, and they were saying this is what would happen to society if we left things like this unchecked, right? And now you look at what they would call controversial today, is they would call people talking about traditional family values or Christianity and things like that. They would say that's controversial today.
Oh, absolutely it is.
But Desmond is amazing. A transgender child, that's just fucking great and to be celebrated.
Well, yeah. And I don't know how much you want to get into that, but all that stuff, I find that very disturbing overall. So, and Alex Jones, you know, we know he's a gatekeeper and probably a CIA agent, but he's covered a lot of the, you know, like the, call it where the drag queen story hour, you know, like at the libraries. Have you seen this?
Yeah.
You know, he covers a lot of that stuff. And, you know, whenever I research it, it seems like it's really happening. And then I think that ties back in with the Desmond is Amazing, where, you know, his actual parents are letting him, and I guess that was in New York City, they're actually letting, you know, this minor child go and perform at these gay clubs. And then, you know, most of the people in attendance think it's great. Right.
It's sick, man.
And then, you know, Alex Jones also showed this thing where, I don't know what the context was, but it was like in a court case, and somebody was testifying and said something like, this is the grooming of the new generation. He's more or less saying, like, this is what we're teaching your kids, is that, you know, a 6-year-old's going to sit on a literal drag queen that's dressed up like a demon. And we're going to have 6-year-olds sitting on their lap. And then some of them are actual, you know, like convicted sex offenders. So what does that say about our society? And again, you know, now I'm going doom and gloom and I'm going dark, and, you know, I don't know any other way to talk about these things other than to just talk about them. And I think I'm constantly interfacing with people that just want to put their head in the sand. And I'm not saying you're doing that. I just mean in general, you know, people it seems like they just don't want to face it. And I don't know how to reconcile that. What do I do with that?
I don't know either. That's where we're at right now, though. It's like because they've tried to make it seem like anything you say to a regular person, if you speak out against this, you're a racist or transphobe or all this shit. And they're way too scared of that weak little label to even say, hey, this is fucked up. You got transgender story hour. But then they got to parrot the company line too. Like I just said, hey, if you're talking Christianity or traditional family values, you're a fucking bigot.
Oh, absolutely.
And it's just such an inversion from only not even 40 years, man. In like 30 years. That's not a long period of time.
Absolutely.
To flip everything that hard.
And then when I grew up, you know, at the time and place I grew up, I got a healthy dose of this Americana, and, you know, we're the freest country that's ever existed, which is a bunch of fucking nonsense, obviously. And then for some reason, I got this big, a lot of indoctrination against communism. And, you know, sometimes I'm confused as to why am I so sensitive to communism, and then other people, they just want to call it, if they even speak out about it, it's like, oh, well, you know, we don't want socialism. It's like, oh, we've had socialism for a long time. I'm talking about communism. like Colin Kaepernick. His hero is that Angela Davis, who was an actual communist. And if her Wikipedia page is to be believed, she went to Russia, to Soviet Russia, and accepted the Lenin Peace Prize and literally said, praise Lenin's glorious name. So when Kaepernick tweets out that's, he thinks she's great, that's him letting everybody know he's a communist. Then what did we see about Black Lives Matter? The people that founded that said, we're trained Marxists, right? So what can I do if the general public doesn't want to face the reality that it's basically communism at this point? I don't see how you can call it anything else. So I don't know what you think about that.
Well, they can't get past the splitting of hairs. Is it communism? Is it socialism? Is it, this and that? They're more worried about the label of it than what it even is.
Exactly. And I think it goes back to that Yuri Bezmenov, the guy that was on.
Yeah, I was just going to talk about him.
Oh, right on. Go for it.
Oh, yeah, I was just going to say, it's a lot of these things in the media, you want to say, okay, if it's there, they wanted you to see it. But then how could that not be real, what he came out and said? And when you look at it in the early 80s, he said these are long-term communist plans, and they came over here. It's a culture war, and they're going to install their agents where they're going to affect the culture and academia and media type personalities. And then he tells you exactly what it's going to come to. So we're at the last stage of that, right? No renormalization, right?
I think so. I'm going to have to go back and study that, but I believe so.
He
Yeah.
said it's demoralization. I can't remember now exactly what the steps were.
I got to look at
demoralization, and then something. What was the word he used for there's like an event or something? I can't remember now. I should look it up. But then he's like, and then it's renormalization. And that's what they call the new normal, right? And these people just fucking accept it. 99.9% chance you'll live. Let's change the whole world. Okay.
Yeah.
No problem. I'm going to go along with it. Because I don't want to be a grandma killer. I don't want to be called that. Fucking a joke.
Well, and then I think some of the mind control, I think they really believe it's just going to be over with soon.
Yeah, I keep hearing that all the time. I was talking to a lady at work. I can't tell where she stands on it because she was talking out of both sides of her mouth. Like she almost didn't believe it. But then at the same time, it seemed like she did. So I kind of kept pressing her about her beliefs. And then she's like, look, this thing isn't going to go away until August. And I said, why do you say August? What makes you choose August? Why do you think that? And she said, well, that's how long it's going to take to vaccine everyone and get it up to herd immunity. And so to her, it's going to be there till August. But then before that, the same types of people were saying it was going to be over in January. They keep pushing the goalposts. Okay, it'll be just a little bit more. It'll be over.
Yeah, it's always this new date.
Yeah. So, I mean, no matter what, by August, what's going to happen then? Then they'll have another. Well, now there's a new strain. It's never going to be over until people do something about it. But what can you do?
Well, and go ahead. Sorry.
I just want to say, I wish there was a way you could opt out. I wish there was you can't even go to another land or anything. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah, for sure. And, I don't want to promote these ideas necessarily, but this Crow 777 on his podcast, he's been talking about, maybe that there's these legal ways to actually opt out of things. And maybe there is. I don't have any idea, but.
Are you talking about like the straw man type thing?
I think so. But look, I've looked into that enough to know that it's so complicated that, I'm not going to devote my life to learning all that stuff. I hate to say it, but I'm just not going to. But I think he's even talking about just figuring out some kind of way to legally opt out of the vax, but still be able to participate in society. But I think at a certain point, just the people around us are not going to accept us if it goes long enough.
Well, they're already looking at you wild if you don't have the mask behind your ears. You're fully masked up. They're never gonna, if you don't have whatever kind of card or badge they're gonna give you, they'll never ever accept it. And I've said, dude, they'll never accept, no matter what the next thing is, they'll always want more. If they want full N95 mask or they shoot you dead on sight, even if you comply with that, it'll be something else after that.
Well, exactly. And this is one of the points I was trying to make with you and Cody was that, it's easy for me to say because, I've more or less lived my life and, I don't have a family other than my, my loved ones as far as my mom and whoever, but I don't have kids that I'm responsible for. I don't have a wife that I'm responsible for. So, it's easy for me to just say, okay, I'm done with this thing. And I'm just going to, ride out my remaining days, until they come to take me to the government center. And see, now I can speak on this here, man. I'm telling you, this is what I'm going to do. Now, whether or not people believe me, that's up to them. But, I will have a firearm on me, even if I'm homeless, even if I'm camped out, in the woods next to the Walmart, I will have a gun on me. And when they come and say, sir, you're a danger to public health. And unless you take this vaccine right now, we must take you to the government center. I'm just going to pull my firearm out and I'm going to point it at them and I'm going to shoot them. And then they're going to shoot me and my spirit's going to go wherever my spirit goes. But that's what I'm going to do. Now, I'm not recommending that. And I'm not going to join no causes. I'm not joining a militia. When the government's telling me that, and that's what this is a fucking medical experiment that I'm just expected to do because I might get people sick. Well, man, I'm strong. I got a strong immune system. I'm physically strong. I hardly ever get sick. If somebody gets COVID-19 and dies, that's their fucking problem. And I hate to sound that way, man, but I truly believe that. And does it sound horrible? Of course it does, but fuck them. Sorry for, getting worked up, but goddamn, man.
No, you're good. But because it's the people, like I said, it will never be enough. It's not one jab, it's two. Well, that means it's three. And then that means it's four.
Exactly.
It's not going to just be, it'll just be a never ending thing once you consent to that, the medical tyranny.
Yes. And
okay, not this. Yeah.
Yes. And these morons, that I'm interfacing with, look, I'm no genius, but I'm making, I make a podcast where I'm debunking some of Matt QOC's ideas. Obviously I can debunk pretty much anything that a normie says to me, right? So I can't live out here in society when, I'm going to just be like, hey, here I am with my bare face and my no vax. And then these fucking normies are trying to tell me something. because I'm always going to have a rebuttal. You see what I'm saying? Like, no matter what they say, I will have something valid to retort with.
But like you said, they're unable to process the information.
No, it's no effect. They'll just make fun of me. They'll be, oh, look at this. It'll be like Idiocracy. They'll just laugh at me because I know words.
It's sad that human being has been degraded that far.
But I don't have to participate. I think that's, I won't kill myself because I don't believe in it. And, God forbid I end up just coming back here, which is a possibility. Nobody can make me participate in this thing. Now, obviously I can't opt out of the system. And, I pay taxes to some degree. And I understand that the government does boss me around and has done so my whole life. But the fact is, they cannot make me go along with a pandemic. It just can't be done. And I know where you live, you have no choice. You are in the zombie apocalypse where you're at just for not wearing a mask, right? I mean, you can't just live without a mask.
Yeah, where I'm at, no, it's like.
Yeah, but here in Arkansas, I can live without a mask, but I can't get a job. And that's, what I was telling you before we started making this recording was that I've been calling around about jobs today. I'm not hireable, brother. I just tell them on the phone. I'm like, hey, I don't want to waste your time, and I've got this, I have everything they're looking for, in who they want to hire. They will hire me 100%, right? But I just say, look, I'm not covering my face. And you know what I tell them? I say, man, this thing's never going to end. I say, people have some idea that, the government's just going to announce, hey, the pandemic's over now, take your face coverings off. I say, it's never going to end. And I said, man, I'm just not covering my face for the rest of my life. I'm just not going to do it. Now, when I go to the store and look, I went to the grocery store this morning. Everybody in there had one on, for whatever reason, even in Arkansas. I don't tell them not to wear a mask, right? But now you're telling me I literally can't work unless I cover my face. They will not hire me at this point. I am unemployable because I won't cover my face. I mean, think about that. In America, which is supposedly the freest country that's ever existed. And I cannot get a job as a truck driver unless I'm willing to cover my face.
It's bullshit.
Yeah. And then thank God I ate these mushrooms last week. So I'm not as angry at the pandemic as I was, but I'm going to express myself. I was talking to the lady at the checkout at the grocery store earlier. I was talking to her about it. And I said, what's the point of being, good looking if I got to cover my face? It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Well, and I'm 45, I'm not some looker, but I'm saying, I'm hypothetically somewhat attractive. What's the point of having an attractive face if I have to cover it? It's discrimination. Now ugly people are as good looking as I am because everybody's halfway decent looking if all you can see is their forehead and their eyes.
Right.
It's crazy.
Well, that's what we were talking about last night with Cody too. It's absolutely discrimination. I don't know how people don't understand. They wouldn't not serve like a person on a wheelchair or whatever, but then if you don't cover your face for some reason, it's one of the wildest psychological operations ever.
Absolutely.
It had to have succeeded beyond their wildest dreams. I can't imagine they even thought it would go this smoothly.
Well, and I agree. And I talked about this on a podcast, but I don't think I'm going to publish it because it didn't come out so great. But, now I forgot what I was going to say again. Damn. I got this bad habit of doing that.
I was talking about like discrimination. Was it something about that?
Yeah, probably. Fuck. Oh, man.
I don't see an end in sight like these people think it's going to go away. I don't think that. I think it's just going to ramp up. I can see it getting to the point where the reason I talked about that digital check-in at the work is I can see it getting to the point where it'll be on your phone. You'll have to have a mask on just to look at your phone. It'll be fuck. You got to have the mask on in your fucking house to even look at your phone. And these morons would do it just to get their screen time.
Oh, they'll do anything. I mean, look, at this point, if the government tells them that they have to tattoo a penis on their forehead, they'll just do it. I'm firmly convinced. But
then there has to be some type of resistance, or whether like in dystopia movies, you see them, they got to go live underground or something. There has to be something like that because there is a small number of people that will never consent to that type of life.
Oh, absolutely.
Small, they have to band together somehow, some way.
But isn't it interesting that the people, it seems like psychologically, the people who aren't going to go along with it, they don't want to band together for whatever reason. Everybody wants to do their own thing. Myself included. I want to do my own thing.
Yeah, but you won't be able to, huh? Because you're going to.
No, I won't. And how much longer am I going to be able to do this podcast? I'm not going to, if I can't get a job, I'm not going to be able to do the podcast other than just, here and there, maybe just on my, on my audio recorder, literally outside. You're going to be hearing the road. You're going to hear like the highway. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
In my future podcast. Right now I'm in a motel room on halfway decent recording equipment. But then, do I want to try to meet somebody, that I can date and live with and like try to leech off of them just so I can have a corner of a fucking 1-room apartment so I can do a fucking podcast. You know what I mean? Like I would rather just not even go there, if that makes sense.
Do you think there's any chance of a secession anywhere?
I don't think so. I still, well, and I posted this on the Discord, the South already lost the Civil War. It's the South has a big inferiority complex. And something I figured out about this college football, there's a reason why the South has to dominate college football. It's almost like they're compensating for losing the Civil War. And it's very much alive in Southerners, the whole Civil War thing. And I just don't ever see the South putting themselves in a position to lose twice. I mean, once was bad enough. Now I could definitely see, look, Texas, bro, they're pussies in Texas. I'll just gonna tell you like it is. Now out in West Texas, maybe, the ranchers, maybe they're tough. but there's hardly anybody in West Texas. But if you look at the populated areas of Texas, I'm just talking about the white people. If you look at the areas of Texas where the white people live, bro, they're pussies even compared to Arkansas. You know, I couldn't wander around Dallas with my bare face. You know, I was doing it, but I was still, you know, some places just wouldn't serve me, right? Not that Arkansas is so much better, but dude, Texas is not what people think it is, man. It's just not. And then these other southern states, I just don't see them actually being like, hey, we're leaving the United States. Because what's the United States going to do? Is it Civil War 2.0? I mean, what are we talking?
Well, you look at basically what you'd call the Democratic Party. There's no difference really, but they would never allow it. They would definitely want to invade, but they can't stop like trying to like make you do what they want you to do.
Yeah, I completely agree.
That's the whole problem with government is these people that want to be left alone will never get involved in government.
Yes.
So then you get fucking helicopter parents that want to get in government for the good of the good of the community or whatever, for the greater good. They want to do all this shit. They want to force you to do it.
Yeah. Well, and you know, I talked about also that, you know, I literally had more freedom in this country when I was 10 years old than I do now. Literally. I could go where I wanted to go and I could do what I wanted to do, except for, you know, I had to go to school. I had to go to church. You know, I had to do what my parents told me. But when I was on my own free time, nobody was telling me what to do. You know, nobody was bothering me. If I wanted to go, me and some of my stupid friends go ride our bikes, you know, off into the woods and throw fucking dirt clods at each other. That was our business, right? Them days are over, man. It's not coming back. And I think that's kind of why I get annoyed. You know, like with some of what Cody was saying was just like, you know, what are we basing this on that, you know, somehow people are just one day going to stand up and be like, okay, government, we're not taking your shit anymore. Like, no, we are taking the government shit, myself included. Like, we are putting up with it. So what evidence is there that people are going to just magically one day say, okay, enough's enough? And that's why I
can't speak for him, but I think what he's saying, no, I think what his point was that the line in the sand for him and many other people is the vaccine. So maybe he thinks that that's when it will happen. But
I just don't see it happening. Now, I hope you don't take it. I hope he doesn't take it, but
I'll never take it.
Great. But my contention is that the vast majority of these so-called truthers will take it. Now, some of them are already shut-ins, you know, and they're already in an apartment and they can just have everything delivered. But the people who actually are used to going out, you know, are actually used to leaving their apartment, I think they're going to take it. And at what point do we have to, and you were talking earlier about having to have your mask on and then, you know, do your temperature check on your phone. But at what point do we have to check with our phones to see if we're allowed to leave our apartment that day? I think that's coming also. I firmly believe that's coming. And I know they're trying to roll out some version of that in the UK, and they've already talked about giving these so-called freedom passes to people in UK where they can have a QR code on their phone. So if they're out in the town square and somebody's like, hey, are you supposed to be out here? You know, then they can present their phone and that person can scan their QR code. And then the database will say, okay, this person is okay to be out here. Right. Have you heard of that?
Yeah, I've heard of that. So I think we are currently in World War III, and you've been in World War III ever since 9/11. That was the first shot fired by them, by the Babylon system. And then nobody knows they're in a war yet, though, while they've been slowly squeezing us for 20 years now. And now the walls are closing in on everyone, and they still aren't even realizing they're in a war.
Man. So will they ever realize they're in a war?
I don't think so at this point, unless there's just no way. There's too much distractions for them, too many, even the whole theater of politics and everything. They love it. That's where they get caught up, man. They can't, like that video I posted and they took down, they gave me a strike for it, is making fun of Trump. The Trump people are the people that you would want on your side. Because that's what another one of the comments was like, oh, I'd much rather be in a foxhole with a Trump tard than an SJW. So you're saying you'd rather ride with SJWs when the shit hits the fan? So I'm like, no, dude, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying the Trump tard is the guy you want, but they can't break through that someone else is going to do it for them. And this is just another distraction.
Well, and even if they don't agree with what you're saying, they should be able to recognize that that is satire. I mean, there's a word satire, and that's what you were doing. You were satirizing like this entire viewpoint. So even if they think they're right to think that way, they should be able to understand satire. Like, you remember this Chinese characters guy on your comments?
Yeah, that guy.
Well, he was really going after me for a while, and then the more I read his comments, I realized, oh, this is satire. I said, he's satirizing me. And then after that, we get along because I actually understand where he's coming from. So, but what is it about these people that they can't process satire? And we know the algorithm can't process it. It has no idea what satire is at this point. I don't think anyway. I wish we had EBT. He'd probably be able to shit all over me, but he'd probably be able to shit all over my ideas on that anyway. But I don't think the system can process
the information that you tell them. They can't even comprehend what you're saying.
Exactly.
It's like a foreign language, or like you're like Charlie Brown teacher to them.
Well, and then you're either a liberal or a conservative based on what happens to be coming out of your mouth at the time.
Yeah. And on that one, so then when I posted that one against the Trump charts, I lost like 20 subscribers. So these people were like, and then they got to announce it in the comments too. They're like, I'm done with your channel. I'm like, bye.
Yeah.
Like, what? How did you even find this channel if you're still believing in this left, right? And It's just wild to me.
Well, you do go in on the left enough that that's probably what got him in, I'm guessing.
Yeah, but then if you talk about Trump, then I voted in Biden according to them. I voted in the Antichrist.
Yeah, but again, I don't believe in the sacred cow. And also, we've got a lot of closet Trump supporters in the so-called truth movement. That's my opinion. I detect it all the time. I think it's completely fine if people want to be a Trump supporter, be a Trump supporter. My thing is like, hey, just come on out into the light. Are they just waiting? Are they waiting to see if he gets back, if he remains the president so that then they can be open about it? I'm not really sure what's going on with that. But I don't care if somebody's a Trump supporter, be a Trump supporter. Who cares?
What do you think about this? Like the idea that the Yuri Bezmenov idea that he says the useful idiots, they'll be the one that as soon as the people in control get in power, they'll be wiped out, right?
Oh, yeah.
And then we saw that last night with the videos I played where they were pulling Trump supporters off of planes and the whole plane was clapping.
Mm-hmm.
What would you think about the idea of, let's say, for example, just hypothetically, Trump somehow gets back in and now we're going to round up everyone that was clapping against these people or those types of people.
I just don't.
We would call it MPT or something like that. I don't think that would ever happen, but I'm saying I'm at the point where I'd be like, yeah, fucking do it. But then at the same time, anything you let them do to someone else, they're going to just do it to you.
Well, that's true. And I think I know what you're asking, but I just think it's a little more complicated than just that. But, I would like to see them kind of get what they deserve because, not to toot my own horn, but, I've talked to like actual Satanists before. Like I'll talk to anybody, man, that has a point of view and can express their ideas. So if I'm on a plane somewhere and somebody's getting kicked off the plane, I'm not going to factor in, do I agree with this person's ideas or not? Right. That's not going to be the relevant factor. It's going to be like, oh, is this person being mistreated? Is this person being singled out? Right. I don't need to agree with people. And that was, when I was talking to you guys last night, I don't need to agree with Cody and I don't need Cody to agree with me. We can have a conversation. Right now, I do kind of get upset sometimes about certain things, but when did we get to the point where everybody needs to agree? But that is communism. Under communism, there's one point of view on every issue. And you either subscribe to the prevailing correct view or you're one of the proletariat. So you can be a party member in good standing in society, or you can be a member of the proletariat or the underclass. And you can more or less, live in poverty and, but with a little bit of freedom, perhaps, at least in the book 1984, which is fictional. It's a fictional book. So, take that with a grain of salt. But I don't know. Am I making sense at this point? I'm really not sure.
Yeah, you are. I had something I was going to say. Now I totally forgot.
Well, I think you should wrap it up. We're going, I can go all day, but we're at a minute. We're at an hour 12. So.
Yeah, we can wrap it up. I forgot. I was going to just say something real quick about. Oh yeah, what you're saying where there's the one party identity that started with the ramping up of the social media was because now everyone's friend. You go to work, everyone's friends on Facebook and everything like that. If you tell them you don't have a Facebook, they look at you really weird.
Oh yeah.
And so that's kind of the conditioning I think for that. It's been going on for a long time,
Oh, absolutely. And then since I'm a computer nerd from way back, I took one look at Facebook. Well, first, my first exposure to Facebook was that you had to have a .edu email address. That's how long ago I found Facebook. And, initially it was only a Harvard.edu. So I'm kind of the type that's like, oh, well, you don't want me. Well, fuck you. And then once I actually was able to look at their software, I was like, oh, this is just garbage. Like, this is just terrible software. So I was just like, I'm not using this trash. And I've never used it.
How did they get the whole population on it is my question.
I don't know, but it's just so shitty. Like at least YouTube is good. You know what I mean? Like the software is really good.
At least MySpace had some customization type things and everything.
Yeah. Facebook is just horrible.
Fox bought out Facebook, Rupert Murdoch bought MySpace and pretty much just tanked it on purpose. Probably because we were all on there learning code and all kinds of shit like that. Yeah. And it was still the old internet concept of you had to go to someone else's page. There wasn't the concept of the feed.
Yes.
So now you see that here with the YouTube, you can have 5,000 on YouTube, but how many will actually even go to another platform? Well, 100 out of 5,000.
Yeah.
So and then I think what happened is they started putting the Facebook in the Good Morning America and all that types of shit. They were promoting it. That's probably how they got grandma on there.
Man. But then, to wrap up kind of on a positive note, or I shouldn't even say positive, a constructive note. When I was traveling all around the country, living out of a backpack, I was out in Santa Cruz, California. And I don't know if they have this now, but when I was there, they had this, and I forget what they call it, but it was more or less like in the downtown area of Santa Cruz. And they had like this anarchist workspace, like for lefties. But then, they would let me come in there too if I wanted to. And it was more or less just like a free internet cafe, just if somebody needed to come in there and use the internet and like work on a project or maybe read some books kind of thing, right? So hypothetically, if somebody was a content creator, they could have went to this, this anarchist workspace and they would have had some resources to actually work on their projects, right? So what I think is with these so-called truthers is if we think we're going to be part of some kind of movement, whatever resources we have, I think we need to dedicate that, to some sort of movement. So like me, I might have a 2.5 hour podcast in my brain, but then I might be literally camping out next to the Walmart, scrambling for food. I need somewhere I can go to contribute what I can contribute. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, why haven't we, and I understand there's no we, but why haven't because the lefties are able to do those things for some reason. You know, why aren't the right wing? And I'm not even a right winger, and I'm not saying you are. I just mean like, okay, anybody that's not a communist, you know, why have people other than communists, Antifa, why aren't we able to do that? I think I'm a little confused. So, you know, there has to be somebody, you know, that has a spare bedroom somewhere where I can come in and set my laptop up and record a fucking podcast and then just leave. Right. Is that asking too much? I don't think it is.
Like an Airbnb type recruiters or something.
Yeah.
There's got to be, I remain optimistic. There's got to be enough of a percentage of the population that will have to band together and live a farm life or something like that. There has to be.
Yes. And the time is now. What are we waiting for? It's already bad enough. The shit has already hit the fan. The time is now.
Everyone's waiting to see if Trump gets in and save them. So I guess.
Oh my God.
We got a week until people decide they're going to bug out. It'll be interesting to see the narrative that comes out if Biden just waltzes in, nothing happens. The denial of the Trump charges are still in. They'll still have a way to explain how he's going to get in somehow, some way. And I've already seen that, what they say, March 4th or whatever. That's the real inauguration date before 1933. And somehow he's going to return it back to a republic and give it back to the people, blah, blah, blah. So maybe that will play out for the next 2 months.
Well, but won't they just come up with some magical new date if that passes?
Yeah.
It's never going to end, brother. There's no end to it.
It's the same as like, when will the mask end? It's going to be the same thing. Kick the can always.
Everybody do whatever you want. I can't live this way. I just can't do it, man. It is what it is. We cannot sit, and I know there's no we, but we can't sit around for some date in the future and then, okay, now everything's fine. That's completely fucking irrational.
From highly rational people too.
Well, no, from people who believe they're highly rational.
In theory.
Yeah.
Yeah. Theory.
Yeah. Anyway, I mean, I don't know. We could go all day, so I guess that's a good enough place to wrap up.
Yeah. All right, my man.
Hey, I appreciate it. You know, you are on the uncensored platform, so just real quick, is there anything you need to get out of your, maybe like a Tourette's where you just say a bunch of things that you can't say on YouTube, you know?
Just basically fuck YouTube. That's about it.
All right. I appreciate it, brother.
All right, man.
Later.
Peace.
A moment of dead air while I find the next episode.
Hello.
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah. Good to go.
How do I sound all right or what?
Yeah. That's good. All right. Yeah.
So what's happening?
Brother, oh man. The fucking struggle is real, right? Oh man, it's fuck, brother. I told you about that company-wide text message we got. You know, get prepared.
For the listeners, if you don't mind saying what that was.
Okay, company-wide text. Basically, they're going to provide the vaccine for us, and I believe they're going to start pushing it out probably around 6 weeks. Then, at the end of that, at the end of the text message, you log on to, it's called SurveyMonkey, and they want to know, are you willing to take it? Why wouldn't you be willing to take it? You know, what reasons? And the reasons that they put, that I checked off, it said allergies, fear, and safety, and then it had other. You know, so you could put in whatever. I hit all of them. Just absolutely not. I don't want anything to do with this. And basically, I guess that what's going to come down to, they're going to say, well, and it's already going around at the plant. They're just going to, well, we feel like that you not having that vaccine could be a health risk to others. You know, you're working in the food industry, maybe contaminating the food or whatever, which probably would never even happen, even if there was a virus.
Yeah.
And yeah, you got to go. See ya. Yeah, that's what it's coming on to, man. And I work with 12 other maintenance electricians, and I've asked everyone, what are you going to do? You're going to get the vax. One guy said, well, bro, my wife had cancer 5 years ago. I think I better get it, And the other ones, if they hesitate for just, a second, you already know they're going to get it, And that's all I get. That's the response I got from everyone. You going to get that back? Yeah, I just, never mind. Fuck, I already know. Yeah, go ahead. So now I'm trying to like disassociate with everyone. Just try to look at them like fucking NPCs, man. I don't even know. Like I'm in a really, it's just really fucking awful, man, to feel this way. But and it's fucking tough, man. I'm struggling just to fucking go in there every day now. I don't even want to participate in this shit, man. It's just, yeah. And I'm thinking they're going to offer the vaccine. And I looked at the website too, man, off the email. We got company email, and it's our main office is in Illinois. So it's from the Illinois Department of Health, I believe. And I was going through it, and essential workers are phase 1B. Phase 1A would be like EMTs, police, firemen, stuff like that. So phase 1B would be me working in food industry. So they're saying, I'm thinking by next November, everybody's going to have to have it. by the end of or by the beginning of November is what way it come off to me, what I could gather out of it. And I mean, there is this fucking email was just page after page after page, man. I mean, there was so I don't know if AI just fucking come up with this and spit it out or what, but it was just like, you know, mind numbing. It's insane. And it's I don't know, but I'm struggling, man. I really am. It's really it's tough, man. And then I've got a couple family members I'm talking to, and just I don't even get it. I haven't heard from my daughter. She's out there in Norfolk. I don't know if she got quarantined on a ship or what. Can't get through to her now. Yeah, but I mean, I'm like one more pull your mask up away from fucking, you know, having an episode, man. I mean, I'm just ready to go. Yeah. I got guys out there now too that I work with, you know. 3 months ago, the guy, he's saying, yeah, man, I hear they're going to come out with a vaccine for this shit. You know, maybe we can get this over with. And the other day he's saying, yeah, man, this is a bunch of bullshit, taking our temperature all the time, every 2 fucking hours, you know. And I'm thinking, well, where was the motherfucker at that was 3 months ago couldn't wait to get the fucking thing. And now you're, you know, I guess maybe it's a little inconvenient for someone now to get their temp checked all the time or whatever. And now it's, you know, it's inconvenience to them just slightly, I guess. You know, now it's a bunch of bullshit, but 3 months ago, you know, you're all for it. Well, I'm not buying it. That's phony, you know.
Well, let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Why do they think that just because they're vaccinated that all these measures are going to go away?
Yeah. Brother, I can present them with fucking, you know, you just ask somebody, okay, if the mask works, then why do we got to stay 6 feet apart? If staying 6 feet apart works, then why do we have to wear fucking masks?
Exactly.
They can't even comprehend. They can't even get that. Like, it doesn't. And then you got a motherfucker saying, I know it's real. And I'm right back at him. I'm the only fucking person I know that's been in a hospital with a respiratory infection this fucking year. And I had fucking pneumonia. And they called it COVID pneumonia. Who do you know that's fucking died from this shit?
I don't know anybody. Nobody.
Me. Fucking. Yeah. And they can't fucking answer it. But they still, it's like they're hanging on it no matter how desperately they want to believe this shit's real. You know, I can't convince them that it's not. You know, if somebody has a belief like that, like their newfound religion, you know, like it's almost like they want to have this shit, like it's some kind of virtuous, you know, I'm a COVID survivor or whatever, you know, whatever the fuck they're thinking. But there is like, just everything is just, it's completely got me fucked up, man. I just cannot. There's no common sense anymore. I mean, that's gone. I don't even know where that went. There's no rationality. You can't.
Well,
you just can't.
They're not processing data like we've talked about.
Yeah. Why is that? I mean, is it intentional or you just can't fucking get it? You're not going to tell me. I mean, and I know that I've been hearing all this shit on YouTube that we're all connected and we're all one and all. My man, no. Fuck, you're going to be hard pressed to convince me of that shit.
Well,
there's no fucking.
Yeah. And
no, they may have been humans at one time. They may have had, you know, a soul, you know, but no, You're not going to tell me that we're the same. There's no fucking way. These things, whatever that you want to call them, avatars, meat suits, whatever the fuck they are. There's no way you're going to, no, I'm not going to be compartmentalized or in that category with these things. There's no fucking way.
Well, and, you know, we've been going in on Matt on this podcast, Matt QOC, but I think you are making the case for when he talks about the two singularities.
Yeah.
It seems like, you know, me and you, and then, you know, most of the listeners of this podcast, and then, you know, the Chalk Body Outline folks, it seems like we're kind of in one reality, and then these people that we're calling NPCs are in a completely separate reality.
Yeah, I mean, it has to be something of that nature. This is not what the people that I'm interacting with on a daily is just they're not. I don't understand. I mean, it's even getting to where now most of them aren't even recognizable because they have the masks up just under their eyes, just under the the bottom of their eyes now.
Yeah, I've noticed that the masks
I'm like,
the
what?
masks.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt, but I've noticed that the masks are being pulled up much higher than before.
Yeah. I mean, it's all to the back of the head, almost to the top of the head and just below the eyes. It's like, what? Even, and then you go see the people at the store or whatever, and they got their children like that, dude. It breaks my fucking heart, man.
Yeah, it's tough.
And I just don't see, like, I think I can see somebody fucking slipping a gear, man, and snapping off on this shit eventually, myself included. I'm just so fucking, I mean, they just look at you like, I don't wear the fucking thing, man. I don't. And I'm playing that card. I was in the hospital with pneumonia, and I just say, hey, I got COPD. I can't fucking breathe with this shit on, So I'm using that as an excuse.
So you're not, you don't wear it at all then?
I put one of them gaiters around my neck or a bandana.
Okay.
And do my very best to stay like 3 or 4 foot apart, from someone, but you can't, you just can't fucking do that. You can't. It's impossible to work like that,
Yeah, people can't pull it off anyway. They don't have enough control of themselves to stay 6 feet apart.
No. And then you got, I got guys walking up to me with these fucking things on. They're trying to talk, and I'm just take that fucking shit off your face, man. Please, man. Just fucking please,
Yeah, no
stop.
shit.
But I don't even want to engage with them. And they all know how I feel about this. I made it perfectly clear. I'm like, this whatever satanic mask ritual bullshit you guys are participating in, I don't want anything to do with. If you're not inspiring, encouraging me to be a fucking better human being, then get the fuck out of my life.
Yeah,
completely
sure.
out of it. I don't want nothing to do with you. It's just fucking. It's taxing me, man. I'm fucking just. It's hard. It's getting fucking tough on me, and I'm like, are they testing me or what? It seems like it's getting harder every day.
Well, and I do want to say that about, you said you might, eventually have like a blow up or an incident, but I do want to, and sometimes I kind of go off on people here and there, but the thing is, anything we do that seems like angry or violent, it's actually just going to make it worse. It just makes us look crazy. And then it almost makes the mask look legitimate. It's like, oh, look at this crazy guy. What's he pissed off about?
Yeah.
Oh, I guess he doesn't care about people.
Exactly. Like they're virtuous or some shit, walk around.
Man, these people don't give a flying fuck about anybody but themselves.
No, fuck no. It's
Period.
Nothing to do with that. This isn't about fucking health or the sanctity of human life when the abortion clinics are open and the fucking dental clinics are shut down. Come on.
They don't care, man.
Come the fuck on. No, you're not going to convince me that they care about it. No. Whatever. I just can't, like, I'm doing my very best each time I engage in this shit with one of these idiots to I'm trying to remind myself, man, they're not even fucking humans. That's what I got to tell myself.
Hey, real quick, sorry to interrupt, but I'm looking out the window of this motel, and here comes somebody just walking by himself. Can't see his face.
Yeah, of course.
He's got a hood on because it's cold.
Yeah.
Can't see nothing but his fucking where his eyes and his eyebrows are.
Yeah, it's like, looking like a fucking ninja. I know.
They love it.
Well, then you're not going to tell me we're the same. We there's no fucking way. They may appear to be humans or whatever you want to call them, but they're not. Or they're missing something.
Yeah,
there's something missing.
Again, since we've taken, not you, but I've taken so many shots at Matt recently, but I'm on board with the two singularities or the two realities or whatever we're calling it.
Yeah.
To me, that makes total fucking sense. Now, is it, they talk about the retro causality, I'm not smart enough to figure that shit out, but you know, maybe that is what's going on.
Yeah.
Maybe these fools already took the fucking shot, and now
Right.
they're not what me and you are.
And
They're-
we didn't, and now, you know, we're just now. It's taking place with us right now, but it's already taking place in the future, if you want to say that. But now we're just experiencing it, you know. Those are the ones who took the vax. These ones walking around with their faces wrapped up and everything. Yeah. And yeah, if that's all we got to go on, I'll take that. Yeah. Because I don't know what else to.
But then,
how else to look at this?
But now I'm looking at some homeless people that are walking through this parking lot, and neither one of them, they don't even have a bandana or anything. So,
yeah,
you know, I guess they haven't taken it in the future.
Mm-hmm.
And you can tell, hell, they're probably drug addicts, which, you know, do whatever you want. You know, I don't care, but, you know, I'm not going to give them money for drugs. But at the same time, it's like they're not covering their face. But then,
I mean, so
what the fuck is going on?
Yeah, where's the separation at? Well, what is, you know, what's separating us? What's making, what's causing them not to see what we see? Or that's, I don't know how to word that.
Well, I don't even care at this point. I hate to say it that way, but fuck them.
Yeah. I mean, I'm like fucking distraught over this fucking job situation. I know, like, I could probably find some other work. I mean, but this is a really, I mean.
Well, that's the thing, you know, if you're making good money. Here's the thing is, you know, a lot of people make decent money. And, you know, I myself was wearing a mask for several months, and we were willing to go along with that because that's not a permanent thing. I can take the fucking mask off and I'm not changed forever. But, you know, those of us who are not going to take the vaccine, we're not going to be able to work like we have in the past. It's just not going to happen. And, you know, I see a lot of these so-called truthers are just in denial. I think that they really think they're going to just be able to say no and then still have a job.
You're right.
You're not.
Yeah. Don't kid yourself. Don't fucking kid yourself.
And you're already, well, and we started out this conversation, you got the email where they're saying, hey, we're going to provide this thing, and then they want your feedback. So for all I know, you know, what if they're going to use your feedback to be like, hey, man, in a few months, we got to get a new maintenance guy in here.
And I've already made it perfectly clear to everyone there. They already know. They already know where I stand on that. Nope. I said, absolutely not. I even told the woman in HR, that's not happening. Nope. So, and I said, if you could give me a heads up so I got a little more time to prepare, you know, and find some other work. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, man. I'd say look now, brother.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hey, I want to talk about my situation a little bit. And I had a suspicion that this was going to be the case, but I've been checking on truck driving jobs. Dude, I'm unemployable unless I'll at least wear a mask to go down there and interview. You know, probably I could get hired on and then just not wear it. But fuck them. If they want me to cover my face in order to hire me, fuck them. I'm done with it, man. I'm done with it. So I'm literally going to make a sign because I've been homeless and I've panhandled. I'm going to make a cardboard sign that says, have CDL, need job, no mask. And if somebody hires me, they hire me. If not, I'll just be fucking homeless.
Yeah.
I mean, what else can I do?
I understand, man. I do. I don't know. I just.
And look, man, and I got to finish up on this. You know, what's it come to when in America I'm able-bodied and I'm qualified and I can't fucking work unless I cover my face, and then, you know, 10 months from now, unless I take a vaccine.
Yeah.
This is not America, man. It's not America.
No, it's not. Oh, we've just witnessed the fall of the republic.
This is something else, man. I don't know what it is. I call it communism, but this is not America. It's not America, man.
It's like really, man, like in the last few days, it's like fucking, it's really setting in with me. Like I'm really, you know, I knew it was coming. I don't guess I was prepared. Yeah, I'm trying to process it still. Like it's fucking eating me up. And
me too, brother.
Yeah. And I just think there's a small number of us, man. And then what's going to happen when the rest do get the vax, man, with us? You know, they're going to come looking for us.
Oh, there's no doubt, man.
Yeah, yeah.
And I'm not hiding. I'm not hiding, man. I'm not trying to live in the fucking wilderness.
No, fuck no. Absolutely not. I'm just like, they've already got whatever spiritual wickedness is taken over on these ones that are already out there, these soulless NPCs or whatever they are. I mean, like, it don't even really need them. It's probably after us, and maybe it's just putting a squeeze on us to, see if we're going to fold or not. I guess it's putting that pressure on us to, force us one way or the other. I guess.
Well, and
I'm sure a lot of people fold, man. A lot of these truthers are going to fold like a lawn chair.
I hate to say it, man, but I'm thinking 8 out of 10.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think what's going to happen is
you're being generous on that, probably. Yeah.
Well, and I think what's going to happen is, some people already like they just stay in their apartment anyway, and maybe they work remotely.
Mm-hmm.
But then once they lose their jobs, if the economy gets so bad, well, the government will be happy to give them a UBI, a universal basic income, but not without a vax. There's no version of the government, 16 months from now, 18 months from now, there's no version of this government sending somebody a check who's not vaccinated. It's not going to fucking happen.
Right. I'm talking, I got a couple older guys I work with. They're 60, 62, something like that, ready to retire in a few years. And we were talking about that $600 fucking buyout they give us, that shit. And the man, I mean, he's a good old boy, Anyways, he was like, bud, just we got our money, don't worry about it. I said, hey, look, man, what about that man out there that can't go open his restaurant or his place of business for no reason, no fault of his own, because of this bullshit that's going on? I said, what happens when his little baby's fucking crying and he's, his belly's empty, and that man's forced to go out and do some fucking shit that he don't want to do, to feed them kids? I said, what about that fucking guy? Yeah, we're still good. We're still getting a check. What about all our countrymen, our brothers? What about them guys, And it's just, you say, present something like that, and they just, they don't even want to talk no more.
Well, and
they can't.
Anybody that tells me not to worry can go fuck themselves. I'll decide if I need to worry. I don't need somebody else telling me not to worry. He's like, no, go fuck yourself.
I just don't think they don't understand. I mean, it's going to be violent. I'm sure of it. It will be violent, man. It will.
Well, and I'm wondering if the government can't drag this thing out long enough that eventually it's just like a robot, shows up to fucking take me off to the gulag. And I mean, literally, right now I can fight a human being, but what am I going to do when it's the Boston Dynamics robot coming to scoop me up?
Yeah, I know, huh? I've seen that shit. Really? Yeah. I mean, is that if they're showing it now, they probably got a million of them fucking things somewhere,
So at that point, it's just, what do I do? I'm not going to the fucking camp, but then, I don't have the right weapons to defeat a fucking robot necessarily.
No. What do you think's going to happen in that fucking place anyway?
Oh God, torture, man. Horrific torture. That's what's going to happen. Did I lose you? Fuck, I did. Yo, I lost you for a second. Are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here, bud.
Okay, yeah. Sometimes this Discord drops out, so.
Okay.
But yeah, man. Then you're gonna have, if we're in the fucking gulag, them psychopaths gonna come in there and start fucking with us and doing all kind of crazy shit.
Sure.
I'm not going, man. They're gonna have to just defeat. They're gonna have to defeat me. I'm not fucking going.
No. And I fucking.
But then, but real quick, why is it only people like me and you that are thinking about this and talking about it? I haven't heard anybody else say I'm not going to a camp. Nobody. I'm the only person I know other than me and you that said this. So where, even the truthers, even the so-called truthers, where is their mind at? They're in fucking la la land, man.
Yeah, I mean, you can. I don't know how you can deny any of this shit's coming, man. I mean,
it's here.
It's already. Yeah, it's here. Setting up shop. And to think that, you know, you're gonna whatever, fucking transcendentally or something, just get out of this shit. No, that's not happening, motherfucker. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. No.
Yeah, no shit.
Yeah. No, it's not. I mean, and I don't know how comfortable most are with violence, man, but it's going to be violent. It's not going to be some shit like you see on TV either. You know, it's going to be some.
Well, and you've been in it. See, I haven't been in it. But
no, it's going to be there. You know, and it's going to hell, man. It's just something that there's no humanity in that. It's going to be, and if anybody does make it out of that, which I'm sure they won't, I don't think anybody will. They won't be worth a fuck no way. You know, whatever's left of them mentally won't be, you know, anything you could fucking do anything with. You know, wouldn't be able to tie a fucking shoe.
Yeah,
a human being can't go through that kind of shit, man, and not, you know, it's just, yeah.
Well,
there will be.
You know, and part of all the, well, and I think part of all the economic, you know, people losing their jobs and, you know, they're getting squeezed and they're not having a lot of resources. Yeah. You know, I think a lot of that is to kind of, you know, once we get to the point that some people will fight, that they're not going to have a lot of resources by then. I think that's part of the plan. You know what I'm saying? So it's like me, you know, you know, if I'm going to have to fight, I want to fight now. I don't want to wait more. I don't want to wait five more fucking years. You know, what will I have left in 5 years of not working? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Versus like, I'm ready now, man. Let's go. But I can't go out there. There's no version of me going out there and trying to, you know, incite something. I have to wait for them to come to me. So they have the advantage. You know, the system kind of has the advantage because all I can do, I'm getting starved. I'm going to be, yes, you're right. I'm being starved out.
Don't wake you up.
They're already doing it because I can't get a fucking job.
Right. That's that fucking Fabian shit, man, that he was talking about. Yuri, you know, how they just fucking wait you out and tire you out. They don't even got to fire a shot. By the time they're done with you, there's nothing left of you to fight anyway. You know, you just okay, just take me. You know, and it can't be that way.
And but
they're gonna
but why don't the truthers see this? Is what I'm saying. You know, forget the NPCs. They're going along with it. They're signing up for it. I'm saying these people who think they've studied all this information and they think they're woke. What is wrong with them?
Yeah, you tell me, man. I don't understand that either. Exactly. You're not.
So wait a minute. Well, hang on now.
You can avoid.
Well, so did they take the jab in the future? You see what I'm saying? So if I mean
on the second go around, you know,
that's
maybe
what I'm saying. You know, under the retro causality, which I'm not even convinced of, but you know, did a lot of these so-called truthers roll their fucking sleeves up?
Yeah, I can see that. Like, maybe there was like a second round, and maybe they put the pressure on them, and
Because do you think this system gives a fuck if they spend their time studying conspiracies and they roll their sleeve up? Of course not.
Yeah, no, no. Whatever distraction it'll put out,
yeah, man.
Just keep me out.
And then
study all you want.
And dude, this QAnon is completely mentally ill at this point. Have you seen this? What they're talking about? It's schizophrenic. It's literal schizophrenia.
Yeah. I mean, you could call it that. I'm sure. Yeah, I guarantee you, there's a medical term for it. It's right there with schizophrenia. Yeah.
Well, and when I was homeless, you know, sometimes some crazy schizophrenic would write a bunch of stuff on some notebook paper and literally just tape it to the outside of the Starbucks. And I always read it because I was like, well, you know, they took the time to write all this, and I didn't have anything better to do. And what I'm reading from this QAnon now, it sounds like it's written exactly like the stuff I used to read on notebook pages, fucking taped to the outside of the Starbucks, like in San Francisco or somewhere. Just
really like a Beautiful Mind shit.
Because these schizophrenics, man, they got a high IQ. You know, and it kind of makes sense on some level. But I'm reading like the way it's written. I'm like this Q stuff. It's written just like the fucking schizophrenics. So these people are out of their fucking minds. Now, I don't know what's going to happen, with the inauguration or whatever, but I think Biden's going to be the president. That's just my opinion. And then he's going to die and it's going to be Harris. But who the fuck knows at this point? Anything's possible.
Yeah.
I mean, literally, who the fuck knows?
Yeah. I was thinking like maybe they're going to pull the rug out from under them. And then, the left is just going to fucking lose their goddamn minds if that happens. And if Trump did get a second term, that's what they'd want. They would be fucking civil disobedience, and they could set up martial law real quick.
Yeah, but it's not riot season because of the weather. It's summer's riot season.
Right.
That's the only thing that makes me think that maybe it's not going to happen,
Okay, yeah.
I think my opinion is it's more about getting the right wing to start behaving like Antifa, and we've already seen that. And I know there was some Antifa involved in the Capitol thing, but a lot of those were actual Trump supporters. Let's be honest. It's not like, Antifa did the whole thing. That's fucking bullshit.
Right. Yeah. Well, my little brother knows these guys are. You heard of the Pipe Fitters Union?
I don't know what it is, but I've heard of it. Yeah.
It's a bunch of Iraqi Gulf War veterans that come back, and they got like a site up, and they sell merch and all that shit, and they're all about like the Constitution and supposedly, man, these guys are supposed to be the real deal, man. They go bust up Antifa rallies and shit like that, but I've not seen it. But I mean, from what I've heard, I think it's probably a really, really small group, not enough to even fucking do any damage anyway. But if there was just a bunch of small groups, a lot of them that could just get together and maybe do something, but that's not going to happen. The way that I see shit, whenever this spiritual wickedness is that's going on out here, it can orchestrate something like of a magnitude that I can't even fucking comprehend, man, the way it's doing shit.
Well,
the AI
is it? Hey, did you ever see that movie District 9?
Yeah, I have.
So what you're talking about, let's say that some militias got together and actually went out and did some things. The thing is, man, it's not going to be portrayed accurately in the media.
Right.
So nobody's even going to know what actually happened. So
they'll be the domestic terrorists or whatever, right?
Well, or like in District 9, the one guy, he watched the TV one day and it like literally showed him fucking a donkey.
I know.
So I mean, but that's what they'll do with these militias. If these militias like actually, go out and do something in the real world that might affect change, they'll just put out a fucking deep fake of them fucking a donkey and it'll be over with.
Yeah, and then you're just and
then it's a wrap at that point.
So then I got to ask again, man, is this supposed to take place? Is this?
I think so. Yeah, I think it's I think it's the spiritual war, and then this is right. We just happen, and I'm not saying this is the end. I'm saying we just happen to be here at one of the times that the shit comes to a head.
Right.
And why us and why now? I can't answer that, but I mean the shit is coming to a head. I mean I don't think that's debatable at this point. Now I'm not saying this is the end of the world and this is the judgment. I have no way of knowing that, but everybody's about to be put into one of two categories. I don't think that can be debated. It's either going to be people who take a government needle, and by the way, not one government needle is into perpetuity, and it's going to be people who don't, and that's it. Everybody on the earth is going to be in one of those two categories.
Yeah.
Within about 2 years, I think.
Mm-hmm. The way it's unfolding, like that company wide checks shit. I was just like, wow, man, they're really ramping this up. They really want this fucking to happen quick.
Yeah, and
maybe sooner.
Well, and look, let's be honest, man. They will go to automation as soon as they can. They don't have the technology yet. So the human beings are only at that plant because they need you to be at that plant. If tomorrow they can replace you with a robot, they will replace you with a fucking robot.
Right. So, absolutely. Yeah. Without a doubt.
So I think a lot of what's going on.
They just like harvesting fucking energy from us or what? I mean, I don't know.
Well,
what fucking even want us for then?
Well, I think a lot of what's going on is because of it is still a capitalist society. They need labor. So like what Drew's been talking about, and I don't want to mention where he works, but he works in the grocery business where his particular company pays a little better than some of the other companies. So I think a lot of what they're doing, they're just trying to keep their employees from quitting. So they're kind of, they're like saying, hey, we do a temp check, but it's not mandatory. Right. Have you heard him talk about that?
Yeah. Well, it is at my place.
But hang on, that's what I'm saying is he's at a place where, I think their business model is kind of based on having a little bit better quality worker but they're willing.
Okay.
They pay a little more for that worker. So I think they realize. I think this is just my opinion, from a business standpoint, they realize, okay, we need to keep as many of these people as we can. But then your work is just laying down the law, like, hey man, here comes the vax, fucking deal with it, because they'll just get somebody else in your place. They don't give a fuck. They don't care about retaining you.
No,
at all.
No, and I know there's a fucking 100 guys out there right now ready to take my spot. I know that.
Oh, without a
That
doubt.
place-
Yeah, without a doubt.
Yeah, I'd be foolish to think that place would shut down without me there. I know better. Yeah.
So, you know, if you don't roll your sleeve up, they will find somebody who will, period.
Absolutely. Yeah. And I don't think they're going to have a problem with it either. You know, they're not going to have a problem replacing anyone, you know, at any time.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see it. I'm just, I mean, it's fucking heartbreaking, man. I got a relative back up by St. Louis, and she's a principal of a Christian academy. She's the principal there, and her brother had called me the other day, and he was like, "Did you tell my sister, you know, don't take that back and whatever and all that?" You know, he was just really distraught over it. Well, long story short, anyway, their father, he was 89 years old, had 6 stents in his heart and a bypass surgery. 89 years old. Well, he recently passed away, and they you know, named it COVID. So
well, of course, yeah,
and you know, she is like. She tells me she's on board with, you know, this. She's like, there's no way. She tells all of her students, you know, what's going on. Don't do this. She was a Trump supporter. You know, she's wide awake now with this. She sees now, and I think I played a big part in that. We've gotten a lot closer in the last year, me and her. And anyways, they were talking, and he was like, you know, I guess she told him, no, I'm not taking it, and then he called just irate. My dad just died from this, and I'm like, no, he didn't. He was 89 years old. You know, he had a lot of fucking issues, man. He died. He lived a long life.
Well,
so,
and I hate to interrupt, but, you know, just remember what you were going to say. But, you know, these people seem to think that we just live forever until COVID kills us. Like it's normal for an 89-year-old to fucking die. That's normal.
Isn't it? Yeah. With all them other fucking complications too prior to that.
I mean, it's amazing he made it that long. So I don't look, man. The thing is, if an 89-year-old kicks the bucket and they call it COVID, to me, it's just it's irrelevant. Who cares?
But his son is convinced.
Are you kidding me? But let's just say COVID did kill him. Dude, something else was about to get his ass.
Right.
So who cares?
Right. Exactly. That's where I'm coming at.
89, man.
They're not reasonable. You can't reason with someone like that.
Well, okay, but
you can't.
Okay, but why try? So why are you? Here, I'm going to challenge you a little bit. Why are you wasting your time trying to reason with these people when it's impossible? It can't be done, brother.
Yeah, absolutely. I know, man. I don't know what it is. That's one of my hangups, man. Just like, I just go fucking and just try to listen to this, and I got to tell you that, and this fucking why and everything. And then, you know, I guess it's just too much fun to process anyway. They're like, whatever, you're a fucking nut job. You know? just leave me the fuck alone.
Well, and you know, if you get through to them, all they're going to want to do is kill the messenger. Now they're upset. Right. It's your fault.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And look, man, I love the Chalk Body Outline Discord, you know, shout out to the Discord, but you know, sometimes I go kind of what they call doomer, you know, I go doom and gloom on there and they start killing the messenger. I'm like, hey man, don't kill the messenger. I'm just speaking on what's happening, you know?
Yeah.
But then I understand that they just don't want to hear it all the time, which is completely fine. But it's like, at a certain point, it's like, this is what's happening. You know, I'll do my best not to dwell on it, but you know, don't get mad at me. I'm not the one I didn't create the fucking pandemic.
Go outside and fucking look around. I mean, yeah. How could you fucking not see this? I mean,
oh, they see it. No, they see it. They're just, I don't think they want to hear it, which is fine. But it's like at a certain point, I can't not talk about it.
Yeah. What? It's like, man, bro, I tell you, I know I fucking probably aggravate some people, you know, I'm just like, and the guys at work, the Trump supporter, conservative guys, I'm like, look, your savior, your leader, whatever, he just got fucking censored. He can't say shit. You know, you really think that this is real now? You know,
oh man, look, they're getting him out of there. What do you think? There's 20,000. Why are there 20,000 troops in DC? Is that because of civil unrest, or is that to make sure Trump leaves?
Yeah.
You know, from a military standpoint, do they need all that? Do they need all that to fucking deal with the civil unrest? I don't think so.
No, man.
Bro, look, man, 100 cops fights 2,000 Antifa in Portland every night of the fucking week, man.
Yeah.
Every night of the week.
Right.
So I think, and you know, we know the right wing is they're not even as they don't fight the cops as hard as Antifa does. So, you know, and Antifa's been doing it for years, but I think all those troops are there to just make sure Trump leaves. That's my opinion.
Yeah.
And I think he's going to pack it. I think he's going to pack his shit, and I think he's going to fucking leave. That's what I think is going to happen.
Right. I know they don't want, I mean, like the guys that, just a few that I interact with at work don't want that to happen, and they're still trying to digest all that, Biden. And I'm like, look, do you guys even fucking see who the two people, Trump and Biden, are you even, look what they gave us to fucking vote for, even if it was real.
And what
you're telling me these are the two best fucking people they could find in America to fucking lead us? This guy can't even put a sentence together,
And what has Trump done in his time in office?
You can't tell them that, man.
Well, but look, the job market,
what?
improved. Other than that, what has happened? And then, by the way, COVID destroyed all the gains that were made in the job market.
Yeah, try telling them that. Try fucking telling them that. Man. They will not know.
I've had them tell me that Trump drained the swamp. They've told me that to my face. Dude, there's no response to that. What do you think I say? I just don't say anything. I'm just like, all right, man, have a good day.
Yeah.
Yeah. Dude, you can't argue with that level of, if somebody really believes that, there's no change in their mind. It's impossible.
Yeah. Like, what is it? Like, if somebody believes something without reason, they can't be reasoned with, like they desperately have to believe something, man. You can't reason with them. It's like giving medicine to somebody who's already dead. It's fucking, pointless.
Yeah. So I think our nature is we just think, oh, I can go out here and talk some sense into these people. No, you can't. You cannot explain anything to anybody. There's no telling these people. They believe what they believe. The TV tells them that there's this many cases and that they're going to fucking die. But then nobody dies. But then somebody dies in a car wreck and they call it COVID. And then their 89-year-old grandfather dies of COVID. So it's a fucking pandemic.
Yeah, bro.
Nothing you can do, man.
My best bro ever. I told you about up in Chicago. We talked about this the other day. 350,000 people died. He said, motherfucker. He's anyways, he's in Chicago, man. He went to the emergency room down there. He had a shoulder injury. He said, you won't believe the chaos that I fucking witnessed down there. And I'm like, on any given day in Chicago at an ER, during flu season, you probably witnessed some fucking chaos, I'm sure.
Howdy, y'all. What y'all think about that? Playing some of the back catalog today from the old Nightmare Dystopia podcast. Appreciate y'all riding along. I've been listening to most of it. Definitely missed some of them predictions along the way. And I do think these are good reminders to some of the folks that this is what I mean when I say, we got folks nowadays in some of these so-called truth communities, talking all this SHTF Civil War stuff that, I was talking about on the podcast 3+ years ago now. So catch up, right? Because I thought all that was about to come to pass, and here we are now. It's leaving us alone for now, for the most part, although not entirely. The damage is done, I would argue. And now I suppose the masses are the walking wounded, having been subjected to extended, strong spiritual and psychological attack for an extended period of time. Thoughts? Anybody? Yeah, there were certainly times I wanted to pause and respond to my own podcast, but I thought it was better to just let it ride. But finally, think I had too many tabs open. The old PC here wanted a reboot. As much as I enjoy Linux, Ubuntu, it doesn't just completely run perfectly. It does crash at times. Although my ThinkPads would just hang up a lot more often. This thing's never just froze entirely. So far, so good. Shout out to the new computer. Oh, and shout out to Robin. She made the thumbnail for today's broadcast. Thank you very much. Maybe there'll be more to come. We'll see. As well as forgot what I was going to say. Well, that never happens. Well, it is broadcasting school after all. All right, let's get back into this episode, and maybe I'll have something to say at some point. In the dead air between episodes, I have to go off and find the next episode that features a co-host. All of today's episodes, I believe I may have played some early on that did not feature a co-host, but I'm trying to find this one I did with Thinks He's a People, LOL, where we talked about Carlos Castaneda, amongst others, and mind control in specific. So hopefully I'll be finding that episode. In fact, now that we're at a stopping point, let me go back into that and see. I keep forgetting to unmute, so we end up going about a minute to a minute and a half longer of dead air, but I'll try not to do that. So be right back. Please bear with me. The dead air is a meditation after all. All right, this is episode 32 from January 28th of 2021. My first conversation with Ralph Loreno, and that's his YouTube channel at, I'm assuming, no, you can just search Ralph Loreno channel, Laurino. This is from, January 28th, 2021, episode 32. 31. Apologies. Episode 31, January the 30th, 2021. Let's get it right. First conversation with Ralph Loreno. Ralph Loreno, what's up?
Hey, what's up, Benton?
Oh, just chilling. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. It's sunny here today, but it's pretty cold, and the wind is moderate.
Yeah, it's still winter, that's for sure.
Yeah.
So you were maybe wanting to get into your thoughts on the pandemic as it's progressed.
Well, it was just one really strange thing that happened to me. I had hit a deer with my car, which I do about every 3 years around here, and I took it to the local body shop guy. And anyway, talking with him, he says, "Well, we're starting a church." This was about a year ago. Let's say for us, the pandemic started on 3/11. This was like January sometime. And he says, "We're starting a church. You can come to the church if you like." And it's at the Grange. That's where kind of like a community building that they rent on Sundays. Listen, I'm not the biggest church going person in the whole world, but I thought, well, this is interesting because there was another church that they started called Community Church 1 mile down the road from me about 3 years ago. And now these people are starting another church. And my thought was, this has to be some type of small church Christian movement throughout the USA, especially in the rural areas, because it can't just be happening around me that people are starting small churches. So I want to encourage these people because I know if anything that the oligarchs hate, it's a small grassroots-based religious movement. I know that that's like, in The Wizard of Oz when the Wicked Witch of the West, she gets the water thrown on her. That's what it's like to the oligarchs to have a grassroots-based religious movement going on. And I think that's what was happening in America. I think that's what panicked them. But that's just feelings that I had. So, okay, I'm going to this church, even though, I'm not like the biggest person for going to church because I just want to encourage these people. And then and I think to myself, how are the oligarchs going to respond to this? How will they respond? And 2 weeks later, that's when the COVID thing hit. And they shut down the churches, saying in Pennsylvania, the wording was not essential. It was that it was about life-sustaining. They called the businesses that they kept open life-sustaining businesses. So, now churches had become non-life-sustaining. And also they had things like, if there was church, no singing, no chanting, all of that. So from the beginning, I saw it as an assault on religious rights because I had these thoughts before. How will the oligarchs respond? I was thinking there has to be this small church movement going on, outside the reign of any pope or any ecclesiastical governing body. It was just local people worshiping together. I mean, I think it was Methodist, and they have their own way of doing things. There's like a hymn, and then the preacher talks to you for a while. They were doing the Old Testament. I'm more of a New Testament guy, especially the Gospels, because I feel like time is limited. I want to hear the words of Christ as much as I can and try to understand what he was talking about because he reformed the Old Testament, many parts of the Old Testament. So I may hear something in the Old Testament that Christ reformed. So there's different things, but I was going just to encourage them because I know the oligarchs hate this kind of thing. And that was my main perspective on the pandemic from the beginning, that they were trying to suppress a religious movement that was going on in the U.S.
I had not considered that, but as I was following the news all during the pandemic, I do remember thinking it was strange that, it seemed like most of the churches were just allowing the government to force them to close when, supposedly the entire country, the story anyway, is that the country's founded on this idea of religious freedom. And that is, in the First Amendment is religious freedom as well as free speech.
Yes, certainly I am disappointed in the response of the churches. But still I say that this pandemic is largely driven by atheistic leftists who just seem to be worshiping authority, false authority. They're just worshiping it. I cannot believe it, that this is what has happened. And the only real bulwark against them are Christians, or religious people, let's put it that way. This is what I see going on, is that, a lot of the pandemic is driven by atheistic leftists. And really the only sanity is to be found in churches that are trying to reopen. I know in California, there was a big movement to reopen churches. And to a certain extent, there was resistance. I stopped going to the church right away because I didn't want to go. I was afraid that if they were still open or defying the order, that there still may be people there that were thinking that I could kill them. Or, there's no way I feel comfortable going anywhere where if I have to cough or sneeze or something like that, people are going to be looking at me like, oh my God, now, and even if I think it might be in the back of their head. So, maybe I fell into the trap though, that they had set, but I just felt very uncomfortable going somewhere where people might be, even though they say, no, it's not that way, but I still felt uncomfortable with the whole thing.
Yeah, absolutely. And did I hear some farm animals in the background?
Yeah, my cow's around. She's mooing.
Yeah, if the audience is not aware, Ralph lives on a farm in, do you want to say the state or does that matter?
No, I say the state. It's central Pennsylvania.
Right on. And you're originally from Brooklyn, if I recall correctly.
That's right. I was born in the city, but I always had an interest in the country.
And we had some discussion on the Chalk Body Outline on the Discord, and then also Drew on his New Year's Eve show on his alternate channel, Get Chalked Up. There was some discussion of how to get into farming, and shout out to Ralph here, because he realized, I don't want to speak for Ralph, but it seems like he realized that the only way to really get into farming would be to move to a farm. Would you say that's correct, or am I way off?
No, I mean, you know, I definitely was motivated in that way. And it's just like anything. If you don't have formal training in something, you're going to have to be an apprentice.
Yes.
Whether it's going to be an electrician or construction, or you could go to school for it. You know, to me, it's much more efficient to be an apprentice. So basically, that's what I did in the beginning. And then I caught on really fast, especially because I was implementing grassland farming. I was changing the dairy. This was one of the first dairies in the United States that changed from the paradigm of corn, oats, and hay. While the cows are kept in confinement, you bring the food to them, and then you bring the manure back out to the field. The grassland paradigm is that you convert the farm to grassland management, and the cows do all the harvesting. Instead of using machines to harvest the food to bring into and store at the barn to feed to animals in confinement, which are then producing mass amounts of manure and urine, which have to be put back onto the field because you cannot lose that fertility. Instead of that, you eliminate all that by having the animals graze. It has to be done scientifically, or you lose too much productivity. That's why it's called grassland management. But you have the animals now are doing the grazing, and as they're grazing, they're obviously pooping and peeing on the pasture. You don't have to worry about that anymore, and it's like a much more natural system. The sad thing about it was, when I got into it, there was tremendous resistance by the government, tremendous resistance. And the main person that helped me, Roger Wentling, was the foremost authority on grazing in the U.S. Basically, his life was destroyed in many ways. He passed away, it was about 10 years ago, maybe 20. Quality of his life was deteriorated in many ways because he worked for the Soil Conservation Service, and he was very enthusiastically trying to help farmers save their farms, make them profitable by converting to grassland farming. And the government that he was working for was against it because they had chemical interests in chemical fertilizers, and they had interests in grain, where they produce the grain at the mill. And, a lot of this would damage that kind of thing. So even in the beginning, as much as grassland farming is accepted as the standard best way to do things, whether it be dairy or any other type of farming, in the beginning, it was great resistance, especially by the government because of their interest in all these things. So you would think that, something like that would be just something that would be readily acceptable. But no, it's never that way. You always have to wrangle with the government whenever you want to implement something new, innovative, creative, better for the people. And even something like grassland farming, which at the time I said could be used to reclaim the deserts, which it's now being done for, amazingly. And so many other benefits that would have as far as the ultimate in soil conservation, the ultimate in animal health, to reduce the veterinary bills as well. And the whole thing now is it's just universally accepted. Whereas in the beginning, you have to face this like this death match almost with them.
Yeah, that seems really unfortunate. And I think that ties into some ideas I've been talking about on this podcast. This idea, and you mentioned the atheistic lefties earlier, the leftist communists. Well, I refer to them as communists. And since we started out talking about religion, and then you had mentioned the atheistic lefties, I wanted to just real quick quote part of the Bible, which is Proverbs 8:36. He that sinneth against me wrongeth his own soul. All they that hate me love death. And I think that's what we're seeing is a lot of people, especially these atheistic lefties, that they really do love death. And it seems to me like with this form of farming you're talking about, that actually being more, back to nature, and it seems like that takes care of the earth more and it's more efficient. So I'm not surprised that a death cult would be against that. And then the more I think about these ideas, I've been also working with this idea of Benito Mussolini, the fascist dictator of Italy. Some of the writings attributed to him, he more or less said that the state owns everything, that, the corporations are the state, the government is the state. And he didn't say it outright, but to me, that implies that the people are also the state. So sadly, I'm coming to the realization that this government and these corporations seem to consider us to be their property. And I was wondering if you had any thoughts about that.
Well, yeah, that's always the problem. I view, what goes on in this world is basically a spiritual battleground. That's what our time here is about. What will we choose? And so the people that have seized control and the people that believe in them, certainly, to say it's a death cult. So it really, what they believe in at this point, if you told people back in the day with Moloch and all that in Babylon, those people would probably blush if they heard what the average atheistic commie leftist believes now. They believe in abortion, and which is child sacrifice, which was like, that was what they did supposedly back in the day. But now they have it to where it's done like inside the person, which would even, I don't know if they could even believe that in the past. And all these other, bizarre societal norms that they want to destroy, it's obviously in direct opposition to what any traditional Christian or really any of the major religions would consider to be acceptable. It's a complete inversion. So when that's opened up, then yes, anything's possible. They can view us as property. They could want to eliminate the old people. They could want to kill babies in the womb. And listen, I have a really, my thing too is I have some, views that might be controversial on that. I think abortion should stay legal because if we turn away from it while it's legal, that will be so much more powerful. But if they make it illegal, what's going to happen? They're going to do these underground abortions. People are going to die. And then they're going to say, just see, we told you that by making it legal, look what happened. Now we have to make it legal again. And it will go on endlessly. Legal, illegal, legal, illegal. Just keep it legal and let's do the powerful thing of turning away from it while it's legal. Then they know they have no control over us anymore. And there are states that are doing that. I think Kentucky has no more abortion clinics. Maybe one in go ahead.
Most of the Deep South, there's no abortion clinics in most of the Deep South, I would say.
So that's the way to do it.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt, but culturally, it's not that acceptable in certain parts of the country.
Yeah, that's the right way.
Yeah, I think so. I'm not necessarily for telling someone what to do with their body, but at the same time, it's clearly murder. I mean, it's the death of what is very quickly a child. And I don't think there's any debate on that. That's just me personally. Now, some people might say, oh, it's a bundle of cells, but yeah, it's cells that is very quickly going to become a human being. Therefore, abortion means killing a human life. And just my opinion, I don't think that's debatable.
No. Also, the internet sometimes exposes you to things that you haven't seen before. I've seen these things where, people are protesting at an abortion clinic and, sometimes they tell the woman, we'll help you or, we'll take care of the baby. And there's no woman that I've ever seen walk into the abortion clinic that looks like she's proud of what she's doing. They all know that they're doing something wrong. There's now there may be other activists or something that are very militant in fighting with the people, the Christians that are trying to point out this problem. But the women going in, they never, ever look, they always look like they know they're doing something wrong. And if there's a man with them, looks like he knows that he's doing something wrong too.
Yeah, absolutely. They're going against God. And it seemed to me like, I know this, there was a radio host, Dr. Laura Schlesinger, and she at one point had said, here's how you know abortion is wrong is because, everybody's ashamed of it and nobody really talks about it. And then, so these atheistic lefties a couple of years ago, they started this movement, which was like, tweet out your abortion or whatever. So now you got some of these lefties who are trying to virtue signal by, pretending like it's virtuous to kill their kids. And it's just satanic at the end of the day, in my view anyway.
Well, we should learn from this how evil works because, like the whole Roe versus Wade, that whole thing happened because I guess the woman was Roe. Oh, I can't, but she said that she was raped. And so that's how abortion originally got into the country. Of course, abortion has never been voted on in any type of way ever in this country by the people. But she said she was raped. And so that's what got the original thing in. Then, of course, later on, she became a Christian and she admitted that was a lie. She had never been raped. So, they got in abortion on this plea that, oh my God, what about if the woman is raped? Even though in that case it was a lie. And probably I would think it's maybe one in, I don't know how many thousands it would be, but that's always the plea. But then once evil is in, then it just keeps getting larger and larger and larger. Once you see, you can't let it in because once it's in, then now, you're tweeting out your abortion and it's like they're trying to make like it's a virtuous thing. That's how it always ends up. You could give any example where you let evil in. It doesn't just stay in that little confined area. It will take it always to the ultimate absurd limit that you let it go to.
Yeah, I totally agree. And, back to the pandemic a little bit, every once in a while, I'll just talk to somebody out in public. And I was at the gas station earlier and there was a fella out there pumping his gas and had his mask on, of course. And, I just said something to him like, I can't do this mask anymore, man. It's been a year of this. And I was like, it's just going to be masks forever. And I don't know if I'm comical or what, but people just laugh a lot of times when I say stuff like this. And he kind of agreed and laughed. And then here's the response that I usually get. Oh, but I've got kids at home. And I'm just like, what kind of logic is this? And then I just say, yeah, well, I guess that's what the Nazis said, oh, well, I've got kids at home. So I guess I better put these Jews in these ovens because, I got kids at home. And then of course he just laughs and, I don't know if that's the right thing to say or not. That's just kind of what occurred to me. And then, we don't have a lot of Jewish people down here. So, I don't know that anybody's going to get offended necessarily, but a lot of these ideas, like at stores, when people are trying to enforce the mask and they're like, hey, I'm just doing my job. And I'm like, yeah, that's the Nazis tried that defense. It was called the Nuremberg trials. Like maybe you should look into that. If there's going to be a judgment after this, and I'm not saying believe the Bible. I'm saying if somebody thinks they believe the Bible and they think there's going to be a judgment, that's not going to be an excuse in my eyes. Oh, well, I was just doing my job. And so I'm getting really annoyed with the pandemic in certain ways that it seems like a lot of people just realize, hey, this is the new normal is I'm just going to have my face covered for the rest of my life. Oh, but I got kids at home, so I guess it's okay. And so I was kind of wondering what you thought about that.
Yeah, I mean, I see this as a supernatural occurrence that, to me, this is obviously some type of punishment from God on the people, and that the people are not in control because obviously masks would spread disease. They would not prevent disease, especially how they're being utilized. So it's beyond something that's illogical. I say this is supernatural, what's going on. I say it's some type of punishment that's been rained down on America for whatever the reasons right now. And the fact maybe the people who wanted it, they had an intention But I don't feel like the people who are doing it are fully in control of their intentions in this.
Do you mean like the so-called elites that we sometimes that the so-called truthers say are pulling the strings?
Yeah, I tend to call them the oligarchs because that's more, it's probably a better term. So you could go, there's every type of conspiracy theory about who they could be.
Sure.
But I tend to call them the oligarchs because it's consolidation of economic power, really.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Now, my personal opinion is I'm a big spiritual war guy, and then I would like to think in my better moments I'm doing my best to follow the teachings of Christ in the Bible, but I don't actually consider myself a Christian, mainly because I'm very critical of religion as it's practiced in the present day, and then especially the bigger churches. And I've said if the churches were doing what there's if these people were Christians like they say they are, I don't think these things could be happening. How can somebody believe the Bible and then like send their kid off to school with a face covering? I mean, to me, it's just insane. And I don't have any kids, but man, it hurts my heart to see these kids out here, and their faces are covered. They can't see their classmates' faces. They can't see their mom's face. I guess I'm confused as to why it doesn't seem to bother the general public.
I'm telling you, I think the answer is that it's a supernatural punishment from God, and they're not fully in control of their faculties at this point, or who would actually agree to all this. Especially in Pennsylvania, we have a thing where 2-year-olds are expected to wear masks at daycare. I mean, has anyone ever been around a 2-year-old? And
yeah, that's
like
crazy.
The worst thing. It's the worst thing. They've got stuff coming out of their nose, and and they're listen. This is beyond any type of materialistic explanation as to what's going on. So I would say that the thing is maybe an analysis, I don't know if we could do it right now or even if it's possible right now, of what happened to bring this punishment about on the people.
Well, and I'm not disagreeing with you. I do think that's an interesting idea of the supernatural punishment, but then surely the children who I would assert are spiritually perfect, and it seems like this world teaches them, this world defiles them and teaches them all of these things, it's hard for me to see that they would be being punished. So is it just like punished by extension because their parents are in that position, I guess?
Well, I mean, to a certain extent, I have to kind of think that it's the parents' fault.
Mm-hmm.
It's not the child's fault that the child is born into this family, and their innocence is being, by their own parents, is somehow being used against them. I mean, it's not the child's fault that this is happening to them. They're not in control of the situation. It's the other people. And I agree with you. I could never send my child to school with a mask on. I mean, I couldn't. And, this is good, though. We have to look at the positives of all this, that more people are obviously going to homeschool, which we want to get the children out of the daycare centers and the public school systems. They're gone. They're lost. That's
absolutely.
The last place you want your children. We have to try to get back to more of a structure where the man is the earner, the woman is the nurturer at home, including teaching the children. This is a huge responsibility, and probably the most important job ever conceived in human history is to do the traditional role of a mother. And so we have to protect the children, and we have to try to start getting back to that type of arrangement. That will be one answer to the situation we find ourselves in.
Yeah, I agree. But one thing I've thought about is, I don't think it's realistic. This is just my opinion, for every, mother or father to actually educate their own children. Like my parents, for instance, were like very good at certain things. But man, if they had tried to homeschool me and my sisters, it just would have been a complete nightmare. We would have killed each other. I mean, nobody would have survived. So I'm wondering. Well, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. No, ask me what you were going to be wondering.
Well, then I was thinking about, and I'm sure the government is completely against this, but, if we look at like a communal type of living, where groups of like-minded people, even like the Amish perhaps, where you have communities of like-minded people, and I don't know how the Amish education works, but to where there could be some kind of community type of education versus, all these isolated, nuclear families trying to do everything themselves. To me, that seems, because I don't think everybody's cut out for it. And I'm glad my parents didn't attempt to, I went to public school in Arkansas, many years ago, but I'm thankful that I didn't have to be educated in the home. It would have been horrible. Just from my perspective.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. No, obviously this is what has to be done. And there's a big, in my own life, I did a big thrust for this kind of thing of community. And to a certain degree it succeeded, to a certain degree it failed. But you have to, what you're talking about as far as people living in communities of like-minded people, my idea was that we would grow our own food. So you can't see, the degree to which you're dependent on them for your food is the degree to which you're completely dependent on them. So if you're 100% dependent on them for your food, that means you're 100% dependent on them, period.
Yes. That's my situation, and I think it's most people's situation. I am 100% dependent on this beast system to feed me every day, and that's a reality.
All right, so I tried to mold my life so that wouldn't happen by living on the land and trying to develop these ways of living, and to a certain degree, I'm still dependent on the system, because whenever you're making a big move, like let's say in community development, especially back in the 70s, 80s. 90s, when they had more full spectrum dominance than they do now, as far as at least we have the internet to communicate with each other. Back then they had pretty much full spectrum dominance. I don't know if you've ever investigated Operation Chaos, which included the FBI or the CIA and COINTELPRO by the FBI. These were orchestrated movements by the governments of the United States to destroy any type of movement that was community based. or any dissident movement that they would call it, back in the 70s and 60s. And they infiltrated over 1,000 groups, and they destroyed them from the inside by infiltration or through the outside by bad press and media coverage. So these things were actually, people were seeing all this coming before, and they were trying to do these community projects, being more self-sufficient from the government as far as their own food production, their own schools, because what you say is true. And even now, it's not that it's going to be every parent will homeschool their children. There'll have to be like a cluster school where people who are perhaps the better teachers, the more natural teachers, perhaps some are even educated in teaching, will be, at taking care of the school, and the parents will be certainly involved more than they would be in a public school, but not that every parent has to carry that burden. But, this will evolve naturally over time. If there is going to be people are going to flee from the public schools now, this will evolve. What is the best way to do it? But yes, you're right. Not every parent should be expected. The government thing is what we want. It's been, believe me, people have strenuously tried to bring this about, and at every turn, because you see now they didn't want anyone to escape their control.
Yes, and I think at the end of the day, that's what it's about, is this system, however we want to refer to it, it seems bound and determined that it's going to control, each and every one of us, come hell or high water. And then back to the thing about the schooling, another thing that I think is big, and I agree about the community schooling, is recognizing that not all children learn the same way. And, I'm no genius, but once they taught me to read and write and do basic arithmetic, nobody taught me anything, but I still sat in a classroom, until I graduated high school. And it was a total waste of my time because I teach myself, right? But I was still, thank God I was able to be disciplined enough to sit in the chair, all of those years. But looking back on it, it was like, man, that was just a waste of time. Now, some kids need, that type of intensive instruction. But of course, I think you're educated enough to realize that it's not really about teaching the kid. It's about teaching them to conform to what the system wants them to do. And that seems to be what it's really about.
Yeah, well, that's on spades right now. And from my experience and what's going on in daycare centers and public schools, you have these young lefty girls. There's almost no men now in either daycare or early education. And you have these lefty girls coming out of school. And the thing is, equality, like, this is a weird thing, this equality, that they're somehow going to treat the children equally, which is totally against educational theory. Educational theory is that all the children have specific needs. And we even have special categories called special education, which are codified into law because we know we can't treat these children equally. So what they're being taught right now is the exact opposite of any type of standard, whatever school you want to look at, educational theory, in favor of this bizarre equality, which means we really don't have to do anything for you.
Yeah. And then when we're talking about the lefties coming out of these universities, and then we know they've got a healthy, not healthy, they've gotten indoctrinated very unhealthily with these ideas of toxic masculinity and just everything male is bad. And then, how many of those teachers end up taking that out on their male students? Some 7-year-old boy doesn't know anything about the world, and here's some woman telling him he's bad, because he was born with a penis. I mean, that's literally what's happening.
No, listen, it's militant. As far as the daycare thing goes, many people might have experienced this, that pretty much it's against the man, and that they view all the problem that the children have as coming from the father. And they even sometimes openly state that. That's how bad the situation is. The situation is usually the father may get the children every other weekend. He's been working all week. Now he has the children on the weekend. Everything is much less structured. The children come in on Monday in a more rambunctious mood. And then, throughout the week, the mother has them. Everything's structured. The children are at school all day. And things are just operating more smoothly. So they're just openly against the father, basically, at all these different places. And, if it wasn't like that, I wouldn't be saying it. But I know for a fact that right now, and for the boys, these places are hell. These places are hell for little boys.
Yeah, they got to be.
There's no male role model. There's no proper male role model. Women, like you say, they may have some hostility towards men. And also the whole structure is set up. It's much better for girls because girls are more social. For them to sit down and do arts and crafts, it's like, yeah, that's right in their wheelhouse. But the boys, they got to run, they got to fight, they got to play, they got to wrestle. And all these things are taboo now, too. If they show any sign of aggression, even, though it be very healthy in the terms of playing or, anything like that where they need to get out their energy, is completely shut down. So the whole system from the very beginning is tailored against boys.
Man, I hate to say it, but it kind of makes me feel privileged to grow up. I'm 45 years old, and I grew up in the Deep South in a time warp. We used to say that Arkansas was 10 years behind California, but it's really more like 20. So I was born in 75, but really it was like 1955. And, and I don't romanticize the old days. I don't want to go back. However, I couldn't imagine what these people are going through now. And especially, if I was a young father with a child in this world, I don't know how they do it.
Yeah, I would say it's accelerated since about 2000.
Because like my dad, he's not a violent person or anything, but when I was a kid, if some teacher was trying to tell me I was bad for being a boy, eventually my dad is going to show up and somebody's going to have to explain to him what's going on. it doesn't seem like that's really a thing anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not for violence, but it seemed like in the olden days, people couldn't really push things too far, or somebody would get punched in the face at some point. And then, I'm sure, I don't know what it's like growing up in Brooklyn, but I'm sure you've seen a fist fight or two.
Oh, yeah. Actually, where we grew up, it was a big mafia area. And, sometimes at night you'd hear gunshots and stuff like that. And people screaming, "I'll get you."
Damn.
Oh, my goodness. But listen, these things are unavoidable. This is, in different scriptures throughout history, this is the material world is what we call it. It's not the spiritual world.
Yes.
So we're going to have problems in this world. And really, we have to view that as God's grace on us. It's to remind us that this is not our ultimate home.
Amen, brother. Yeah, that's what I've told people is, this is not my home. No matter what happens, I am not staying here. And that's for sure. Now, hopefully there's not reincarnation or something like that. Hopefully I don't end up just coming right back. But I'd like to think I've learned whatever lessons I need to learn so that if my spirit does continue in some form, of a human life, that, it will be freed from this realm, hopefully. And one of the big themes of this podcast is my idea that, this seems like it's a literal hell. And, I'm not putting that on you or asking you to agree with that, but, with what I've observed, that's really the only conclusion I can come to. And I know that at least some of the audience, of the podcast audience, does agree with that. And I didn't know if you had any thoughts or maybe you wanted to take the conversation in a different direction, because I'll just go doom and gloom all day. So, maybe we'll move on to slightly happier topics.
Well, I mean, I could just make a small comment that, throughout all the world's scriptures, it's agreed upon that the material world is a place of birth, death, old age, and disease. These are the four major problems. And they're not little problems. They're big problems. And that will be contrasted by our eternal home, which is devoid of the four things aforementioned, birth, death, old age, and disease. In our eternal home, there'll be no birth because it will be eternal existence. There'll be no death for the very same reason. Obviously, there'll be no disease because the body will be perfected. And there'll be no old age because it'll be type of, eternal youth type of thing.
Yeah, I like the sound of that. Now, you may not know this, but I was never a member of this religion, but my parents my parents were Jehovah's Witnesses the entire time I was growing up. So I actually got a pretty good dose of the idea of some sort of paradise after this life. And I don't know how much you're familiar with the Jehovah's Witnesses.
Well, my main thing is here in central Pennsylvania, we do have a lot of different. We have Jehovah's Witnesses here. I used to know a Jehovah's Witnesses girl, not real well. And from what I know, I really don't know that much about their theology, but I know that they try to keep things simple. And they don't do a lot of celebrating of Christmas or anything like that.
Yes.
Yeah. Maybe you could fill me in and your experience. I would love to hear your experiences growing up in that family.
Yeah, man. And again, I never actually joined. I wasn't baptized. I didn't really believe it. Once I was old enough to realize, once I was old enough to sort of intellectualize for myself, I realized that it was, I certainly wasn't going to continue once I was an adult. But the fact is, it's an actual formalized mind control cult. And that's one of my big topics that I like to talk about is, any form of mind control. And it seems like the most effective forms of mind control are all trauma-based. And I guess now I've got us kind of back into the gloomy topics, but that was my experience, was that it's an actual mind control cult, and which sadly it ends up brainwashing, the members. But then if I try to tell somebody this, their typical reaction is, "Oh, but they're so nice." I'm like, "Yeah, they dress up in their Sunday best and they knock on your door with a book bag and a smile, but I'm telling you, it's a mind control cult." But I've kind of given up on trying to tell people because they don't believe it.
Well, I would like to, know what is their theology, what are their beliefs, and if it's trauma-based, what is the trauma that is inflicted in order to complete the mind control circuit?
Yeah, that's interesting. Well, one of the big traumas is that, nobody that's not a Jehovah's Witness is allowed to be associated with. So when I was growing up, the church taught me that anybody who's not a Jehovah's Witness, I'm not supposed to be friends with them. And they call that a worldly association. So then let's say that, I was baptized, if I was baptized as a Jehovah's Witness, then if I do wrong things and I'm not, penitent, then they can kick me out of the church. They call that being disfellowshipped. And at that point, not even my own family will speak to me. So they have like actual shunning. So they, they're big on the, kind of like Scientology is. They're big on like driving this wedge, in between families, which I found.
What is it? Is it like when they do an intervention on a drug addict where you're like all surprised and all of a sudden everyone shows up and shuns you?
Well, it never happened to me, but I remember there were some people who were disfellowshipped and, they just make an announcement and they call the church services meetings there at the Kingdom Hall. And there's like 4 of them a week. And then you go knock on doors on Saturday. Now, I would assert that, compelling a 6 or 7-year-old child to go knock on doors and try to talk to strangers about religion is just abusive. But, I might be overly sensitive, but that was my experience. I was made to do that. And then, I did a lot of public speaking, like, Bible talks in front of the congregation and things. But, and I forgot your question. I'm sorry.
I just asked about the theology. Like, is it standard Christian theology, or how do they view Jesus? Is he God, Son of God? Do they get into any of that?
Yeah, no Trinity. But then it's sort of implied that Jesus is Michael somehow, the archangel Michael, but then it's never really clear how they come to that conclusion. And they did write their own Bible, by the way. It's called the New World Translation of the Holy Scriptures.
And did you find it faithful to the original Bible or not?
Not that what I've studied subsequently. And apparently, I don't remember the actual verse, but apparently there's an entire verse that they've omitted from one of the books. I'll have to go back in my research and look at it. And then they've also predicted the end of the world several times. But then they have, part of their theology is they don't have an actual hell. It's just they say hell is the grave, like a person just dies and they're not resurrected. But then what they say is everybody who's a Jehovah's Witness will be resurrected and will live on a paradise earth. But then there's this 144,000 who are chosen by God, and then they'll rule up in heaven with God. So that's pretty much the theology, as far as I can tell. A lot of, but if you look at their literature, there's a lot of imagery of like, apocalyptic imagery of like cities being destroyed with like fire. And then there's a lot of other imagery of like people living in a paradise earth with like, literal lions and lambs like laying down together and, like an overabundance of food type of things. The literature is very interesting, especially the way there's a lot of drawings. And I would say showing those kind of drawings to little kids is probably not a great idea. But, I might just be a little bitter about the whole thing. So, I would say if anybody's interested, I would say to look into it for themselves. And this, I don't know if you're familiar with this Leah Remini. She used to be an actress on that King of Queens TV show.
Yeah, she was somehow involved, I guess, in Scientology.
Yeah, she grew up in Scientology, and now she's doing a podcast, and I can't remember the name of it, but she's doing a podcast that I've been listening to, and it actually, a lot of what she talks about with Scientology, it pretty much lines up with the Jehovah's Witnesses. It's called Scientology Fair Game, if anybody's into, trying to find a new podcast to listen to.
Right, I've actually been thinking a lot about this lately.
Oh, great.
Yeah. I don't know if I have too much faith in America. Now, I originally believed that the Constitution and the First Amendment, that what really happened with the Revolutionary War was that there was a squabble between the aristocracy in England. There was like a major aristocracy and a minor aristocracy. The major aristocracy told the minor aristocracy, you're never going to be able to be major aristocracy. That's when they decided to come over to America and start their own kingdom. So I'm in no illusion about the origins of America or why it may have been started. And I believe the Constitution was amongst themselves. They had made this agreement amongst themselves that this is the way it was going to be for them, not for the ordinary people. But over time, Americans came to believe that all these things were for them, especially the First Amendment about the freedom of speech. And I think it is kind of the ultimate form of government. If the government were neutral or small or out of the way or not interfering, the freedom of speech clause is the ultimate form of government. I've heard different people say, oh, it should be, government comes from God and it should be Christian theocracy. But unfortunately, you're going to have all kinds of people in America. Some may be of different denominations. Even amongst Christians, it would be very difficult for them to agree on what would be the right form of theocracy. Yeah. So the free speech allows for that I could speak it. If I want a Christian theocracy type of thing, I could speak that. And as many people as I could attract to that, I could attract the whole country to that. And it would be, in essence, a Christian theocracy or whatever system that of course, there's always going to be opposing elements. So that interplay there, it keeps everyone strong and it doesn't limit anyone in their ability to, now unfortunately, all this has been messed with. But if free speech were really allowed, and then too, if something were like a bad experience for people, they would be allowed to say that. So that also everyone could weigh the evidence, even though something may be popular, what is really going on. If it were truly all, to be found. Now, of course, there was a golden age of the internet where you could search something, you could find the truth right away. Now everything is hidden. But that's why I'm a big proponent now. And also the freedom of religion thing is very important in America. These things would work if they, now, of course, nobody wants to be involved. And I think that the bogus Christian thing, it actually created the atheistic nature of America right now by having something so unattractive, like with shunning and, all these things. There's no joy in it. And this is really what caused the atheist problem, that it's really a Christian problem, that, there aren't a lot of Christian sects, you might call them, that are attractive, that are experiencing joy, that you could feel a real connection to God and stuff like that. So that's what I think caused why people became ripe for atheism. Now, to a certain degree, Christianity may be subverted on purpose for that very reason, that it may have been infiltrated. They may, and they're real thorough if they want to do something. It's not like just because you're a small little religion that they won't mess with you. So, yeah, that's my basic thing, that in lieu of any type of righteous government, I think that we'd be able to sort it all out based on free speech and freedom of religion. So I'm always reluctant to call something a cult because I don't want to limit anyone's freedom of religion. And there also has to be some confidence that if someone breaks the law, that will be dealt with. So now we're in a time, too, where that seems a little dubious. So, you can have all the weird religious beliefs that you want, and I can, look at that, maybe find it interesting, maybe even want to take part in it or be against it. But ultimately, if you break the law, you're going to be dealt with. So you have your freedom of religion, yes. So I think that That would all work in concert perfectly if it were allowed to go on its own. Freedom of speech, freedom of religion, even though I'm in full realization that that maybe wasn't meant for the common people in the beginning. But we believe that now. And I don't think they're going to be able to take that away from us at this point. They shouldn't have told us all these years that we had these rights.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I know for myself, you know, that is a big part of my indoctrination, is that I truly believe that I'm a free American and that this is the freest country on earth, even though I see the evidence that, well, actually it's not that free, and it probably, you know, at least in my life, it never has been. But I will never be able to scrub those ideas out of my brain that, hey, I'm an American. If I want to say something, I get to say it. You know, if I want to practice a religion, I get to practice it. And then, of course, the Second Amendment, if I want to have a firearm, I get to have it. Now, obviously, we've seen restrictions, you know, in all of those areas, and especially with the firearms in certain parts of the country, and then also with the freedom of speech, because look at how quickly the general public has moved. Most of their communications is now on their device. And then, you know, the general public doesn't seem to understand that, you know, there's more to the internet than just Google and Facebook and Twitter. And that's the main reason why I even started this podcast, other than, you know, I enjoy talking and I enjoy, you know, conveying my ideas. It's that, at least for now, all that can happen to this podcast is my ISP can decide to drop me, or the government can seize my domain. Other than that, or I could say something illegal and the FBI could knock on my door. Outside of those three things, I get to say whatever I want to say on this podcast, and my guests get to say whatever they want. And to me, that's a very important American tradition. And you know, before I became a truck driver, I was traveling all around the country for years, just living out of a backpack, you know, also known as a homeless person. But, you know, I did a lot of hitchhiking and a lot of traveling, just, you know, walking and hitchhiking. And sometimes people would ask me, like, hey, why are you doing this? And I never really had an answer. And then I realized it was like, oh, because I still can. And I really felt like in some way, just hitchhiking is sort of carrying on a like an American tradition, or, you know, the idea of the hobo traveling from place to place and then just doing whatever work is available. You know, that is, you know, at least what we've been led to believe. That is, you know, something in our culture that's been passed down like from generation to generation. So same thing with the free speech. You know, I think it's very important for people to seek out these avenues to express themselves freely. And I know that the audience for this podcast, one of the things that they appreciate, that they've told me, is that they like that the format is not censored versus, you know, Facebook, YouTube, and these other, you know, all the big tech platforms.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I'm glad you came on, by the way. And because I know you've got a pretty decent YouTube channel, from what I understand. Is that correct? Did you want to shout that out, or does that matter?
Sure. It's. Oh yeah, I don't mind telling about the channel. It's Ralph Laurino, RALPHLAURINO, all one word. Also, I have my website, protectacow.typepad.com, and everything's linked there over at Protect a Cow. If you just Google protectacow.typepad.com, or Google my name, Ralph Laurino. The YouTube channel's got about 34 million views. It's one of really the top educational channels as far as ranking on Social Blade on YouTube, certainly in terms of views. There's a large World War II in color catalog, which is originally how I started, because I noticed I can't believe it's been so long since I started the channel. I believe it was 2006. So that'd be 14 years. And sometimes even there's people that comment on some of my first uploaded videos. They say, I wasn't even born when this video was uploaded.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
You know, so people have to understand that World War II is one of the most researched, interesting topics really ever. And that, you know, it's a tremendous interest in World War II still to this day. There's really, I would say, very few topics that generate the type of interest that World War II does. I just happened to notice, this is when YouTube was pretty young, that there was no World War II in color on it. And my dad had given me some DVDs, and I went ahead and I chopped them up, and I worked with them as best I could to make sure they were as clear and nice as they could. And I think I uploaded them at 480 because that's all there was at the time. But they became really popular. Then I decided to do some of my own talks, put my own talks on there, and it's all been quite the experience. There's things about agriculture, ancient scriptures, and it's been a good experience overall to have the channel. And also the website, protectacow.typepad.com. It has over 1 million views lifetime. So it's also really, and I've had that, and we were talking about it on Drew's show, and I didn't realize I've had that for 17 years. I've had the blog.
Yeah, it's amazing. I hope you keep it going for sure. That's great. I think I typed it in wrong, but
that's all right. Let's keep talking.
Yeah, man. What else did you want to get into?
Well, do you have more time?
Man, I got all day.
All right, I do want to talk a little bit about some of the top things that are happening this week. So some things that interested me anyway. Obviously, the story about GameStop fiasco proves we're in a meme stock bubble. Did you hear about this?
Yes, I've heard about it a little bit, but if you don't mind refreshing us, I would appreciate it.
All right. Well, the best story I found about it was on this marker.medium.com, and the name of the story is called "The GameStop Fiasco Proves We're in a Meme Stock Bubble." And it goes on to talk about what's happening is this GameStop company it was basically finished, and the big hedge fund guys had moved in to basically pick over the bones, which means that they short the company, which means that they're betting that the company will go down, even though it's so low already. And it's a signal that it's over for the company. So what happened was there's a subreddit group called Wall Street Investors. It's subreddit, and there's like a lot of people in the group. It's called R Wall Street Bets subreddit.
Yeah, I heard,
and they all decided.
I heard there's like 2 million people on there or something.
Yeah, there's a lot. They describe it as fellow autists, self-mocking term for each other, to not lose their nerve and keep holding GameStop stock. Thus threads with titles, "We are the captains now, I have no fear," GME gang, "We're consolidating in preparations for tomorrow's moon landing," and GMA, "It never has to end." In other words, they all bought the stock, and that caused it to go up rather than down. Short position, the big hedge fund people, that's a loss for them. So what normally happens is they try to cover that loss. Because normally when a stock goes up, at some point there's going to be profit taking and the stock will come back down. They're trying to minimize their losses. They keep chasing their tail.
Yes.
The people in the short position keep chasing their tail, and it becomes like a the more the stock goes up, the more of a cascading effect. The stock is over 300 today.
Yeah.
Because I think ordinary people have now jumped in, but beyond the investment group, which means that the people and it costs the Melvin Hedge Group, it costs them $3 billion from what they can determine. Because where the subreddit group bought and held, they never, I think there's been some profit taking along the way, but it was never going to go back to what it needed to for the big boys to make up what they lost. So that's the story on that. It's my interest in the story was that there's always a way to throw a wrench in the works if you have the expertise and if you have the will. And I think that a lot of what we've seen go on over the past couple of years with the restrictions on the internet is because they know that. I see this whole thing, and I've been in some battles with these people, trust me, that I see this whole thing as they're panicked. This is absolutely the most panicked I've ever seen them of the people, that they would try to pull a stunt like what they've pulled with everything that's happened over the last couple of years. This is the weakest they've ever been. This is the most panicked they've ever been. I think a lot of it had to do with the internet. Ultimately, I think they never suspected how we could use the internet to uncover their lies, to try to develop new ways and new economies of doing things. And that this whole thing, and of course the mask, the ultimate symbol that you're not allowed to talk to each other or see each other's faces. And that also, nobody would be thinking there was a pandemic unless we wore masks. Nobody would even, it's what keeps it going.
Yes.
And also, it's great because it identifies the dissenter as well. The person without the mask is clearly it's pretty easy to see them now, who they are. This whole thing is against freedom of religion, against the small Christian church happening that was going on, and also the dissidents that were on the internet. This is what this is all about at this point. And this story still proves to me that if you're willing to fight, if you're willing to use your intelligence, you can still do something to throw a wrench in the works, and that there's no reason to give up at this point. No reason at all to give up when they're at their weakest point, when they're totally panicked. You have to understand that there's certain principles that I live by. One is the more they try to push something on you, the bigger lie it is. I don't have to necessarily, although I used to look into things, that's how I came to this conclusion, is by examining what they do. So whatever it is they're pushing on you the hardest, that's the biggest lie. So there's no need to really get into so many details of everything that they do. So obviously we know now about the COVID is they're trying to push that on people. That's got to be the biggest lie. And really, they've telegraphed somehow they're extremely afraid of European males. I don't, I've never seen anything quite like how they're telegraphing that. But, there may be various reasons for that throughout history, Europeans have shown a dominable spirit, that they built the greatest culture that ever existed, some of the highest art and architecture. But other than that, I would have not come to that conclusion on my own. It's just by me looking at them and them telegraphing who and what it is they're afraid of.
Yeah, that's pretty heavy. I never really thought about that with the, especially with the Europeans, but they do seem to be getting it even worse than we are in the United States. And, as much as I like to whine and complain about what's going on over here, it seems like, if you look at the UK and other countries in Europe, they seem to be getting it a lot worse than us. And then Australia, for certain, seems to be getting hit heavy.
Yeah, there's been some massive protests going on in Amsterdam over the last 4 days. They've turned violent. And so there is an uprising going on around the world. I spoke to Drew about how they tried to use the crisis in India to corporatize the small farms. And there was an uprising of 250 million small farmers in India who say that they're trying to use the medical crisis to corporatize the small farms, and there'll be no way that they can make a profit. But they were flooding the cities in India with their tractors and the whole deal, and millions of people involved in that. So we see signs of life everywhere. Of course, as Americans, we're always wondering, but in one sense, we saw with the Capitol uprising that's almost what they want from us, is that they want us to do some kind of physical uprising, which, obviously you don't want to do what your enemy wants you to do in any type of warfare scenario. Also, they're on the offense. Now, all of a sudden, they went on the offense, and we're on the defense. So if you look at the art of war, defense is always easier. And that's been proven in every type of military strategy that you look at, even modern. Modern warfare is that when you're on the offensive, if you want to break a line, let's say, you're going to need 3 times the power, at least, of the people defending.
Yes.
And at the pressure point, you may need even more than that. So, we're defending, they're on the offense, but ultimately it's going to have to be fought out in an intellectual way or a way that we're affecting people's consciousness, because we don't want to engage in a way that the enemy wants you to. It's obviously a trap. So it's going to have to. Have to be. Yes.
Sorry to interrupt.
Go ahead.
No, I agree
No,
about
please.
there's no version of like taking up arms against the government. That's just, there's no future in that whatsoever, from my perspective. Now, when you say mental, I would say more of it's actually, I would think it's a mental, a spiritual, and a physical battle. It seems like it's all three. But I think sometimes, and I have read The Art of War, I think we, I shouldn't even say we, but I think people sometimes, and maybe this is part of, the way that some of us have been programmed, we think, okay, go get a gun and fight the government. But obviously that will never work, from my perspective. And in fact, in the short term, I think it would actually have like the opposite, of the intended consequence. It would just probably cause the government to lock down even further and to restrict freedom even further, is the way I would look at it.
Well, we already have proof of that with what happened at the Capitol. And that was really, I think it was nothing, compared to what it could have been like. But overall, it does show they're afraid. Even if the whole thing was a setup and really nothing but play acting, why they would go to that length to do this theater that they're doing is they're afraid. We have to realize right now that they're panicked, they're afraid, they've done these bizarre moves. Somehow, through some supernatural means, people have agreed to go along with it. But we have to see things as they are and not think that they're winning or that we're in some type of defeated position all of a sudden.
No, I agree with that, but I guess I get confused sometimes, because then I start to wonder who is the we when we start talking we, because obviously that's not me and the normies, because they're telling me that they're going to wear a mask for the rest of their life because they've got kids at home. So they're not on my team. And are they, and I don't even believe in this idea of waking up. I don't even think that's a thing personally. And then now we see the vaccine, that's not even widely available yet. So what happens, what happens when 70% of the general public has taken both of these shots? How much does that change things? That's what I've been thinking about. So, I guess I would want to know, when if we talk about we, is that some version of locals, getting together in their local communities and forming some kind of resistance? Because from my point of view, if these measures are not resisted now, I don't have any hope that people in the future will just rise up and just one day resist. It seems to me like if there's going to be any kind of resistance, it would have to be now. And, but speaking only for myself, so I was wondering what you might think about that.
Well, I have a theory on this that I've noticed that actually they're not against conspiracy theories. And on YouTube right now, conspiracy theories are thriving, but it has to be from certain people.
Yes.
For example, they keep pushing this Lex Friedman guy on me, and he's talking about nothing but the type of things that in the past would be called conspiracy theorists, but they've turned it into now, they've stolen the business model. They crushed your business, and they stole your business model. But it was something beyond that. I believe that they've identified the people who are the natural leaders. Those are the people that are being suppressed. That's the we I'm talking about.
Okay.
That the natural leaders that are there, that are being suppressed right now through censorship, that's what they're really fearful of. They know they have the people in charge, however you want to call them. And you're right. It's sometimes I tend to talk about things, as a material perspective, but it's good to keep the spiritual perspective involved as well. But the people in charge right now, they have no leadership skills. Imagine if you had control on the levers of money and power and everybody hates you. I mean, you can't even do anything good for anybody that they would like you, and people hate you. I mean, if it were you or I controlling things, or a group of natural, intelligent leaders, we would probably be able to do good for people, and they would probably like us. That's what they fear the most, is the leadership capabilities that have been displayed through, primarily, they would call them, I would say, conspiracy theorists at this point, or people that are seeking some type of truth. They don't fear conspiracy theorists. As a matter of fact, they took your business model, and they're making money off of it now, big time. They can fear the people behind them. That's really what I'm talking about right now when I say we, and that if that were allowed to go on uncensored, it would become a challenge to the power structure there. And this was a panic move to stop that, as well as the Christian church, the small Christian church movement that was going on.
So I guess my confusion is, if there's these leaders, and maybe you're one and maybe I'm one, why are these leaders also, in many ways going along with these things? But then again, what can I actually do, day in and day out, other than just say, okay, I'm not going to wear a mask, and, I'm not going to get a vax, beyond that. And then obviously you're doing, you're involved in farming where you can feed yourself, presumably. But I guess for me, I'm just, I want to know what, more or less, when are the leaders going to lead, I guess is what I'm asking.
Well, I mean, there's a concept of when you're super repressed and censored that you're almost living in like an exile situation. It's not that you can just display your full powers at any moment, but you just have to do everything that you can do within your powers at any given moment. And there's a failure in leadership, that's something, but the vacuum is always filled. And it's more difficult when you're being oppressed and there's a force against you. You know, you have to do what you have to do. And also, if things had just gone organically, let's say all the algorithms were pure, like on YouTube and on Google, it would be much easier for the people to flourish.
Yeah, I think so. But then I guess where I get confused is when people see that they're not able to freely express themselves on platforms like YouTube, why do they then remain on YouTube? I guess that's I find that confusing because, you know, I could see going on YouTube to try to build a following, but then from my perspective, I would think the move would be, okay, as soon as I get enough of a following, let's go ahead and move to my own website, which then we know at some point in the future, you know, the government will just come for those also. But at least that's, you know, maybe like an intermediary versus what we see now is anything, you know, you could wake up tomorrow and YouTube could just wipe out your channel if they decide to. Now, I hope that doesn't happen. But, you know, that's absolutely possible. And then like what we see with Chalk Body Outline, it's more or less on the ropes at this point. You know, will Drew even be able to put out any more videos, or is he just going to have to wait until these strikes go away? I don't even know how it works, to be honest with you. So I didn't know if you wanted to try to weigh in on that.
Well, I really refuse to cede any ground to them that it's theirs. No, it's mine. My channel is mine. You know, just because they're criminals and they're thieves and they may take your stuff doesn't mean that I have to give them my stuff. I'm not giving them my stuff. I spent a lot of time on that channel and building it. It's really unique. It's one of the top. So as far as me now, I don't, you know, some of my talks, you know, they're like how we talk now. And, you know, but I've never had anything as far as that goes censored, but there has been other forms of censorship on there. And, but still, I'm not giving up anything to them. I own my channel as far as I'm concerned, and maybe someday that will be legally proven. If they wipe it out, I mean, you know, how am I ever really going to build a channel with 35 million views and, you know, all the things that have gone on and all the discussions that have happened? And, you know, I'm trying to preserve it as a legacy type thing almost now. And I, you know, definitely have to try some different alternatives, but they make it so easy now. There's across different platform streaming that you could basically do at the push of a button. So people have different motivations for the things they do. And I don't just think we should just give up necessarily that, no, YouTube, you own everything. And as a matter of fact, it's just a whole big commie thing where you get to deny freedom of speech and that's legal, and you get to take people's businesses and that's legal. No, I say it's all illegal. It's absolutely all illegal. They don't know what they're talking about. And just because they can bully their way through this doesn't mean it will be this way forever.
Well, I agree with you there that it certainly is communist and it certainly is illegal. And it's certainly not, it's certainly possible that YouTube and these other, you know, Google, Alphabet, whoever, you know, it may very well be determined that they are not, you know, they're not allowed to do what they've been doing. So you very well may be right there.
Yeah, they're just a bunch of bullies and thieves and rogues and commies.
Yep. Yeah, the commie thing is big, and we've talked about that on this podcast quite a bit. And, you know, my theory or my hypothesis is that because of McCarthyism that, you know, most people are scared to call anything communist, and that's why we hear so much talk of socialism. But, you know, I think America's been socialist for a very long time. I mean, I'm talking about actual communism.
Well, the problem is that communism ops are almost always run by Christ haters. So they really get into the whole, like, torturing the Christian thing. And also they usually hate farmers because a lot of times they're Christian and conservative. So it's, you know, then you have nobody that knows how to grow food and everybody's starving. So the whole thing's a disaster. So, yeah, you know, it's a problematic that the history of communism is just full of Christ haters.
Yeah, I guess that's what happened in Russia. I don't know too much about the history, but that seems like what you just described is what went down in Russia, from what I understand.
Yeah, and also it proved the indomitable spirit of the people that even after 75 years of the most horrible conditions, including massacre, gulag, total repression, that the people finally did prevail somehow or other. And now Russia is way more free than we are. And basically they're just playing along with this whole thing because perhaps it's for some economic reason or whatever. But Russia, they're rebuilding the Christian churches. And if you're a minority religion, you have freedom to express yourself. And so the people, after so much horrible conditions for so long, were able to prevail.
Yeah, that's a good point. And I would like to see America follow suit. But does that mean that America has to go through the 75 years of the communist gulag first?
I feel one thing about this is that they've made everything very unpredictable. That's part of the psychological operation, is that if this could happen, and now people are going to think it's okay to wear 2 masks, you know, that will be better than the 1 mask.
I'm sorry, I have to laugh at that, but that's where they're doubling down on it. So I'm thinking, hey man, you don't even need that mask, and they're doubling down.
I'm sorry, I got so enthusiastic. The story was really that 3 masks are best. Really, it was an actual real thing that they're. So really, I guess they're just punking people at this point, and they're just kind of like maybe a cat feels like it could play with a mouse for a while.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well,
it's just complete share. So if this can happen, let me just finish the point.
No,
if
go
this
for it.
Can happen, we feel like anything can happen. That's part of the psychological operation. Right now, all of us feel, and it's really true, anything could happen, and we really can't predict the future in any reliable way. Now, one thing we know is that if the Russian people could prevail and have freedom after 75 years of some of the most Christ-hating, demonic stuff that ever went on in human history, we can certainly get this, especially because as I read it, which I'm good at reading them, this is a panic move. This is a move done from weakness. This is a move done out of fear. And actually, we're on the brink of victory. So the last thing we want to do right now is give up when we're on the brink of victory. Everything that they didn't want, they got. They didn't want organic farming in the beginning. They got that. They didn't want grassland farming. They got that. They didn't want so many things that now have affected the culture in so many ways because people know what's best. And so it's very difficult for me to become pessimistic when I read their moves as weak and panicked.
Well, I don't want you to be pessimistic.
Yeah. Oh, good. Excellent.
Yeah, believe me, I don't want to live in a world where everybody is like me. That would be no fun whatsoever.
Oh, so I did pull up a story about the Civil War, which was one of the best stories I ever read about Abraham Lincoln. Did you want to just touch on that a little bit?
Yes, I love the Civil War stuff.
Okay, let me find this story because it's an actual good story. Yes. So this article, it's really informative about the way conspiracy theories work and misinformation and stuff. But this article is from the Mises Institute. It's Mises.org, and it's called Lincoln's Tariff War. This was published in 2002 by Thomas J. DiLorenzo. When Charles Adams published his book, For Good and Evil, A World History of Taxation, the most controversial chapter by far was the one on whether or not tariffs caused the American war between the states. That chapter generated so much discussion and debate that Adams' publisher urged him to turn it into an entire book, which he did in the form of One in the Course of Human Events, arguing the case for Southern secession. So this guy had no thing in the game. He was just talking about world taxation, this Charles Adams, and one chapter was about the American Civil War, and his conclusion was yes, that it was a tariff war, even though he had nothing in the game. He was just talking impartially about world taxation in general. Okay. Many of the reviews of this second book, so confident were they that slavery is the one and only possible reason for both Abraham Lincoln's election to the presidency and the war itself, excoriated Adams for his analysis that the tariff issue was a major cause of that war. Adams recently told me in an email that after one presentation to a New York City audience, he felt lucky that no one brought a rope. My book, The Real Lincoln, this must be DiLorenzo, has received much the same response with regard to the tariff issue, but there is overwhelming evidence that one, Lincoln, a failed one-term congressman, would never have been elected had it not been for his long-term devotion to protectionism. And two, the 1861 moral tariff, which Lincoln was expected to enforce, was the event that triggered Lincoln's invasion, which resulted in the death of hundreds of thousands of Americans. A very important article that documents in great detail the role of protectionism in Lincoln's ascendancy to the presidency is Columbia University historians Reinhard H. Luthen's Abraham Lincoln and the Tariff, published the July 1944 issue of the American Historical Review. As a document in The Real Lincoln, the 16th president was one of the most ardent protectionists in American politics during the first half of the 19th century and established a long record of supporting protectionism and protectionist candidates in the Whig Party. Do you want to hear more, or do you just want me to summarize?
You can go for it. I'm actually reading along with you, but if you want to go ahead and summarize, that's cool, or whatever you want to do is fine with me.
I'll go. In 1860, Pennsylvania was the acknowledged key to success in the presidential election. It had the second highest number of electoral votes. The Pennsylvania Republicans let it be known that any candidate who wanted the state's electoral votes must sign to a high protectionist tariff to benefit the state's steel and other manufacturing industries. As Luthen writes, the moral tariff bill itself was sponsored by the Republicans in order to attract votes in Pennsylvania and New Jersey. I went to a newspaper in Illinois at the time, the Chicago Press and Tribune, under the editorship of Joseph Medill, who immediately recognized that favorite son Lincoln had just the protectionist credentials that the Pennsylvanians wanted. He editorialized that Lincoln was an old clay Whig, is right on the tariff, and he is exactly right on the issues. And is there any other man who could suit Pennsylvania better? At the same time, a relative of Lincoln by marriage, Dr. Edward Wallace of Pennsylvania, sounded Lincoln out on the tariff by communicating to Lincoln through his brother, William Wallace. On October 11, 1859, Lincoln wrote Dr. Wallace, "My dear sir, your brother, Dr. William S. Wallace, showed me a letter of yours in which you kindly mentioned my name, inquire for my tariff view, and suggest the propriety of my writing a letter upon the subject. I was an old Henry Clay tariff Whig. In old times, I made more speeches on that subject than any other. I have not since changed my views." Lincoln was establishing his bona fides as an ardent protectionist. Okay, I'll just skip down a little. Okay, I'll pick it up here in the article. At the time, Taussig says, this is another author, the import-dependent South was paying as much as 80% of the tariff while complaining bitterly that most of the revenues were spent in the North. The South was being plundered by the tax system and wanted no more of it. Then along comes Lincoln and the Republicans, tripling the rate of tariff taxation before the war was an issue. Lincoln then threw down the gauntlet in his first inaugural speech. "The power confided in me," he said, "will be used to hold, occupy, and possess the property and places belonging to the government, and to collect the duties and imports. But beyond that may be necessary for these objects. There will be no invasion, no use of force, or amongst the people anywhere. We're going to make tax slaves out of you," Lincoln was effectively saying. "And if you resist, there will be an invasion." That was on March 4th. 5 weeks later, on April 12th, Fort Sumter. Oh, it just happens to be a tariff collection point in Charleston Harbor. was bombarded by the Confederates. Oh, so it was all about slavery, but it just so happened that it began at the tariff collection spot.
Yeah.
No one was hurt or killed, and Lincoln later revealed that they manipulated the Confederates into firing the first shot, which helped generate war fever in the North. With slavery, Lincoln was conciliatory. In his first inaugural address, he said he had no intention of disturbing slavery, and he appealed to all his past speeches to any who may have doubted him. Even if he did, he said, it would be unconstitutional to do so. But with the tariff, it was different. He was not about to back down to South Carolina's tariff nullifiers, as Andrew Jackson had done, and was willing to launch an invasion that would ultimately cost the lives of 620,000 Americans to prove his point. Lincoln's economic guru, Henry C. Carey, was quite prescient when he wrote to Congressman Justin S. Morrow in the mid-1860s that nothing less than a dictator is required for making a really good tariff.
Yeah, I think that's all really good stuff. And it seems to me like, and I know for a fact that if you look at what Lincoln actually said, that he was not really anti-slavery, especially not before the war. And so it seems to me like this was an economic war against the South. And then, once the war broke out, it seems like slavery was just kind of used as an excuse.
Absolutely, because originally one of my things that put me onto the whole Civil War was that the cotton gin was yoked up with steam power. It was right after the Civil War that they put it with steam power, but it really could have been done before the Civil War. It's just all the disturbances during the Civil War was basically cotton production was not happening. But that act of putting the mechanized machines that were working now with cotton, such as the cotton gin, taking it from animal power to steam power, slaves were no longer really necessary. I mean, so I don't want to make it like it was any kind of great moral decision or anything, but really slavery was over for that reason, the mating of the machines with steam.
Yeah, economically, it certainly seems to be the case. Now, if you look at the history of the South, certainly there continued to be a lot of oppression, against the people who formerly were slaves, and then the descendants of slaves, in the South for quite some time. But to me, that's a lot different than the economics of slavery. When we look at and the fact this is what I've said is that America is a business, and then one of the things that's kind of bothered me about the pandemic is that for most of the pandemic, I was working as a truck driver, earning pretty good money, living in a truck, working 7 days a week. So generally, I had a pocket full of money, and my thing was like, yeah, wear a mask and social distance, but America's a business. I've got a pocket full of money. Like somebody's going to take this money. You can't make me cover my face. And I know I'm a little bit off track with the with the Civil War type of stuff, but we can talk about social justice and inequality all we want, but at the end of the day, it seems to me like it comes down to business interests.
Yeah. Well, the anatomy of this conspiracy theory is that the absolute God-given truth is that the Civil War was about slavery. That's what everyone believes, but yet it's not the truth. And even you'll be excoriated if you believe that. So these are all signs. When something's the truth, no one needs to excoriate you to get you to believe it. The truth is just naturally revealed. It's shining bright, and you can see it.
Well, yeah, and we know that the Northerners didn't give a shit about the slaves. This idea that people in the North were like these just people and like their hearts ached when they just didn't want their own states to be to have slavery. And in fact, during the Civil War, when these before the Emancipation Proclamation, my understanding is that when these slaves fled the South, that whenever they would try to surrender to the Northern armies would actually return them to the South.
Yes, and there's so many things that go on like that. So we know because my first theory was that we know by how strongly they push something on us that it's a lie. So certainly this lie of that the Civil War was all about slavery, that's a very strong thing they push on us. So we should have known from the beginning it was a lie. Mm-hmm. And then as soon as you look into it, really, wars are almost always about economics. So also there was slavery going on in the North during the whole thing. So the idea that any of these people really cared for the people is completely wrong. That's the psyop. That's the deeper psyop going on, is that, whether it's portrayed that they cared about this person, they cared about that person, it's all not true. They didn't care about anything except their own greedy interests, just like what's going on today. And we would have been better off if the South had won, because at least things would have been into a states' right where we had more access, and we see what's become of this overarching federal government. Now they got your 2-year-old in a mask. So really anything would have been better than this. So if the South had won, we would have had more freedom, there would have been more states' rights, and people could have decided. America should have been 50 states with 50 unique characteristics so that people at least had an option to go somewhere where they felt comfortable, even if it meant they had to move, but still they would be in a place where they felt comfortable. Maybe it was primarily according to their religious beliefs, whatever, but they didn't do that. The federal government, as they're trying to do to the whole world, just tries to homogenize everything, and it's been to the detriment of all of us. And we see that really the federal government must have been evil, because once we let the evil in, we see that the evil just didn't stay small and located in one spot, that it grew into a massive, gigantic monster that is, we all feel somewhat uncomfortable with at this point.
Yeah, I agree. And like what you see with the, everything being corporatized, and then, during the pandemic, so much of the mom and pop businesses, are going under. And then I think what you're talking about is this effort to take 50 states who, back in the day, were probably very different, although in certain regions probably more alike than different. And then, this effort to homogenize all of that. But then now you see certain states like California is more or less just fully communist, from what I can tell. And so now you have a lot of people leaving, California, and then, maybe same thing going on in New York, where it's just become so oppressive that people are leaving. But then, where can people really go? And now you're starting to see a lot of people are moving to Texas, which I'm no big fan of Texas. But then, like where I'm at in Arkansas, not that it's any utopia, it's not great, but I think it's still kind of behind the times enough that it's still more like the old days in certain ways. But then, my fear is that over time, Arkansas will just kind of get ground down and become more like the rest of the states, if that makes sense. And then like what you're saying, I think is that, it should be that, each state should have its right to, to govern the way it wants to govern, and to then not be dependent on a strong, central government, that seems like what we have now. Is these states seem to be kind of in fear of not getting the federal money. So then now they're willing to go along with what the feds want. And then at the end of the day, what you end up with is that out of 50 states, sadly, although there are some exceptions, they're more alike than they are different.
Yeah, and we really see the corrupting influence of money. Nobody throughout the whole thing stood up and said, listen, we don't want your money. Okay?
That's true.
We're going to do the right thing. So this money thing has had such a great corrupting influence. It makes us do so many things that we don't want to do. And it's kind of like their ultimate form of control. I guess they are trying to keep it. Maybe a lot of this is about them trying to keep that going for as long as they can, rather than having to face what they have to do, which is drastic military cuts and, trying to bring things more back into balance and actually giving the people more freedom, because by their creativity and economic independence, they'll naturally create wealth. Whereas it's all the restrictions and the drag put on them by all this nonsense now that is destroying everything.
Yes, I agree. And I forgot what I was going to say.
Well, one thing that put me onto the Lincoln thing as well is one time I was just looking at a picture of Lincoln, and I thought to myself, if ever there was a stone cold mass murdering lunatic, this is God. I swear to God, and you know what I really resented about the whole thing was that I was raised and I was told that he was some great guy.
Yeah.
And I just looked at that picture and I was like, I would not be within like 1,000 miles of this character. He is the absolute person that would massacre his own citizens, do the hard war in the South, which involved women and children, and decimating entire areas and cities. It's really some sick stuff that went on, and all done against your own people.
Yeah, no kidding. And I know you had mentioned that you might want to get into the Stonewall Jackson stuff. I don't know if we have time, if you want to try to get into that now or save that for the future or what.
Yeah, maybe we'll save it for the future.
That's a good idea. Yeah, I think we've probably, that might be a good place to stop then.
Yeah. Well, I hope, everything went well. I hope you enjoyed the talk.
Oh, yeah, it was great. I'm hoping we can do some more of them. Definitely. I want to get more into that idea of, the oligarchs being panicked and in fear. Because I'm not sure I don't agree at this point. I just don't see it that way, but I definitely would want to discuss that further, because I'm not completely sure that that I'm viewing it correctly, if that makes sense. But I would say at this point in time that I just don't share that viewpoint.
All right, that's great. There's nothing like a good discussion, and obviously these points that of disagreement can sometimes be the most interesting and really need to be worked out. And this is what a lot of the culture has lost at this point, is that they have no understanding of how to work these things out, or that it's okay to disagree, or that a proper discussion is one about bringing forth some evidence and having reasonable talk about it, which is really, it's great stuff. It's really the basis of Western philosophy, is the dialectic that Socrates was a proponent of. So really our whole cultural heritage is based on conversation and what can come from that.
Oh, yeah, I totally agree. And then I think sometimes that's what the leftists don't seem to understand, because, especially in the context of a discussion, and then like on a podcast where we have an audience, I don't want to interrupt you while you're making valid points. Because if you're saying, if I subscribe to an ideology, which thankfully I don't, but, if I'm some lefty that subscribes to this lefty ideology, and then you start saying things that run counter to the ideology, not only do I not get to hear you out, I'm going to have to feel like I have to interject and argue with you, right? I would rather, in my world, I would rather you have the time and the space to expound on your ideas, and then, I can wait for an appropriate time to say, well, I think that's interesting. I'm not sure I agree, and then I would like to discuss that further. To me, that's the way to go about it.
Right. The traditional debate, whatever, that is the worst way to get at the truth.
What do you mean, with the argumentative way?
Yes, where we would come on and argue with each other and try to make our points. No one has ever been convinced of the other person's viewpoint, and nobody has ever gotten to the truth that way. So, I agree with what you're saying about, hearing the person and, having a discussion of different valid points, and giving people the space to believe what they want, because also changes don't always come automatically.
Well, that's true too. Yeah, sometimes it takes a lot of work over a long period of time. And, there are some people that listen to all these episodes, and I'm sure they've heard me say things that were running contrary to what you were saying. But I just want the audience to know that, if I have a guest on this show, I'm not going to interrupt them and start arguing with them. And I don't even know that that's what the audience would want anyway. But, it's more or less I want to express that if I'm letting you express a viewpoint, that's not the same as me agreeing with it. That's you having time to express your ideas. And then in the future, perhaps we'll have some sort of debate about that, if we want to, or maybe we won't.
Well, I think that's a good vision for what you're doing. It seems right.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I certainly appreciate you coming on. And again, I hope we do more of these. And just real quick before we wrap up, I'm hoping to have enough guests every week. I want to do like probably around 4 of these every week, but like with a different guest. And so maybe even have like a rotation of like the same 4 guests. And I think that could be pretty powerful. So I was kind of wondering what you thought about that.
Yeah, I'd really enjoy that. We could talk in the chat, I guess, about when you want to set up the next one. And I definitely think we just scratched the surface.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. So this was great. And thanks again. I certainly appreciate it. And I guess we'll let you go. And I hope you have a good day.
Okay, we'll talk soon.
Yes, sir. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, that's the end of the episode. We'll have a brief moment of meditation in the form of a dead air silence while I locate the next episode with co-host. One moment, please. Yo, what's up, Ralph?
Hey, how you doing?
I'm quite well. Thanks for asking. How are you?
I'm doing okay.
Seems like that last episode went off pretty well.
Well, I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, I've gotten some good emails about it so far.
You did? Really?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Man, you got to understand, for every email you get, there's like 20 other people that feel that way.
Yeah, I would think so. I only have maybe 6 or 7 people that send me emails.
Yeah, because, well, that was a lot of research went into that when they used to do those mailings and mass mailings and stuff. Like, even a tiny percentage can indicate that a large group of people may be interested, because a lot of people, for them to respond to something, it's like, it takes a lot. It takes a lot for someone to respond.
Yeah, absolutely. And shout out to the emailers, Benton at nightmaredystopia.com for anyone who wants to send email to the podcast.
Yeah, well, I'm really glad to hear that.
Yeah, they're digging it so far. So once again, thanks for being willing to devote your time. It is much appreciated.
All right, too. But, I understand that there has to be a balance that, it's your podcast. I don't want to take it over. It's just, if anybody wants to check out my stuff, it's on my Ralph Lorino YouTube channel. And there's a playlist called Vedic Perspective Radio. I've done like a bunch of shows on there, a bunch of talks. So Vedic Perspective Radio. And when I started, I always like to do something. I never really like to do what another person's doing. Like when I started my World War II in color, the reason I did it was because I noticed that YouTube on the time, there was very little World War II in color, hardly any. So I decided to go for it. And, I thought it would be something nice for people, that a lot of people interested in World War II. I basically did it like a public service. Then it just blew up right away and became big. So over on Vedic Perspective Radio, when I started Vedic Perspective Radio, I was the only person using Vedic Perspective. And you could just Google that word and you would find me. But now it's like there's hundreds of different sites and people using the term Vedic Perspective. So the best way is to go over to my YouTube channel, and then there's a playlist there in the playlist section, and you can listen. And so I'm just so grateful to be able to talk, because the talks I did before were solo, and I really prefer having a conversation with someone.
Yeah, me too. The solo stuff I enjoy also, but there's something more powerful about a one-on-one conversation I've found.
Well, last time, by talking about it, I got a deeper realization about the German idealists and how heavily they were connected with the Vedic culture. Even I had done the research, but somehow by talking about it with you, I got even a deeper understanding of it. And, it's really a lot about who I am. And it was really, really important for me, that talk we had. And it's actually sparking more research into that area.
Great. And that's something, that I'm also interested in. you know, really the only thing I even knew was that the swastika was a, you know, a symbol from, you know, that culture of India, or I guess we're calling that Vedic, right? Vedic seems to be the preferred term versus Hindu. Is that right?
Yeah, it's a lot more scientific. It indicates certain, you know, scriptural context and certain way of life. Whereas Hindu, as I mentioned previously, Hindu was the name given to the people of India by the invading Muslims.
Yes.
The Mughals. They were across the river Sindhu, and they pronounced it Hindu. So it meant the people across the river Sindhu. They called him Hindu. So it's not a very scientific term, and it really isn't, you know, I don't know, for any proper discussion.
Got it.
Yeah.
Kind of like the Aboriginal peoples of North America are referred to as Indians, and that's not a, you know, that's more or less an accident.
Yeah, it's you know, it's just a little more scientific and just an easier way to talk about things without there being confusion.
Well, I'm all for it. What did you want to get into today?
Well, we had talked a little bit about your grandfather being Jim Benton.
Yes,
which,
sir. A football player.
Yeah, well, an important football player, really, in the history of football. And I have to tell you that, you know, for a good bit of my life, when I've been an NFL fan, when I was 5 years old, my dad started taking us to the Jet games at Shea Stadium, all the home games. And we did that until I was 12 years old. We went to all the home games for the Jets. You know, I saw a lot of great games. Well, the 1968 AFL Championship game, Oakland against the Jets, and then the Jets went on to the Super Bowl, and they won that. So I was at the championship game. The game where O.J. Simpson went over 2,000 yards was at that game at Shea Stadium, and a bunch of great memories, and you know, continued throughout my life. And I even did a show with my friend LJ for 10 years called NFL Roundtable, because LJ was one of my best friends, and he really loved football. I wasn't that into it, but just to be able to hang out with him for a half hour every week was a lot of fun. And we did our show NFL Roundtable every Sunday for 10 years. So I'm really into, you know, at least the history of it, which I've got a lot of stuff on the history of the NFL that I've been looking into over the years. And oh my God, I've got so much stuff.
Yeah, I think the history is interesting also. And, you know, just from a fan's perspective, I've been a fan off and on, maybe not of the NFL so much, but I have noticed that in the so-called truth community, there don't seem to be that many sports fans. So I know if we can tie it in, you know, with things outside of football, that certainly I think most people will not be aware, you know, of the topics. And, you know, I kind of got interested as far as my grandfather, who played in the NFL, you know, before there was a Super Bowl, and actually before there were multiple leagues, it was just the NFL. You know, there was not an NFC or an AFC at the time, although they did start to have a championship game, and you probably know, you know, when that occurred. But I knew that his college number was 33, and so when I've been learning about this, you know, so-called truther material, you know, I got to see that 33 is an important number. So I realized, okay, his college number was 33, and then he also set the record in 1945 for most pass receiving yards in a single game, which was 303 yards, which is also, you know, the zero is disregarded, so that's also a 33. So I found that to be interesting. And unfortunately, I didn't know to talk to him about any of that when he was still alive. He passed away, I want to say, right before, I think it was in 2001, but pre 9/11, he passed.
Yes, I noticed that. I think it was March, it said. I was like almost grateful that such a great, you know, a person like that didn't have to experience 9/11.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. And I also have those, sorry, but I have those thoughts about COVID sometimes. I think, wow, at least they got to go before COVID came around.
You know, that's what I was thinking about. My friend LJ, actually, we did the show and he passed away a couple of years ago. It became a whole thing on the show. For the very last show, I had his wife on. It was like a whole thing. It was amazing. You know, it was just unbelievable. Just anyway, he passed away a couple of years. And I was just thinking today, you know, at least he was such a kind person, such a humble person. I'm just glad, you know, he didn't really have to go through it. Especially he was in bad health and stuff like that too. So
yeah, shout out to LJ. Rest in peace.
Yeah. I'll tell you the story sometime. The whole show, it actually proved a lot of things about, you know, left versus right, and, you know, people just trying to speak their mind, and how much people on the left want to censor you. But let's stick with Jim Benton. You know what? In 2010, ESP.com rated Jim Benton's 10 catches for 303 yards on Thanksgiving Day against the Detroit Lions as the greatest regular season receiving performance in NFL history.
Yeah, I actually was aware of that. And again, it's interesting that that's the game they say is the number one regular season performance. And then again, it's got the 33 is in there prominently. And I don't know how much.
Catches,
I don't know how much you're into the numbers, but you know, anytime I see that 33 or maybe a 13, I start to get interested. So I'm kind of curious what you think about that.
Well, it is very strange that he had 303 yards was the record on 10 catches, which would be, you know, also work out to a 33, and his average per catch of 30, he would have 30.3 yards per catch.
Yes.
So the whole thing. But my question at this point is, you know, as much as you want to talk about what you think about, what you know about your grandfather, was he part of any kind of fraternal order? Because I have all this stuff on, and maybe you'd like to speak first about what you know about the history of football, but I have the history of football. It is steeped in Freemasonry and other really, really dubious activities. So, but I thought maybe you could speak a little about your grandfather, what you knew about him. This is truly one of the greats of the NFL, is Jim Benton, and he's overshadowed because of Don Hutson was at the same time.
Yes.
But the leap that they made, the receivers made in the passing game at this time, really, there's no period in the NFL when part of the game made such a gigantic leap forward as the passing game, and it was all based on these receivers. Jim Benton, unfortunately, has lost the time because of Don Hutson, but he seems just as influential to me now as I look back over this. Seems like he was a major player in the switch from going from the running game to the passing game.
Yeah, absolutely. I think so. And I think it's interesting that Don Hutson, Hutson, who was, I know he was one of the receivers on the NFL 75th anniversary team, so he's considered a really big deal. And I think he led the NFL in scoring 7 years in a row or something like that. So, his statistics were a really big deal, especially for back then when, many teams really didn't pass the ball that much. And then I know that one of the things I found interesting is that Hutson is from Pine Bluff, Arkansas, and my grandfather is from Fordyce, Arkansas, which is about 40 miles away from. So they're from more or less the same part of the state of Arkansas. And then when my grandfather retired from the NFL, he was the number 2 receiver, in statistics in NFL history. Don Hutson was number 1. They're both from the same part of Arkansas. And then there's a more famous football figure from Fordyce, Arkansas, that would be Paul Bear Bryant, and that's where he went to high school. And then Bear Bryant, who later became known as the greatest coach in college football history at the University of Alabama, possibly eclipsed by Nick Saban, also at the University of Alabama, interestingly. But that Bear Bryant and Don Hutson both played football at Alabama. At least they played, I know, at least 1 year together. And so to me, it's interesting that all of that happened, originating in that one part of a very small rural state. Although Hutson is from an actual city, Pine Bluff. And then also with the tie-in with Bear Bryant, I think there's probably got to be more going on there than meets the eye. Now, as far as my grandfather and any kind of fraternal organizations, I did know that he was in a fraternity, Sigma Chi, at the University of Arkansas. And then I was such a normie, back when I was, able to talk to him, I didn't really know to ask anything. But, I never saw any signs that he was involved in anything nefarious. And I know he did have a very good, reputation in the community. And was, in his lifetime was, viewed as a sports hero and something of a prominent businessman, although never never very wealthy overall, but was successful in business. And but I keep coming back to that record because of, again, his college number being 33, and then that record in the pros being 303. And I don't have his college stats, but last time I looked at his college stats, there seemed to be a lot of 33s and 13s, and his pro number was 49, which reduces to 13. And then he always said that he actually had a catch in that game that should have went for a touchdown, because in the pro game, the person can fall down, but they still have to be tackled. So he actually fell down on one of the plays, but then got back up and kept running. But the official called it down, where he fell down. So he attributed that to a referee's error. But then that got me to thinking, okay, but that's what kept the record at 303 yards, presumably. And I have found that there is a video, there's highlights of this game, supposedly on YouTube that I've seen recently. And I saw, what I think to be that play. I believe you can actually go and see it on YouTube. It's the 1945 Los Angeles Rams, or they might have still been in Cleveland, but I think it's either Cleveland Rams or Los Angeles Rams. I think it's Cleveland versus Detroit, 1945. And then 5 years later, and I'll wrap up real quick and hand it back to you, but 5 years later, some other guy, Cloyce Box, almost broke the record and went for 302 yards. So it's almost like, they, whoever they is, wanted that record at 303 for whatever reason.
Yeah. It broke Hutson's single game record and stood as the NFL single game record for over 40 years.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
It is crazy. I mean, it was so far ahead of what anybody else was doing. And really, the sad thing is, like I say, that a lot of the credit goes to Don Hutson, but your grandfather was right in the mix in the change of the NFL from a power run game to a passing game. These were the first modern wide receivers. And for some reason, it's also strange to me, too, that, they give Don Hutson credit for being the first modern wide receiver because he ran routes and stuff. But it's like, well, couldn't the defensive backs just adjust? And why couldn't they keep up at all with them is really strange to me. Now, what I'm interested in your take on is, how could they possibly, do you think they could orchestrate 303 yards on 10 receptions to also make his average 30.3? Or how do you think it happens? Is it like some kind of, it has to be orchestrated if we're saying that. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, it dropped out for a moment. But as far as the orchestration,
let me ask you the question one more time, just in case it got chopped off. Your opinion on how is 303 yards orchestrated, basically, is the question.
And I hate to cop out, but I don't know. It's a mystery to me as well, and I wish I had known to ask. Now, it does seem to me, it's very curious to me, let's say, I'd really have to go look at whatever I can find from the game as far as the play-by-play, but let's say that his last catch, if the video is real that I have seen on YouTube, that he falls down but is not touched and then gets up and runs for another 30 yards, then, or, approximately 30 yards, but then the referee says, no, you're down here. Does that point to some, level of orchestration? I really don't know. To me, the most curious thing is the idea that 5 years later, somebody almost broke it and came 1 yard short. What are the odds of all of these things happening? And my grandfather himself, anytime that game came up, he would always say, yeah, and I should have had more yards because of what he attributed to a referee error. So honestly, as far as how it's orchestrated, I don't know how that's done, but just based on what I'm seeing, I just don't think it's a coincidence that his college number was 33, his pro number is 49, which is a 13, and then he goes 10 catches for 303 yards, and 5 years later, somebody else almost breaks it and comes 1 yard short. Just to me, that doesn't seem plausible for all of that to just have happened naturally.
Yeah, in spite of playing more than 70 years ago, he still ranks among the career receiving leaders in the history of Arkansas football.
Yeah, I think he's still top 10, I'm pretty sure. But although they have had some really good passing seasons, in the last 20 years or so he might have gotten pushed down on the list. And I know he had I'm not for sure, but he had a Southwest Conference catches record till like 64 or something. But, he played his last college year, I think was 37.
Yeah, his 48 receptions remained in a Southwest Conference record until 1963.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And an Arkansas record until 1971.
Yeah, and because I think you pointed this out, they didn't really throw the ball that much. It's kind of a miracle that they even, a school like Arkansas was doing that much passing, back in the 30s. Because it seems like more or less after that era at Arkansas ended, it was mostly the running game. And that's really what Arkansas is known for historically is, more of a defense and a running game versus a passing game.
Well, that's what I found to be true with Alabama as well, since both Bear Bryant and Don Hudson had played there. I figured, but Bear Bryant as a coach, he had the pro-style offense up to 71 when he switched to the wishbone heavily run option. But even in his passing game, it wasn't like today's passing. So I just don't understand how Don Hudson could just be such a breakaway player. I thought, well, maybe there's some clue into the style of the college game that they played. But really, it was a pro style, which included passing as far as, back in the day. But even Bear Bryant, as a coach, he was never heavily that into passing. So it's really unusual that Don Hudson would be such a breakaway player, and your grandfather, really, the two of them, really revolutionized the game, really.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And then you mentioned that you were a Jets fan. And you remember where Namath went to college?
Of course, Alabama, and that's what I'm thinking too. That
played for Bear Bryant.
Even then, with Bear Bryant, it wasn't like they were passing when Namath was with Bear. They weren't passing 40 or 50 times a game. It was still, heavily run game, and the defense always Alabama's heavily focused on a dominating defense. That was really always their strength. Even with Joe Namath, you really couldn't say that passing was their strength.
Yeah, so it's definitely interesting, from that perspective. And then, I don't know how much you're into the gematria, and I don't think it's the end-all be-all, but I find some of it interesting. And, when Kobe Bryant had passed away and people were doing all these decodes about Kobe, actually some of that tied in with Bear Bryant through the gematria. And I wish I had the specifics, but I remember that one guy, Zachary Hubbard, that does a lot of the gematria. And I wish I had his book with me. I actually bought it for my mom because I'm pretty sure he's got quite a bit of material about Bear Bryant in his book. So I need to go back and research that. I wish I'd been a little bit more prepared. But just from what I recall, there was quite a bit of tie-in, between Kobe Bryant and Bear Bryant related to gematria. Yeah.
Yeah, and whichever aspect you find interesting and would like me, I have a few articles. One is called Freemasons Created the Game of Football. That's about the very beginnings of football back in England. That Freemasons actually created the game of football, and then the two main founders of modern football, Walter Camp and Alonzo Stagg, that I have a few things about how they are both skull and bones.
Oh, yeah, I'd love to get into that.
Whatever you find interesting, and please, whenever you want to jump in, whatever comment you have, don't let me. So you want to hear about the very beginnings of football?
Yeah, absolutely, especially any sort of Freemason tie-ins, because like I mentioned before, I don't know that most of the audience, I'm just assuming, is not big sports fans. So as long as we can tie it in, with broader topics, I think the audience would definitely find that interesting.
Well, yeah, that's the whole thing. If you stick with the story, I've got it tied into some other major conspiracies.
All right, let's go.
But listen, I'm not always so worried about the audience. I just like talking with you, and I'm just so amazed that I met Jim Benton, a person that is Jim Benton's grandson, and that it was, he, especially with my friend LJ. LJ was like an encyclopedia of NFL knowledge. I mean, he would know all about your grandfather. He would know all about him, and it's just amazing that Anyway, let's follow the story. It starts with Freemasons. This is Freemasons Created the Game of Football by the Gnostic Warrior. First, he points out that Association football was born in 1863 at the Freemasons Arms Pub near London's Covent Garden at 8182 Longacre. It's funny, Longacre refers to back in the day when they had feudal stuff that you wanted the long acre if you had to rent your land from the feudal lord, and your team of oxen, if you have a long acre, you have a lot less turning to do. Just when you get to the long, long acre, and
like a rectangle.
Yeah, So that's what the long acre refers to, is that you get an acre, but you want a long acre, so it's less turning with the oxen because that's the hard part. Okay, 6 meetings were held at the pub. So this is the very beginning when rugby is becoming football. 6 meetings were held at the pub to decide on rules and structure, and the meetings ended with a split between the new football association, soccer is said to be a truncated version of association, and the proponents of a different rules that became rugby. So at the very beginning, it was all done at the Freemasons Arms pub near London's Covent Garden, is where the roots are. The Freemasons Arms pub was built in 1860 and is still open today. It began life as the Freemasons Tavern, which originally stood where the United Grand Lodge of England's new Connaught Rooms are today on the Great Queen Street. London's Freemasons Hall is literally right across the street. So the first game of American football, Princeton versus Rutgers in 1869, was held under the England's Football Association rules that were decided upon at this pub in England. And it was actually at the time known as North American Soccer. Later in 1874, the rules changed to be more like English rugby. So he goes into a little bit more, but that's the basic thing, that it actually started in a place called Freemasons Arms Pub.
That's amazing. I had no idea.
Yeah, and the touchdown symbol is a Freemason sign.
Oh, really? You mean with the two arms, when the referee puts the 2 arms up?
Yeah. He says both Freemasons and football players use special signs like that of the Master Mason sign seen on the above left. He has a picture of the guy making the touchdown sign. And the sign a referee makes for a goal. Masonic orders and football leagues are special societies for men only who wear special uniforms and have meetings, rituals under highly formalized set of mysterious rules. Anyway, he gets into how football is kind of like a secret society in and of itself. He doesn't explain what the sign is. I should know what that sign is with the arms upraised. I don't know, but it is a Freemason sign, the touchdown thing. It gets more interesting. Let's just, to confirm it. Let's just, or if you want to talk some more about that, please.
No, I'm interested in learning. I actually did not know any of that, and I do know that initially American football was more like rugby, and I don't think the forward pass became legal until like the early 1900s, from what I recall.
All right, I'll just give a little brief. Of course, the founders of American football that really modernized it into what we know as football are Walter Camp and Amos Alonzo Stagg. So I'm just going to read right from their Wikipedia page, if I can find it. Okay. Oh, yeah, here it is. This is for Camp, who is really recognized as I'll read a little about what it says here. He was an American football player, coach, and sports writer known as the father of American football. Among the long list of inventions, he created the sports line of scrimmage, the system of downs, along with John Heisman, Amos Alonzo Stagg, who we'll talk about, Pop Warner, Fielding H. Yost, and George Halas. Camp was one of the most accomplished persons in the early history of American football. He attended Yale, so let me get down here and try to find it again. Yeah, here it is. At Yale, he was a member of the Delta Kappa Epsilon fraternity and the Linnean Society and Skull and Bones. So you know about Skull and Bones, right? Everybody knows about that.
Yeah, I think, yes, sir, yes.
Yeah, it's the Yale Secret Society, which like Prescott Bush and the Bushes are from that, and they do all the weird, so they say. They do the weird ritual, you have to get in the coffin and all this. So, and of course, it's basically, connected to Freemasonry. So you have the founding of football at the Freemasonry pub. Now you've got the founder of American football, who came up with all the things that we would call modern football. He's Skull and Bones. And then there's Alonzo Stagg, who's also extremely important in the early popularization. So we look at his Wikipedia, see what it says about, he attended Yale University, same thing. At Yale, he was a member of the Psi Epsilon fraternity. It is lesser known that he was a member of the Order of the Skull and Bones.
Wow.
A controversial secret society with members including multiple former U.S. presidents. So it's pretty well established at this point that NFL is a Masonic game. And I think a lot of it had to do with, in the early part, like we were interested in football because we were a sports family. We played sports, and then we watched sports like as kind of a thing. But we always played football, basketball, hockey, golf, everything we played. It wasn't like we just watched sports like nowadays,
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
So back in the day, I think a lot of this was established. Football is it's a very warlike game. And, you have a squad, and a lot of it was about, having people getting prepared for war or more like a military. It's much more like a military game than any other game. And I think that was part of the whole programming of football.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. And George Carlin has a famous bit where he compares football to baseball. And, he really...
I have that.
Okay.
I pulled that up. I pulled that up because it's... I don't know if I can find it. I pulled that up because it was so true. Yeah, here it is. And I think this really points out what the programming of football was. So he says, this is from his book, and he's a bit of a lefty degenerate, but still.
I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah, me either. He says, I enjoy comparing baseball and football. Baseball is a 19th century pastoral game. Football is a 20th century technological struggle. Baseball is played on a diamond in a park, the baseball park. Football is played on a gridiron in a stadium, sometimes called Soldier Field or War Memorial Stadium.
That's in Little Rock, Arkansas.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Baseball begins in the spring, the season of new life. Football begins in the fall, when everything's dying. In football, you wear a helmet. In baseball, you wear a cap. Football is concerned with downs. What down is it? Baseball is concerned with ups. Who's up? Football, you receive a penalty. In baseball, you make an error. In football, the specialist comes in to kick. In baseball, the specialist comes in to relieve somebody. Football has hitting, flipping, spearing, piling on, personal fouls, late hitting, and unnecessary roughness. Baseball has the sacrifice. Football is played in any kind of weather, rain, snow, sleet, hail, fog. In baseball, if it rains, we don't go out to play. Baseball has the 7th inning stretch. Football has the 2-minute warning. Baseball has no time limit. We don't know when it's going to end. We might have extra innings. Football is rigidly timed. It will end even if we have to go to sudden death. In baseball, during the game in the stand, there's a kind of a picnic feeling. Emotions may run high or low, but there's not too much unpleasantness. In football, during the game in the stands, you can be sure that at least 27 times you're capable of taking the life of a fellow human being. And finally, the objectives of the two games are completely different. In football, the objective is for the quarterback, also known as the field general, to be on target with his aerial assault, riddling the defense by hitting his receivers with deadly accuracy in spite of the blitz, even if he has to use shotgun. With short bullet passes and long bombs, he marches his troops into enemy territory, balancing this aerial assault with a sustained ground attack that punches holes in the forward wall of the enemy's defensive line. In baseball, the object is to go home and to be safe. I hope I'll be safe at home.
That's so true.
It is. So I think that's really getting at the mind control and why the Masons would want to introduce a sport and perfect a sport like football. A lot of it has to do with military training, working as a squad, sacrificing yourself for the team, and then it would be easier to transition from, let's say, college, into like a World War II or a Vietnam or even to have the mentality of that.
Well, I know, and I want to jump in real quick. I know there was some famous game because, back when my grandfather played, everybody played both sides of the ball. They didn't, the platoon system hadn't been invented yet. And, my grandfather was actually he played on the defensive line, even though he was a pass receiver. Because, his size, he was 6'3". He was actually at 6'3", 200. He was usually one of the biggest guys on the field back then.
That's what I wanted to mention, that they also played in the two-way era, and they're so much better athletes, all-around athletes, than what you see today. And the people say, "Oh, the players of today," these people. I tell you, you get punched in the mouth by a farm boy. You know what? I don't know if the players of today could take it, really, to be honest with you, and especially if they had to play two ways. Please,
well, and
I think
I agree, and that reminds me of Red Grange, who played at Illinois, and he played so long ago that back then it was common, like if a team scored a touchdown. That they would actually they would prefer to play defense, or actually I think I'm messing this up. There was something where they would frequently but they would also frequently just punt the ball, right?
Yes.
And, like if they didn't like their field position, they just punted it back. Well, Red Grange had this famous game. I think it was against Michigan, who hadn't given up a touchdown in however many games, and so the first breakout offensive game was because Red Grange scored a touchdown on a kickoff return, and they just kept kicking off to him because they wanted to use their powerhouse defense. Michigan did, and he just kept running up. He kept running all these kickoffs back, and whether or not that's real or not, who knows? And I actually was going to make a bigger point. I think I forgot what it was about when they played both ways. There was a famous game in which one of the coaches said the only way anybody's leaving this field is on a stretcher, more or less saying, we're not going to put in a substitute. We're just going to go to war, basically, to kind of tie back into, into the war analogies.
Well, that was the thing. It was really more like a war back then. The players really didn't have any protection, and when they had the flying wedge during, I think it was Teddy Roosevelt's time, that a player got killed on the field.
Oh, they said like 12 people died a year or something playing football back then. And it almost
brutal
got outlawed. Yeah.
Right. The president supposedly got involved and said, look, we can't have people dying from this. I think this was around the turn of the century.
Oh, yeah, and that was, like I say, Red Grange was like the first star of college football, and back then college football was way more prestigious than the NFL. It was actually, for a time, it was considered kind of shameful for a college star to go play for money. And my grandfather, apparently that attitude still somewhat persisted, when he went into the NFL, which didn't pay very well. But I remember why I brought up Red Grange was because I read his, a biography about Red Grange, and there was a game where like he would get tackled out of bounds, and then like 4 or 5 players from the opposing team would just run and jump and just land on him out of bounds. And you were describing how much more brutal the sport used to be. And then after the game, they asked Red Grange about it, and he just more or less said that was part of the game and that was fair play. That they were more or less trying to kill the guy. And just jumping on him after the play is over. And, as much as the guys, are much bigger and faster and stronger nowadays and, arguably hit harder, I don't think the sport was nearly as brutal as it was. And even when you were going to games, I'm sure in the 60s, that was, it was a lot more rough play back then, I'm assuming.
Yeah, well, we started watching football, like I said, when I was 5. So that would be 1966. We started going to the games. But my main era was the 70s and 80s when, you had the Pittsburgh Steelers in the 70s with their defense, Jack Ham and all that. And in the 60s, it was Ray Nitschke, and it was, all that kind of stuff. It was still about the tough defense, and it was a rough game. It was a rough game, no doubt. And it wasn't anything like really what we see now with the quarterback being totally protected. I remember Super Bowl, I think it was 2000 or 2001 when the Ravens played the Giants and Kerry Collins was the quarterback for the Giants. The Ravens they were literally picking him up when they were able to sack him. They would pick him up and slam him down on his head. And that was legal at the time. You know?
Yeah, absolutely.
But they destroyed him in that game. They were just picking him up and slamming him on his head. And it worked. I mean, they won the game, but eventually it came to be now the quarterbacks are protected and stuff because they want to do the passing game. They feel like it's more exciting, which your grandfather, pioneered.
Yeah, absolutely. And, it's also, there's so much money in it nowadays. They don't want, Tom Brady to be, subject to having his neck broken, in the game when he's, a big driver of how many billion-dollar industry is this now, the NFL?
Yeah, and a lot of it came to light in when Spygate came out that Belichick and the Patriots, this is all could be, just a narrative, but they were spying on the other teams. The New York Jet fans did a lawsuit saying that it was a rigged game, that it wasn't a fair competition, and they wanted their money back. This case goes all the way to the Supreme Court. A writer by the name of Brian Tuohy, who has a website and a book called The Fix Is In, brought all this to light in his research. Anyway, it goes all the way to the Supreme Court, and the court rules that the ticket only allows you entrance into the event, not to a fair competition, that football is classified as entertainment.
So it's WWE, basically.
Well, this was the ruling of the Supreme Court, that the fans were not entitled to see a fair game, and that they rejected the Jet fans' claims on their money back, and that the ticket only, by what it says on it and what your agreement is only allows you entrance to the event. It does not guarantee you a fair competition, only that an event is going to take place.
So if they, whoever they is, wants to rig football, then it sounds like it's totally legal.
Yeah, well, I don't know if you want to get into that conclusive part. I have a little bit more about as we get into the modern NFL and the stuff about the owners and stuff, and this ties into the major conspiracies of the 20th century.
Oh, I can't wait.
All right, great. So this is a story. Let me see. It's from the San Diego Reader. It's called The NFL's Dirty Secret. And really the guy who brought a lot of this out is Dan E. Moldea, Moldea. He wrote the book called Interference, How Organized Crime Influences Professional Football. But he brings out that the origins of the NFL are just steeped in gambling and mob and mafia. I'll go through, and then my own personal research came to link it to some more modern. But let me just go through some of the founders of the NFL and their history.
Oh yeah, go for it.
In the early 1920s, George Halas, one of the founders of football, he turned to Charles Bidwell, a bootlegger, gambler, racetrack owner, and associate of Chicago's Al Scarface Capone's mob, to finance the Chicago Bears. Later, Bidwell bought the Chicago Cardinals. The Bidwell family now owns the Arizona Cardinals. So, right there, it's like you're going to a gambler for your football team, then you're beholden to this person. In 1925, bookie Tim Mara bought the New York Giants. His heirs still own half the team. Notorious gambler Art Rooney took over the Pittsburgh Steelers. His family still controls the team. The Rooney empire is purportedly breaking up so that the racetracks and casinos won't be mixed up with the football team. And when you look into these people like the Maras and the Rooneys, it's not like they were some small-time bookies. It's always like they're the major bookies on the East Coast or the Midwest. And they still, to this day, their heirs own the Giants and the Steelers. The Cleveland Browns, they were owned by crime syndicate bookmaker Arthur Mickey McBride when they first started. He was the head of the Continental Racing Wire, the mob's gambling news service. So that's how around the country, when the mob was taking bets, they would know who won by this wire. And he's the owner of the Cleveland Browns back in the day. Finally, they sell the Browns to Art Modell in 1961. Modell is a partner in horse racing stables with one Morris Mushy Wexler. He was one of who was called by the different committees at the time that are investigating organized crime. This Wexler guy, who Modell is in with, he is one of the leading hoodlums of the time. Anyway, Modell is all tied up with the mafia, is basically the bottom line there. It goes on and on, all his different ties to the mafia. He was owning the Cleveland Browns for the longest time, and I think he might have been involved when they moved to Baltimore in the middle of the night.
Yeah, he's the one that, he moved them, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I think so.
Of course, the incident with Namath owning the bar, and then Namath was forced to sell his interest in Bachelor's 3, but yet Modell, because supposedly gamblers went to the bar and organized crime figures, but yet Modell has all these ties, and they don't care at all that he's totally mobbed up. And of course, Eddie DeBartolo Jr., who owned the San Francisco 49ers, he was convicted of paying a $400,000 bribe or the governor was convicted, but DeBartolo just got a wrist slap in this incident where he gave a $400,000 bribe to a Louisiana governor in order to get a gambling license. The governor goes to jail. DeBartolo gets a slap on the wrist. And that's another thing, if you look into it more deeply. The DeBartolos, if you want to believe all this stuff about organized crime and the narrative and all that, they're kind of like the DeBartolo family who owned the 49ers is kind of like the modern Meyer Lansky, kind of like the brains and the money men behind the whole operation, the people that are really good with money. And they're the ones that basically are the general managers of the whole operation. So the DeBartolos were in it on that level. It's not just they're trying to bribe public officials like the story says. That's part of it. But Anyway, it goes on and on with the nasty ties. And then the last things that I looked into was, of course, this is an important one if you want to tie it in, and I want you to talk about this stuff. But you, Franklin Culverhouse, and this is from his obituary. Mr. Culverhouse was one of the nation's wealthiest people. He's the owner of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and their inception. He was one of the wealthiest people with an estate estimated at $360 million. He built his fortune as a prominent tax lawyer for such clients as Richard Nixon and B.B. Rebozo, and owned vast real estate holdings. So this ties him in with the whole Watergate scandal. He's basically Richard Nixon's lawyer. Richard Nixon's tax lawyer is Hugh Culverhouse, who is the first owner of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And he's also really powerful in the NFL. He was a chairman of the NFL's management council. He has a really prominent position in the NFL, and he's also all tied up with Richard Nixon.
Well, and since you brought up Nixon, when I was talking about Don Hudson, Jim Benton, and then Bear Bryant all being more or less from the same part of Arkansas, someone else who was born around that same time in that same part of Arkansas was Martha Mitchell, who was the wife of John N. Mitchell, who was the United States Attorney General under Richard Nixon. And then she became a controversial figure, it says on her Wikipedia, with her outspoken comments about the government at the time of the Watergate scandal. And apparently, she was more or less the first person to publicize what was going on with Watergate. I mean, that's my understanding of it anyway. And it's kind of strange that, you've got this tie-in with the NFL and this guy who was an attorney for Nixon, or a tax attorney for Nixon. And then we were talking about, the Masonic origins of the NFL, and then, these famous players and coaches being from this one part of Arkansas. And now here we have a lady from the same part of the state, born around the same time as these football players were. She was born in 1918. And then she's, involved in this scandal that ties in with Watergate and Richard Nixon.
Yeah. Do you know more about her role?
I'm looking at her Wikipedia page. I know that there was something where it was claimed that she was kidnapped in June of 1972. Because apparently it was feared that, because the Watergate thing hadn't come out yet, it was not yet a scandal. And I guess there was some fear that she was talking to these, that Martha Mitchell was talking to, various people in the media. It says that on June 22nd, Martha Mitchell made a late night phone call to Helen Thomas of the United Press, who was reportedly Mitchell's favorite reporter. And it says the phone call abruptly ended. And then when the reporter called back, the hotel operator told her that Mitchell was indisposed and would not be able to talk. So it sounds like they actually, whoever, maybe her husband, the attorney general, they had her more or less kidnapped for a period of time where she wasn't able to, talk to the media.
Yeah, what interested me was I first saw this Martha Mitchell effect. So it must have been she was talking about Watergate and they told her she was crazy. But the Martha Mitchell effect, I'll read it to you. It's a little bit, it's basically gaslighting, but a little different. The Martha Mitchell effect refers to the process by which a psychiatrist, psychologist, mental health clinician, or other medical professional labels a patient's accurate perception of real events as delusional, resulting in misdiagnosis. So that must have been what happened, that she might have been. My thing is, though, if I go by my rule that whatever they try to push on you is their biggest lie, the more they try to push it on you, the bigger the lie it is. So that would indicate something seriously about Watergate, because I was young enough to remember at the time all this was happening about when I was turning a teenager, and I remember knowing all about it. And it was the biggest thing. I mean, it was so, they would have the hearings on every day. It was such a huge thing that, to me, that makes the whole thing hoaxy. But
yeah, and I guess that was the last time that a president resigned. Hey, I think we got disconnected. Are you there, sir?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, and I guess that was the last time that a president resigned was, Nixon back then.
Yeah, the whole thing was amazing. We were still in Vietnam at the time, so part of it may have been a huge distraction from Vietnam.
Yeah, it says here that she was Martha Mitchell. Apparently, was held captive in this some hotel in California, and it says after several attempts to escape from the balcony, she was physically accosted by 5 men, which had left her needing stitches. Herb Kalmbach, Nixon's personal lawyer, was summoned to the hotel, and he decided to call for a doctor to inject her with a tranquilizer. The incident left her fearing for her life. Although the Watergate burglary was the leading story across all news formats, her reports were relegated to human interest stories in major newspapers, including the Times, the Washington Post, and the New York Daily News. Nixon aides, in an effort to discredit Mitchell, told the press that she had a drinking problem, which was not entirely untrue. They also suggested that she was convalescing in Silver Hill Hospital, a psychiatric facility in Connecticut. And it says because of her involvement in the scandal, she was discredited and abandoned by most of her family except for her son, Jay. It was not until February of 1975 that and I'm not sure who this person is, McCord, after having been convicted for his role. Oh, I guess this is one of the burglars. It was not until February of 75 that McCord, after having been convicted for his role in the Watergate burglary, admitted that Mitchell was, in his words, basically kidnapped and corroborated her story. He further asserted that H.R. Haldeman, as well as other top aides of President Nixon, had been jealous of her popularity in the media and had sought out ways to embarrass her. Nixon was later to tell interviewer David Frost in 1977 that Martha was a distraction to John Mitchell, such that no one was minding the store, and if it hadn't been for Martha Mitchell, there would not have been a Watergate.
Wow.
Yeah. And again, born about the same time as all these football players, and in the same part of the country. So again, is that a coincidence? And I don't know, but I don't really believe in coincidences. So, was there some kind of, shenanigans going on back in Arkansas back then, or, what's the deal?
It could be.
Yeah, I think so. It seems like a possibility anyway. And then especially with the football tie-in, and then you're talking about, Nixon's tax attorney being involved in, that was the guy who ended up founding the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, who just won the Super Bowl, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately he sold, but he's the original owner. And also this B.B. Rebozo. I mean, back in the day, this is all you heard on the news about B.B. Rebozo. And when Nixon heard about the Watergate break-in, according to their narrative, he was at B.B. Rebozo's house. And Hugh Culverhouse is the lawyer for both of them. As far back, we probably have to do other shows on this, but as soon as you get into the Marshall Mitchell thing and the Martha Mitchell effect and the whole psychiatry thing, telling a person that they're delusional when they're not, that just leads down the whole rabbit hole of the history of these things in the United States. Donald Ewan Cameron is really one of the founders of this whole kind of viewing people as something to be programmed and deprogrammed, which we did discuss a little bit, the history of deprogramming and all that. Well, it's so deep that. But
yeah, absolutely.
And also we meant.
Well, real quick, before we get into the programming aspects, Jim Benton was born in 1916. Martha Mitchell was born in 1918. They lived in the same town. That's my grandfather moved to Pine Bluff. After he played football. There's no way they didn't know each other. It's impossible that they didn't know each other. Now I'm not saying I'm not saying that there's a tie in there, but it's like, to me it seems very strange, especially with the the Masonic origins of football, and then the number 33 and the number 13 all over my grandfather's college and professional careers, and then this Martha Mitchell Watergate thing, and they lived in the same town, and there's no way they didn't know each other. And so then maybe does that get into some of the mind control aspects? I don't really know. I find it fascinating, personally. And I guess she would have had to have known Don Hudson as well. He was born, I think, in like 08. I think 1908. Hudson was born, and grew up in that town. So what are the chances of them not all knowing each other?
Is there any type of military base, or sometimes these things are run out of the universities?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I don't think there's really any. I know there's an Air Force base in Jacksonville, Arkansas, but I don't think that would have been operational. Well, I guess it would have been probably in the 40s, I guess. Yeah,
that's what we probably want to look into.
Air Force
probably
base?
if there any.
Well,
any type of
hang on now. Well, if you want to talk about military, there's the Pine Bluff Arsenal, where the government literally stores all kind of leftover chemical weapons like mustard gas and nerve gas, from all these wars. And I grew up like 5 miles as the crow flies from this a federal facility where they store all these chemical weapons. And maybe would that be a good cover for some sort of mind control program like this? You were talking about the Jolly West guy. Could that have had something to do with that? I don't know. I'm just speculating.
Right. Jolly West was a disciple of Ewan Cameron, and he was heavily involved with the Timothy McVeigh thing. So, but if you look at Jolly West at his different things he was involved in, they all seem like hoaxes. So I'm not sure what the deal is with Timothy McVeigh. He may have just been someone who was actually in on it, and he may still be alive to this day for all we know.
Sure, yeah.
But yeah, I don't know which direction you'd like to take things, or if you'd just like to speak about your knowledge of these things a little bit more.
No, I think I pretty much covered what I wanted to cover on this one. I don't.
Oh, I'll just say a little bit about this.
Oh yeah, go for it.
Ewan Cameron. He was the president of the American Psychiatric Association from 1952 to 53, but he was very much heavily involved with after post-war Germany. And I just wanted to give a little bit of, basically the person was like a monster. Yeah, he was really hated the Germans. And before his arrival in Nuremberg, Cameron had written The Social Reorganization of Germany, in which he argued that German culture and its individual citizens would have to be transformed and reorganized. In his analysis, German culture was made up of people who had the need for status, worshiped strict order and regimentation, desired authoritarian leadership, and had a deeply ingrained fear of other countries. The paper stated that German culture and its people would have offspring bound to become a threat to world peace in 30 years. To prevent this, the West would have to take measures to reorganize German society. Other similar psychiatric diagnoses of Germany were published during this time. So this is and they were able to do it. They were able to do it because really the whole thing of the 60s happened in Germany in the 50s. It was a test run for what they would do to America in the 60s. The whole breaking down of the culture, the weakening of the male, the introducing of the drug culture. All this happened in Germany, and this is the result of this person, who was very, very prominent at the time, Donald Ewan Cameron. He also did electroconvulsive therapy on people. He thought that was a really great thing.
Oh man.
He did experimental drugs, including poisons such as Curare, to patients and prisoners without their informed consent. And his role in the history of developmental psychological and medical torture techniques. He developed psychological and medical torture techniques.
So
Some of this took place. Yes, please.
So he would have been involved. It sounds like in the early, the early stages of MK Ultra.
Well, this is the next sentence in the, in the passage.
Good.
Some of this work took place in the context of Project MK Ultra, a program for the developing of mind control and torture techniques, psychoactive poisons, and behavior modification systems. Decades after his own death, the psychic driving technique he developed continued to see extensive use in the torture of prisoners around the world. Man, doesn't that link into the COVID thing with psychic driving?
Yeah.
You know how the media and this whole thing for like 11 months, we've been subjected to a torture technique of psychic driving.
I totally agree. It's definitely torture. I don't think there's any other way to put it.
It says psychic driving was a psychiatric procedure of the 1950s and 60s in which patients were subjected to a continuously repeated audio message on a loop tape to alter their behavior. In psychic driving, patients were often exposed to hundreds of thousands of repetitions of a single statement over the course of time. So isn't that exactly like the COVID thing?
Yeah, it seems to me. And I just noticed something on his Wikipedia page. It says that he started to distinguish populations between the weak and the strong. Those with anxieties or insecurities and who had trouble with the state of the world were labeled as the weak. In Cameron's analysis, they could not cope with life and had to be isolated from society by the strong. The mentally ill were thus labeled as not only sick, but also weak. Cameron further argued that the weak must not influence children. He promoted a philosophy where chaos could be prevented by removing the weak from society. And I think, a lot of what we're seeing with this COVID is, someone like me who I think would, inarguably be considered strong before COVID. I mean, this is the first thing that's ever happened in my life where now I feel like I'm in a weakened state. So, is this a further attempt to, separate the strong from the weak is what I'm wondering.
Yeah, well, I brought this person up. They were so influential at the time, and this would be something that they would envision, something like this being possible and to inflict on other human beings, this kind of. But I mean, I hope they know what they're doing. I hope they know that people aren't going to become upset at some point, because I would not like to be them if people do realize at some point that this is torture that's been run on us by monsters. And it goes all the way back to this monster, Ewan Cameron, and his vision of people that, again, we did talk the last time about the soul and all that these people don't view us as having a sacred soul. They just view us as vessels to be shocked and psychically driven. And why? Yes, please.
Well, I hate to say it, but it seems to me, just based on my observations, and I think sometimes people misunderstand me and they think that I'm having some sort of emotion about things. This is not, my analysis is not based on how I feel. It's based on what I observe out here. And, what I observe is that it seems like the masses are absolutely under near total psychological control. So, yeah, do they feel, upset? Do they feel angry about what's going on? Yeah, probably, because humans do have intuition. We have, certainly, I think it's been demonstrated that humans have, the ability to be
sack. I was looking handsome, she was looking like an erotic vulture. I was all dressed in black, she was all dressed up in black. Everything was fine down here, what you want here, call what you will here. Way down in this subculture. Dress up in black. And listen and see under the sky, and I poured it kind of way. What's all under the sky, and I poured it kind of way. You know when you grope for Luna.